Section 21 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Women by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Chapter 20. Women Fiction Writers of America by Ellen Olney Kirk. Footnote. Author of The Story of Margaret Kent, Queen Money, Sons and Daughters, etc. End of footnote. The appointed work of the colonial woman in America was in itself so original and creative, it called for such free play of faculty, such generous expenditure of the whole strength, moral, intellectual, and physical, such skill in invention, such pliant adaptability to the new environment, such woman's wit and love in the recreation of the conditions of life left behind in the old world, that it could hardly be a subject of wonder if for several generations after this country was settled, the literary instinct scarcely made itself felt. The whole tendency of that early epoch was towards repression of individuality and denial of self-consciousness, except as it unfalteringly insisted in taking upon itself burdens of conscience. Then, too, the natural aptitude of woman for domestic life was supposed to determine her gifts and appoint her occupations. And rightly so, for all the light, order, charm, pleasantness, and thrift of the colonies came from the mothers, wives, and daughters who could make homes, who could bake, brew, spin, weave, knit, and in every way realize the ideal of the virtuous woman in Scripture. Nevertheless, that in spite of the incessant occupations, the wear and tear, the sordid calculations of everyday life, the literary impulse did exist in the woman of that period, giving incentive to brain and heart and a sense of expansion to life, is made clear by numerous bundles of old family letters, journals, and narratives, which often in short passages and vivid phrases disclose the unmistakable mint-mark of talent. Many, too, of those demure and decorous colonial dames in their caps and frills could turn verses with no little skill, generally taking by preference Pope's heroic couplet for their measure. There is indeed to be found many a hint in old records that, in spite of their quaint speech and their rigid orthodoxy, they were in essentials exactly like the women of today, with the knack of gracefully adjusting the transient to the eternal and the eternal to the transient, keen of eye, fond of color, with a good share of creative poetic understanding, and with a fresh interest in things and ideas for their own sake. Not a few women in New England and in Philadelphia were as carefully educated in Latin and Greek, and perhaps Hebrew, as the girl graduates of our own epoch, and here and there one was to be found with high attainments in mathematics. The feminine native wit and insight into character and motives, which in their descendants was to make novelists, they no doubt spent in giving spirit to observation and spice to talk. Leaving novel writing out of the question, there was little novel reading in those days, all creations of fancy being considered at once trivial and mischievous. If fiction enjoyed a lease of existence at all, it must be by virtue of a story inculcating moral and religious truths. Still, in spite of all dogmatic decrees, imagination did exist, and it would be interesting to discern the signs of the earliest gropings of crude talent in search of its aim. Not until the latter half of the 18th century do we find the woman authors to whom can be ascribed the glory of lighting and passing on the torch. Hannah Webster Foster, born in Boston in 1759, was the author of A Coquette, or The History of Eliza Wharton, also of The Boarding School. Susanna Rawson, born in 1761, the daughter of a lieutenant of the Royal Navy and the wife of an army officer, wrote many books, several of them novels, of which one, Charlotte Temple, in its day enjoyed wide popularity and may still be found in old libraries. Mrs. Rawson, besides being a voluminous author, passed through a life of many phases, acting on the dramatic stage and finally carrying on for many years a girls' school at Medford, Massachusetts. Miss Eliza Leslie may be called the link between those early days and our own. Born in 1787 in Philadelphia, from which city flowed in early days, no matter how it has since diverged, the wellspring of literary impulse, she enjoyed many social advantages, her father being the intimate friend of Washington, and sent by him on business to England. Miss Leslie was about 40 years of age and in possession of a wide experience when she competed for a prize offered by Goody's Ladies' Book and won it by her novel, Mrs. Washington Potts. This was followed by other works of fiction and by the famous cookbook, which entitles her to be called the prototype of Marian Harland, in brackets Mrs. Terhune, the well-known modern author whose lively and vigorous fiction is equaled in popularity by her, quote, Common Sense in the Household, unquote, and other works of practical utility. The early days of the Republic, although they are rich in letters and journals, seem not to have stimulated imaginative literature, and a period distinguished in England by a galaxy of great writers embodying the ideals and enthusiasms resulting from our own and the French revolutions, was here comparatively barren. Miss Catherine Sedgwick began in 1822 to publish a series of novels which gave her a prominent place among American authors, and in 1824 Mrs. Lydia Maria Child brought out her Hobomok, which was followed by other works of fiction, one of which, Philothea, still remains unique in its scope among the efforts of American writers. It was Mrs. Kirkland who perhaps made the best use of her opportunity to offer something true, racy, and corresponding to the needs of the rapidly widening country, and she had the wit to put her finger on the pulse of the time in her series of sketches telling of the experiences of settlers in the West. Hers was a genuine woman's touch, and her descriptions were characterized by wit, humor, and a charming lightness of manner. Readers of Zury and the McVies might well go back to Western Clearings and trace the influence of heredity in the free and bold development which the novels of Mrs. Kirkland's son have made on the ground first broken by her. Alice Cary's Clover Nook or Recollections of Our Neighborhood in the West, although a little later in date, belongs to the same general period and is of the same character as Mrs. Kirkland's sketches. But Clover Nook, good as it was far from being the distinguishing work of its author, who, with her sister, Phoebe Cary, must be ranked not with our novelists, but with the best of our minor poets. Many old New Yorkers still recall the literary and social coteries which both Mrs. Kirkland and Miss Cary gathered about them, coteries including not a few of the elements which go to make up the salon, but which in the hurrying war of modern existence women have lost the knack of recreating. Among the shaping influences of the middle of the century, Margaret Fuller's writings should not be lost sight of. Chiefly critical although they were so closely allied in thought and feeling to the impassioned side of human progress that they helped to quicken and intensify all literary life. Nor must the wider orbit of the greater constellations which mark the hours be ignored. Towards the end of the 40s and again of the 50s, a woman writer arose in England who created an epoch. It could not be but that Jane Eyre, with its deep subjectivity, its intense and intimate feeling for the woman's problem, its scorn for accepted formulas, and for all that in the ideals of the formalists represents the worth of life, should have something to do with the turning of tides in the world of imaginative literature. It was easy to recognize behind it a most vigorous and distinctive personality. The book was in all respects aggressive. It was absolutely a fresh thing of the morning in the general experience. Such vivid picturing must have subtly stirred the impulse in many a woman's mind to bring out her own imagination, to realize glimpses of life caught in the magic mirror of her own consciousness. In 1852, Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe published Uncle Tom's Cabin. Already it had been read as a serial in the national era. In book form, the sale of the novel in the United States reached 100,000 in 8 weeks, 200,000 within a year, and 313 by 1856. The London publishers for 4 weeks were called upon to furnish 100,000 copies a day, which necessitated their keeping 1,000 persons engaged in printing and binding copies to meet the general demand. More than 1 million of copies were sold in England in 1 year. Books sometimes seem to have an existence and an efficacy of their own, almost independent of the author's volition. For such miraculous success as that enjoyed by Uncle Tom's Cabin, 2 forces must coincide: the power of the book and the opportuneness of the moment. Mrs. Stowe embodied ideas of which the germ had begun to move the general consciousness. Powerful spirits foretelling strange events which should make and unmake history were already, for those who watched, waited, and listened, abroad upon the air. A feeling for the sorrow of humanity, a recognition of the brotherhood of man, is the crystallized center around which the forces of modern thought and modern sympathy gather. A book like Uncle Tom's Cabin offered no insoluble problem. There was a crying evil, but an evil not without a remedy. Optimism could enjoy free play. The book stirred hopes and beliefs which harmonized with the naturally progressive spirit of mankind, and the beacon light to which the race advances burned clearly. To this epoch belongs Mrs. Anne S. Stevens, whose Fashion and Famine, Hot Corn, and other novels aroused strong interest and emotion. If these works, more than others, have surrendered to the course of time and been swept away, it should not be forgotten that Mrs. Stevens did much to help the early strivings of American literature. I should like to assert that a perennial spring of freshness plays in certain books which gave me immense pleasure in the long ago. I lately took pains to buy a new edition of The Wide, Wide World by Mrs. Susan Warner and her sister, and should have enjoyed purchasing as well Queenshy for some little people just beginning to take excursions into the fairyland of literature. I like to maintain that no modern story writers for girls are half so well worth perusal as these excellent sisters who had the ear and the hearts of my generation. I dipped into my new copy of The Wide, Wide World a little, then closed it forevermore, lest someone should press the question, are not the heroes prigs and the heroines goody-goody? And I, having tested the efficacy of the ancient magic by reperusal and been disenchanted, might be compelled to confess that they were. Yet, still under the old glamour, I will go on maintaining that Queenshy is of all books the most excellent and delightful that a girl can read. Alone, by Marian Harland, The Lamplighter by Miss Cummins, and a little later Beulah by Miss Augusta Evans, now Mrs. Wilson of Mobile, and Rutledge by Miriam Coles (Harris), were 4 novels which kindled lights in those antebellum days, were widely read, and deserved the success they attained. Each was in its way a surprise, each suggested a new vintage, each seemed born of a fresh and creative fancy. George Eliot's writings were by this time beginning to move all the English-speaking world, and as this inspiration coincided with that of our own great national era, it might well be expected that we should henceforth find in our literature more drama, more passion, a deeper conscience, and a more definite hope. That there would be among our writers a clearer conception of the actual world, of their environment with its men, women, and salient facts. Other influences were busy in shaping and determining the scope of literary effort in America. Goody's, Peterson's, and Graham's magazines had done much to conquer the public and prepare the way for periodical literature of a higher order, presided over by a new critical spirit and under the domination of a more exact taste. In the same way that Putnam's magazine had brought into notice men destined to make a permanent name in letters, the Atlantic Monthly was now to give a strong impulse to American literature in general and to open a field where women in particular were to take high honors. The influence indeed of the popular magazines, Harper's, The Century, Scribner's, Lippincott's, etc., has been paramount not only among writers but readers. While the English public sits patiently ready to enjoy the finely spun gold of the English writers spread out to cover the 3-volume novel, our readers demand something more brief and dramatic. Our writers aim at genre pictures. That is, they detach a sample fragment of life, take an episode, which they refine and idealize, or which offers some climax in the careers of men and women. The unrelieved intensity, the prolonged stress of our national struggle no doubt made itself felt in the work belonging to this era of ardor and enthusiasm, which, if in its way realistic, was powerfully interspersed with highly wrought imaginative idealism caught from a high-strung mood and point of view. Rebecca Harding, now Mrs. Rebecca Harding Davis, whose name in these days enjoys a double significance, belongs to this period. An intimate knowledge of and an intense feeling for the real life she describes, interpenetrated with a clear heroic motive, characterizes this vigorous and brilliant writer who, with a strong grasp of the political situation, could handle the greatest problems of the day and find in them a chance of free play for her artistic and literary skill. Harriet Prescott, in brackets Spofford, with her enthusiastic joy in her subject and artistically embodying with wonderful versatility whatever touched her fancy and feeling, was a writer of the most brilliant promise. There were also Elizabeth Stoddard, the wife of the poet, whose work showed in every touch real strength and a rare race quality. Elizabeth Stuart Phelps, gifted with a deep insight into life, as well as with a power to discern universal spiritual forces behind the machinery of real life, capable of convincing with strength and tenderness the history of men and women and working out from starting point to goal in a way to move deep sympathies. Withal, a hopeful writer and with a play of humor about her subject. Rose Terry Cook, permeated with the New England spirit, who loved to take an unheroic figure, patched and seamed with commonplace instincts, desires, and hopes, and showed us the passion, the pathetic, the broadly human significance, and the actual beauty of an everyday life. Nora Perry, whose stories are touched with much of the fine essence which characterizes her poetry. Gail Hamilton, in whom a capital storyteller and essayist, gifted with a peculiarly enjoyable quality of humor, was lost in the didactic writer and politician. Mrs. Louise Chandler Moulton, a poet but a graceful prose writer as well. Susan Coleridge, a woman of generous culture and a many-sided author to whom it is a difficult matter to affix a particular cachet, but whom we must claim on the strength of her delightful stories, which, if intended chiefly for girls, have in them so much of that touch of feeling which makes the whole world kin, that they belong to old and young alike. Louisa Alcott, although the author of at least one novel, will be remembered longest as the writer of children's books who went far to realize Thackeray's ideal when he said, quote, "If the gods would give me the desire of my heart, I should write a story which boys would relish for the next few dozen of centuries. The boy critic loves the story, grows up to love the author who wrote the story." Unquote. Mrs. Mary Mapes Dodge is another of our authors whose flights go hither and thither and who has written the immortal Hans Brinker. Mrs. Frances Hodgson Burnett possesses a talent whose free expansion has given her an enviable preeminence as a novelist, a dramatist, a short story writer, and a writer for children, and no more original, vital, fruitful work than her, The Lass o' Lowries, has been known in America. We must not forget Julia Fletcher, whose transcriptions of travel made picturesque backgrounds for love stories. Blanche Willis Howard, and the author of An Earnest Trifler, which we must link with One Summer, since both books were so brimful of the charm of youth and the happy inconsequent enjoyment born of pleasant weather and happy idleness. Mrs. Helen Hunt Jackson was a writer in many fields, but above all a novelist of quick intelligence, lucid, penetrative, and absolutely sincere, with a sincerity which grasps the heart and conscience of the reader. Harriet Waters Preston is also a brilliant, many-sided author who has lavished without stint the treasures of her wit, fancy, experience, and rare scholarship in many directions. Her early novels, Is That All? And A Romance of the 19th Century, and later those in which Miss Louise Dodge was collaborateur, A Year in Eden and The Two Guardians, are all alike full of charm, humor, and far-reaching insight. Mrs. Catherine McDowell, in brackets Sherwood Bonner, was a writer of high promise, winning laurels which she had too little chance in her brief life to wear. In Constance Fenimore Woolson, we have a rare artist besides a most admirable novelist. Her books show a fine balance of powers, invention, breadth of sympathy, human force and charm, with a felicitous truth in description and richness of local color. Our list grows long, but there are still to be enumerated writers like Mrs. Adeline D.T. Whitney, than whom no writer of girls and women has pressed sweeter and nobler ideals of life upon them. Mrs. Jane G. Austen, who yields to few New England writers in excellence and whose historical novels light up dim places of history, vividly reproducing the men and women who made the Massachusetts colony a beacon light. Mrs. M. H. Catherwood, also a successful historical romancer, who perhaps has chosen in the diversity of races, types, and religions of early Canada even a richer field than the home of the Pilgrims and Puritans. Mrs. Amelia E. Barr, a versatile storyteller of unfailing popularity. Mrs. Annis L. Wister, the adapter and translator of German novels, who possesses the art known to few translators of giving to her work a spontaneity, ease of movement, and felicity of truth surpassing that of the original. Mrs. Sarah Butler Wister, whose stories, rare as angels' visits, evinces a subtle artistic quality with a perfection of technique rarely rivaled. Miss Frances Courtney Baylor, a Virginian, whose abundant wit plays over her subject and helps her characters to take shape and live, breathe, and have their being before our eyes. Mrs. Burton Harrison, also a Virginian, whose love of the South gives her Southern stories a color and sincerity and attractiveness which belong to the generous allusions which are a part of tradition and inheritance, and whose clear-eyed knowledge of the world finds free play in her novels of New York life, where she wields the sword of Saladin, cleaving through the silken meshes of the flimsy fashion of this world. Mrs. Van Rensselaer Crudger and Mrs. John Sherwood, New York women, whose books show clear insight and clever renditions of a full experience. Charles Egbert Craddock, in brackets Miss Murphy, one of whose many triumphs was to win the laurels as a man which she was to wear as a woman. A novelist of great power, whose work has reinforced and enriched all literature with the freshness belonging to wild nature and altitudes of unspoiled human feeling. And in this group of writers we must not fail to include the lamented Emma Lazarus, the author of Allied, a novel of much insight, but chiefly a poet of high distinctive gifts, in whom the genius of race met the genius of temperament. In all these writers of fiction, each with her own specific gifts, her own specific way of seeing, thinking, and feeling, each offering a different phase of experience, a different intellectual quality, a different spiritual insight, and making a different appeal to sympathy, we are yet conscious of the same idealistic impulse. The idealism which is the gauge of their essence as individuals with minds, hearts, and souls, and the pledge of artistic and literary development. Yet it may still be seen that the imaginative powers, at first, if powerfully, sometimes crudely stirred, have ripened along with the judgment, and that more and more the artistic bent is towards objectivity. That is towards original, vital, fruitful modern art, the faithful representation of one's self and one's milieu. Whether the full meed of praise of this growing love of the common human nature about us is due to Mr. Howells, to whose wide and serene vision as a critic we owe so much, or whether he has influenced his contemporaries chiefly by his being, like them, pliant to the tendencies and conditions of the epoch, we will not here and now try to decide. It is, however, certain that youthful writers less and less attempt to soar on artificial wings, and find their best power in keeping close to the life about them, with its elementary joy and pathos, its human significance, its touches of common things. It is to be doubted, however, whether women writers will ever be called realists in the sharply defined sense of the term. They may be modern, they may be local, they may be naturalistic. But led by the essential need of being womanly, they are optimistic and somber, and inflexible realists they are not likely to become. And, Mrs. Margaret Deland might say, let realism utter its final word, yet the things which are truest and most actual in existence are the intuitions which come to us from afar and take us back to the cause of phenomena as a sunbeam leads us to the sun. In Mrs. Deland's books we note two distinct features, both essential and both always present. The first, the pretty and graceful play of comedy, which finds its motive in the love affairs of people past their youth. And second, the quickening into higher life of moral and spiritual forces, which makes of average men and women martyrs, heroes, and saints. Even Miss Sarah Orne Jewett and Miss Mary E. Wilkins, in whose work nature seems often to have taken the pen from the author's hand to tell its own story, obtain not only their large and complete, but their carefully detailed and beautifully balanced effects by careful selection and choice. It might be pleasant if we had space to note fully the resemblances and contrasts between these two writers who, starting with the same subject and the same point of view, yet actually display such different methods of attaining their end. Miss Jewett surpassing in charm, in artistic characterization, in the power of pressing gently and surely into the heart, drawing out the whole man or woman she describes, and without any particular story giving us the deep meaning of a whole life's history. Miss Wilkins always admirably equipped with a story, and with a sure knowledge of how to tell that story, seemingly to disregard mere accessories, and to seize only the vital and essential, lingering on no felicities of description, ignoring the picturesque, yet missing no effect which gives shape and reality to the picture, which clearly cut and luminous presented to every faculty of the reader. Admirable and vivid, too, is the work of Octave Thanet, who always, so far resembling Miss Wilkins, finds the shortest road to a good story by instinct, never loses her way, and goes through difficult places with marvelous ease. She is one of a group of magazinists who find ample room in the shortest of sketches to show dramatic phases of life in the South and West. It would be no easy matter to round off and complete the list of clever writers who offer from month to month and from year to year work excellent in motive and striking in execution. Yet we must find space to mention the author of Jerry, Maria Louise Poole, Mary Halcock Foote, Maud Howe Elliott, Amanda M. Douglas, G. M. McClelland, Kate Gannett Wells, Clara Louise Burnham, Kate Douglas Wiggin, with her delightful gift of fun and wit, and Mrs. Lydia Hoyt Farmer, the author of valuable works on many different subjects, and one of whose novels, A Night of Faith, called out a generous tribute of praise from Mr. Gladstone, from whom she received an autograph letter, and Amalie Rives Chandler, who set out in a precocious career with an exuberance of talent. Novels and stories, being as they are, beyond any other form of literature, quote, a criticism of life, unquote, novelists and story writers must remain a permanent and even a growing force as long as society lasts. Certain typical forms of fiction belong to each decade. The spread of scientific knowledge, new social theories, the increase of wealth and luxury, aesthetic and artistic revivals, all these influences by turn play their part and pass. It is in the elementary facts of life, in the history of men and women, of the family, that the artist finds the open and at the same time the everlasting secret of art. End of section 21, read by AliceStein.
Section 22 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women Journalists in America by Susan E. Dickinson. Associate Editor, Scranton Truth. The work of American women in journalism began very nearly at the same time that American journalism itself had birth. For the first newspaper published in the colonies was the Massachusetts Gazette and Newsletter, and after the death of its editor, his widow, Margaret Craper, edited it in spirited manner and with great success for many years. It was the only paper published in Boston that did not suspend publication when Boston was besieged by the British. If other women engaged in newspaper work during the early twilight time, as it may be called, before sunrising, of the American press, they were content to let the results appear anonymously. But there were probably few or none of these, because other fields of literary labor offered better rewards, as the names of Eliza Leslie, Catherine M. Sedgwick, and their compeers will show. In 1827, Mrs. Lydia Maria Child entered upon her long and successful career as editor, magazinist, and author by establishing in Boston the Juvenile Miscellany, the earliest children's magazine in America, if not the world. During the 8 years in which she conducted this periodical, some of the best-known writers of a rather late time made their debut in it. In 1841, Mrs. Child transferred her work to the newspaper field by taking entire editorial charge of the weekly American Anti-Slavery Standard published in New York. When, late in the next year, her husband's restored health enabled him to become her coadjutor on that paper, she began the brilliant series of Letters from New York to the Boston Courier, which have never been surpassed by any later comer into the rich field of newspaper correspondence. After 1846, her vigorous and thoughtful mind was used to enrich permanent American literature. She was not the only woman who in the 30s and earlier 40s of the century was doing good and noble work upon the press. Mrs. Ann S. Steffens, who also edited Peterson's Magazine through all that time and longer, from 1837 to 1867, was editorial contributor to the New York Express and its literary editor until Mrs. Elizabeth F. Elliott succeeded her in 1857. Miss Cornelia Wells Walter was proving in Boston on the transcript that no man could more successfully conduct a great journal. Margaret Fuller was adding to her laurels gained on the scholarly dial by creating for Horace Greeley the literary and critical department of the newly established New York Tribune and placing it at high water mark. Grace Greenwood, then Miss Sarah J. Clark, afterwards Mrs. Lippincott, came like young Lochinvar out of what was then the West, and was welcomed by a public which already knew Mrs. Child as a worthy co-worker in the line of vigorous, thoughtful, original correspondence, in which she has held her own ever since. Mrs. Jane D. Swisshelm was making in Pittsburgh the first Spirit of Liberty and then the Saturday Visitor papers that rivaled in influence the best Eastern ones, with Mrs. Frances D. Gage as co-laborer. Mrs. C.I.H. Nichols was successfully editing a political paper, the Windham County Democrat, in Vermont. These were the pioneers, the youngest two of whom, Miss Walter, now Mrs. Richards, and Grace Greenwood, we are grateful to still have with us. So also are not a few of those who followed them between 1848 and the beginning of the Civil War into the ranks of journalism. Gail Hamilton as editorial contributor to the National Era, Paulina Wright Davis, Caroline H. Dahl as editors, Jenny June, Mrs. Crawley, as correspondent and the inventor of the syndicate system, which has since grown to such dimensions, are the best known of these, and the last name continues her editorial work today, having been crowned with honors through her whole career. The year of 1861 through 5, which brought women to the front in the sanitary commission work and care for the soldiers in field and hospital, and opened a new era in the way in which women thenceforth took their places in almost every department of the world's work, leading on its advance in many lines of spiritual and practical process, brought, among other things, many new women workers into newspaper labors. The New York Tribune, on which Margaret Fuller had done such noble work in its early days, welcomed them to its editorial columns as well as to its departments of literature and correspondence. So did the New York Independent, the St. Louis Republican, and the Philadelphia Press. And the daily papers of all the great eastern seaboard cities, and of those upon the lakes and in the rapidly growing Northwest, made haste to follow in the same line. Of those who then won distinguished rank in journalism, Mary Clemmer Hudson, the most famous of women Washington correspondents, whom no masculine rival or co-worker exceeded in breadth and power of handling great public questions and describing great events, and Mrs. Mary Burnham Fiske, have gone over to the majority. So also has Mittie Morgan, unique in her personality, and also for year after year in her work, although recently she has had 2 or 3 successors. So also has Anna Brewster, who made Rome and southern Italy familiar and beloved of thousands of American readers. So likewise has Mary L. Booth, the brilliant and thoroughly accomplished editor for more than 20 years from its first number of Harper's Bazaar, the leader in what has grown to be almost an army of papers and departments of papers for the home, for the cultivating and enriching of every department of domestic life. Almost simultaneously with the Bazaar, the Revolution had birth in New York, followed immediately by the Women's Journal in Boston, both of these being dedicated to the cause of woman suffrage and to that of woman's advancement, her higher education, the opening to her of all avenues of employment into which she elected to go, and of just and equal compensation therein, and of the blotting out of all laws from the statute books that work injustice to wives and mothers during the husband's life or at his death. Both did work which resulted in making paths easy and pleasant for later workers to follow, where those who made the paths had no such easy time. The newspaper women of today, women in the liberal professions, the young women and girls rejoicing in wide-open collegiate and university doors, and in the sight of others preparing to follow. The wives whose earnings can no longer be legally snatched from them, and their little ones by heads of the family who choose to take and dissipate them. All of these may well remember gratefully the women who opened the way for them. And of these were the editors of the Revolution, Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, and those who gave their money to support its publication, while the public was still deriding it or fighting it. Anna Dickinson, who also did such magnificent work for her sex upon the Lycean platform, and George Francis Train, who always believed in a fair field and full opportunity for women. And with these, all women should honor the name of the chief editor of the Women's Journal, Lucy Stone. Like Mrs. Stanton and Miss Anthony, one of those who bore the brunt of public ridicule and opposition in the early battle for women's rights to equal opportunities of education and of paying work, and all of whom in waging that battle did honor by their own achievements to woman's intellect and heart. The Woman's Journal still carries on its work, and it is now, and has for years, a number of coadjutors, of which the Woman's Tribune, published by Mrs. Colby in Washington, D.C., and in Beatrice, Nebraska, is best known to readers in all parts of the country. The Working Woman, also published in Washington by Mrs. Charlotte Smith, for many years one of the best-known newspaper editors in the Mississippi Valley, holds a position of its own, as indicated by its title, with very valuable special features. One of these is the publication, monthly, of the patents taken out for new inventions by women. There are especially in various sections of our Great West and Southwest too many of this distinctive class of paper, holding the ballot to be the key which alone can set wide open the doors of the Temple of Justice to make it possible to name them all. What is to be noted is that they have outlived the days both of ridicule and of denunciation, and reached those of respectable attention. Centennial Year 1876, which marked a new era of advancement in many directions for the nation, dating from the Great Exposition in Philadelphia, broadened, among other things, the newspaper field for woman. The New Century, the woman's paper published on the Exposition grounds that year, had much to do with this. And many women began their journalistic work as correspondents there for papers scattered all over the country, giving graphic accounts of what was to be seen at the great fair for readers who could not go thither. Today, women form the majority of foreign correspondents. Their letters from every corner almost of Europe and many of Asia, and often from South American countries, from Mexico, and from their own western frontier towns, have become too familiar to the reading public to excite surprise or comment that it is a woman who is making adventurous or perilous journeys and recording events and scenery. The great syndicates which have come into being, the natural outgrowth of the idea first thought of and carried out by Miss Crawley, number probably as many women as men in their lists of workers, and there is nothing in the wide range of special topics and of fresh, original subjects or descriptions in which they have not made their mark and high reputation. Next to the suffrage papers, those published in the interest of the temperance cause have enlisted the aid of numbers of cultivated women who might otherwise never have been attracted to newspaper labor. The names of the most widely known leaders in the Christian Temperance Union will be recalled at once: Frances E. Willard and her sister-in-law, Mrs. Mary Willard, Mrs. Matilda B. Carse, and the two so recently gone from work to reward, Julia Ames and Mary Allen West. But there are also in nearly every state and territory of the Union state press superintendents and their assistants in districts who are accomplishing much in newspaper columns and departments. It is sometimes said in print, even by men who ought to know better if they do not, that the number of associate editors on vigorous daily papers, women who deal in the editorial columns with all the great political and social questions of the day, is too few to be worth noting, which simply is a serious mistake. If it were the fashion for all daily and weekly papers to print the names of their editors and associate editors at the head of their columns, that idea would very speedily vanish out of view. This list does not include either those who are simply editors of special departments. That is entirely different work. In department work, as editors of weekly editions or as reporters, there is not a large daily paper in New York that has not at least 4 or 5 women workers, and the same holds true of Boston, Chicago, and other large cities, and in constantly increasing numbers in small cities and growing boroughs. As for the number of country papers in which a goodly share of the editing is done by women of the proprietor's family, or by bright girls graduated from high schools and setting type in the offices, this is continually increasing. And the important thing noticeable is that while they neglect no local news, nor the political nor agricultural columns, they are steadfastly increasing the worth of the home sheet for all members of the home, making it more valuable alike for the instruction and the pleasure of the family circle. Nothing makes so evident the fact that journalism in all its branches grows increasingly attractive to thoughtful and to enterprising women as the rapid growth within a decade of women's press associations. The first was formed in Washington in 1882, growing out of an experimental organization by a few correspondents residing there. The Ladies' Press Club, formed the year before. This parent association carries the title of the Woman's National Press Association and has grown from a mere nucleus of membership into a large one and into an exceedingly prosperous condition. In May 1885, an association which at first took the same title as the Washington one was formed in New Orleans, but it soon admitted foreign associate members and changed its name to the International. It had a goodly number of members from the beginning, Louisiana being the leader in the South and becoming accustomed to the responsible work of women in journalism. The Times-Democrat and the Picayune being both for many years chiefly owned and controlled by women, as are also several papers of importance and great influence in other towns. In July of the same year, 1885, the Western Association of Writers was formed, including both men and women workers in the central Mississippi and Missouri valleys. And November of that year saw also the organization of the New England Women's Press Association, commencing with almost 100 members. Not long after came the Illinois Women's Press Association, probably with not much less membership, and Ohio followed with another as large, divided into 2 branches, the Cincinnati and Cleveland ones. Michigan came next, and Iowa, Minnesota, and others have followed. The most surprising and rapid growth of all is that of the Woman's Pacific Coast Press Association, formed in 1890, including newspaper women of California, Washington, Oregon, and Utah, possibly with scattered members in the territories. 4 numbers, energy, resolute progress, and faithfulness to high ideals of newspaper work, it takes its place behind no association whatever of workers of either sex in the journalistic profession. In the South, following Louisiana, Georgia has its Women's Press Association, and in Texas, where there are also a goodly number of bright women newspaper workers, there are members of the same association with their professional brethren of the state. In November of 1891, a meeting was held in Boston to form a federation of women's press clubs, and a permanent organization was effected, with Mrs. Sally Joy White of Boston as president. Mrs. Martha D. Lincoln of Washington City, D.C., as Vice President, Mrs. E.G.C. Edholm of the Pacific Coast as Recording Secretary, Mrs. Elizabeth Merritt Goss of Boston as Corresponding Secretary, Miss Fannie H. Ralston of Illinois as Treasurer, and Mrs. Belva H. Lockwood of Washington, D.C. as Auditor. At this meeting, a message was received of Mrs. Potter Palmer, urging cooperation of press women for and at the Columbian Exposition. Reports were read from state associations, and aid for the Queen Isabella Association also urged and determined on. That the Columbian Exposition will be the means of adding to the numbers and influence of newspaper women in yet larger measure than did the Centennial Exposition of 1876, and in uniting them in closer bonds of friendship and stimulating their loyalty to high ideals for the sake of their chosen profession and their beloved land, is a foregone conclusion. This is the end of Section 22.
Section 23 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hazel Moon. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women in Education and Science. Editorial. Chapter 22. Women in Education and Science. Editorial. Woman's Empire. Holier, more refined. Moulds, moves and sways the fallen, yet God-breathed mind, lifting the earth-crushed heart to hope and heaven. Hail. All the reasonings of men are not worth one sentiment of women. Voltaire. N. The Report of the Commissioner of Education for the year 1888 to 1889. It is stated, regarding teachers and pupils in normal public schools of the United States. Total number of schools reporting, 136. Women teachers in the same, 932. Female pupils, 17,883. Of these, 14,633 were pupils in science and art of teaching, as well as academic and professional. Number of private normal schools reporting, 46. Number of women teachers, 158. Whole number of female pupils in academic and professional department, 1,482. Number of female pupils in science and art of teaching, 1,716. The annual statement of the Honourable W.T. Harris, United States Commissioner of Education, for the year 1890 to 1891, to the Secretary of the Interior, shows that the number of pupils enrolled in the common schools of this country was 13,203,170, and the average daily attendance 8,404,228. There were 363,922 teachers, 122,551 being males, and 241,371 being females. And the total expenditure for the support of the public schools was $148,173,487. The progress of education among the coloured people, chiefly those residing in the former slave states of the Union, is presented in the following statistics. Number of pupils, 1,309,251. Teachers, male, 13,576. Female, 10,1 497. In the Summary of Statistics in the Commissioner's Report for 1888 to 1889 of endowed academies, seminaries, and other private secondary schools for girls, the number of schools in the United States was 290. Number of women teachers, 2,348. Total number of students, 26,497. In the private schools for both sexes, the number in the United States was 737. Number of women teachers, 2,188. Number of girl pupils, 42,923. Summary of Statistics of Institutions for the Higher Instruction of Women. Total number of schools and colleges, 198. Number of women teachers, 1,946. Total number of students, 26,945. A chair of journalism has been established in Rottger's Women's College, New York. Mrs. J.C. Crowley has consented to be the first instructor in that branch. The first prize for the best entrance examination to Chicago University during December was taken by a young coloured woman, a triumph for coeducation and for a rising race. The total number graduated from the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle aggregates 29,030, of which number it is safe to estimate that more than one half are women. Reverend A.D. Mayo, in his valuable work on Southern Women in the Recent Educational Movement, thus sums up the statistics regarding the education of Southern women. According to late authority, there are now in 15 Southern states some 150 schools for the superior instruction of women, of which 50 for the white race are co-educational. Nearly all the superior schools for the coloured race are co-educational. The state universities of Arkansas, Mississippi, Texas, and Kentucky admit women. Tulane University, Louisiana, Rutherford College, North Carolina, U.S. Grant University, Maryville, Carson, Newman, and other colleges in Tennessee, Fort Worth, Southwestern, and Baylor universities, Texas, and Bethany College, West Virginia, are co-educational. Of this number, 44 are reported as non-sectarian, the remainder divided among 10 religious denominations. 8,000 young women are reported in the collegiate department of these institutions, besides large numbers now attending schools of similar grades in northern states. Nearly 100 schools admitting women in the South are authorized by law to confer degrees. 127 of these schools report an income of $335,000. It is reported that in 41 public schools given secondary instruction to girls, in 14 southern states and the District of Columbia, there were, in 1886 to 87, 4,800 female students, with 300 preparing for college. In 82 schools classed as partly public, there were 4,300 girls receiving secondary instruction, of whom 220 were preparing for college. In 288 private schools, 14,500 girls were receiving secondary instruction, of whom 100 were preparing for college. Many of the best schools for girls in the South are of a semi-private character, in charge of superior teachers, with a limited number of pupils, publishing no catalogue and making no special effort at public report. These schools represent what is left of the old-time system of instruction by tutors in the wealthy families of the South, and mark a decided improvement in that type of instruction. Up to 1865, there was no coeducational state university in the South. The intermittent and feeble free schools of the open country offered small attraction, even for the daughters of the poorer classes. The remarkable development of the American Common School through the 16 southern states during the 20 years from 1870 to 1890 must be ascribed very largely to the direct and indirect influence of Southern women. Regarding the persistency of the Southern women to secure the education of their children, the following incident is related by Mr. Mayo. One day, the superintendent of schools of Atlanta was sitting in his office when that good-natured functionary was suddenly called to face a cyclone in the shape of a breezy, bouncing woman who burst upon him with the leading question, "When can my Jane get into school?" With as much calmness as possible in this high wind of indignation, the good major pointed to a long list of names hanging on the wall and said, "There's Jane, and as soon as we get to her, she shall have a seat. But you see that there are hundreds waiting outside, while the city is building schoolhouses every year." "Well," stormed the good lady, "I think such a woman as I have rights in these schools. Didn't I make my husband move to Atlanta, invest $10,000 in his business, and both of us are working like dogs to educate the children, and now Jane can't get in?" "Well, well, good woman, we'll take Jane's case into consideration, and she shall have a seat at the beginning of next term." And the cyclone was deflected without further peril to the pavement. "That woman," said the major, "has 10 children. 8 of them are already disposed of, and Jane came of school age only a week ago. That is the kind of family that is storming the gates of every southern city and town that has established a successful system of common schools. The superior young women of the South are not sitting in sackcloth and ashes, pondering or pouting over any dismal past. They are crowding every open door for advancement in education, art, and literature." In the article in Women's Work in America on Education of Women in the Eastern States by Mary F. Eastman, commenting upon the marvellous change in women's opportunities, now within her reach, in comparison with the meagre advantages of the past, the writer gives this very telling incident. Looking back from the vantage ground of less than a century, most women of nowadays would echo the sentiment of the small boy, one of 4 brothers, who heard a visitor say to his mother, "What a pity one of your boys had not been a girl." Dropping his game to take in the full significance of her words, he called out, "I'd like to know who'd have been her. I wouldn't have been her. Ed wouldn't have been her. Joe wouldn't have been her. And I'd like to know who'd have been her." Kindergartens. The Editorial. The name of Mrs. Kate Douglas Wiggin is indissolubly connected with this important branch of education, on account of her charming stories relating to the subject, notably the pathetic tale in the story of Patsy, and also for her establishment of the kindergarten system in California. Regarding the kindergarten in America, the following is quoted from the Century magazine. Of the 16 American cities with a population of over 200,000 in 1890, only 4, Philadelphia, Boston, Milwaukee and St. Louis, have incorporated the kindergarten on any large scale in their public school systems. 4 more, New York, Chicago, Brooklyn and Buffalo, have kindergarten associations organized to introduce a new method as a part of free education. In San Francisco, kindergartens are maintained with no apparent expectation of uniting them to the free school system. Only Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland and Detroit, among the 7 cities left, the other 3 being Pittsburgh, Washington and New Orleans, are returned as having charitable or religious associations supporting kindergartens. In 1877 to 88, 46 lesser places were named as having 1 or more kindergartens, mostly experimental, connected with public schools. The entire work of providing a special education for children from 3 to 6 years of age is still in this stage in this country. Contrast this with France, where the École maternelle began by Oberlin in 1771 and given new life in 1826 by Madame Millet, have substantially adopted the Froebelin principle and practice, and had in 1887 to 88 an attendance of 741,224, between the ages of 3 and 6. In a population only 2/3 of that of the United States, and having a far smaller proportion of young children. Compared, however, with like movements to secure the education of a class, or the adoption of a new system of teaching, the kindergarten movement may fairly be considered unrivalled in the history of national education. The good Lord could not be everywhere, therefore he made mothers, said the Jewish rabbi, familiar with that type of Jewish motherhood, which in its supreme manifestation at Nazareth has transfigured the office, estimate, and influence of womanhood throughout the civilized world. The cause of these schools, rounding out the work and supplementing the responsibility of mothers, rich or poor, has appealed to the maternal instinct of women, wherever it has been presented. The movement has been essentially theirs. They have led it, supported its schools, officered its associations, and urged its agitation. The same work remains to be done throughout the land. There is not a city, a village, or a hamlet which will not be the better for a kindergarten association. Experience has amply proved that these schools will never be introduced or established save by self-sacrificing pressure. Difficulties have vanished, expenses have been reduced. There is needed only the personal effort indispensable for general success and universal adoption. From the Minneapolis Tribune is taken the following. To save the children of the submerged classes, to supplement the work of the school by personal visits to their homes, is the mission of the charity kindergarten. As a philanthropic and educational agency, it is superior to all others. To attempt to reform older people is to begin at the wrong end of the ladder. The great opportunity lies with the children in those early years when heart and mind are pliable and easily bent in right directions. The kindergarten doubles the school period. The moral influence of kindergarten training on the neglected children of our towns and cities is evidenced by the report from San Francisco, that of the 9,000 children from the other half who have gone through the free kindergartens of the Golden Gate Association in the last 12 years. Only one has ever been arrested for crime. The founders and promoters of kindergartens have been mostly women. After the death of Froebel in 1852, his work was taken up by the Baroness Marienholtz Bülow, who devoted to it her wealth, zeal, and superior intelligence. In Germany, the Dowager Empress Victoria has long been a zealous friend of kindergartens. The pioneers of the movement in this country were the two sisters, Elizabeth Peabody and Mrs. Horace Mann. In 1878, Mrs. Quincy A. Shaw founded a system of free kindergartens in Boston, supported by herself. 5 years later, they were transferred to the free school system of that city, being 14 in number. Benevolent ladies in St. Louis, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and other large cities soon engaged in this work, which has spread widely. In 1870, the whole United States had only 5 free kindergartens. There are now over 3,000, 1/6 of which are connected with the public schools. There are also 118 kindergarten associations, but as yet the kindergarten has but a small part in our public school system. Less than 1/5 of 1% of the children who are receiving elementary instruction in our free schools have had the prior advantage of kindergarten training. Born in Switzerland, a republic, the free kindergarten has proved itself peculiarly adapted to republican institutions. France has more children in kindergartens than all the other countries combined. From the growth of the movement among us, the United States bids fair to rival in this respect her sister republic. In this department of our souvenir, Miss Eliza Hardy Lord contributes an admirable article upon women as teachers, and Mrs. Kate Gannett Wells writes with the authoritative knowledge of the normal schools of Massachusetts. Professor Anne Morgan presents the higher uses of liberal education, and Gail Hamilton sketches with her usual vigorous strokes an American Queen. Mrs. Frances Fisher Wood contributes an appreciative portrait of Maria Mitchell, which is admirably supplemented by Miss Helen Leah Reid in women's work at the Harvard Observatory. End of section 23. Read by Hazel Moon, Stornoway, 30th of March, 2025.
Section 24 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Women as Teachers. A Record of Beginnings by Eliza Hardy Lord, late Dean of the Women's College of Cleveland, Ohio. The work of the woman teacher in America began in the dame school of the faraway colonial days, where she taught the little children gathered about her to read from the New England Primer and sometimes to recite the shorter catechism. The scanty records of those days throw very little light upon the subject of schools or teachers, but little is enough to show the small advance for the century and a half between the time when in the town of Woburn, Mass., 1635, Joseph Wright's wife and Allen Converse's wife were able to divide between them no pounds, 10 shillings, and no pence for the year's work. And in the year 1790, when in the thriving town of Newburyport, Massachusetts, 3 or 4 schools for girls were established to learn them good manners and proper decency of behavior. In addition to the essentials, they were to be taught spelling and reading sufficient to read the Bible, and, if the parents desired it, needlework and knitting. Footnote: Woman's Work in America, chapter on education in the Eastern States. To this work the writer is indebted for facts in connection with the schools of the East and South. End footnote. Hedged in by an immense tradition, womankind had seemed condemned to a perpetual childhood, and it was not until the closing decades of the 18th century, when we had become a nation, that opportunities for the education of girls were offered beyond the merest rudiments. Even then, girls of more than 9 years of age were not allowed to attend the public schools, and the private schools offered little more, though the teachers were often women of much refinement. For this barren period in the history of women's education, let Mrs. Abigail Adams, the wife of President John Adams, speak. Born in 1744, of illustrious descent and into one of the most cultured families, she writes in her old age, when past 70, the only chance for much intellectual improvement in the female sex was to be found in the families of the educated class and in occasional intercourse with the learned of the day. Whatever useful instruction was received in the practical conduct of life came from maternal lips, and what of farther mental development depended more upon the eagerness with which the casual teachings of daily conversation were treasured up than upon any labor expended purposely to promote it. Female education in the best families went no farther than writing and arithmetic, and in some few rare instances, music and dancing. Footnote: see biography of Mrs. Adams by her grandson, Charles Francis Adams. End footnote. To the Moravians of Pennsylvania belongs the honor of founding in 1749 the first private institution to give girls better advantages than they could get in the public schools. Its methods were thorough and systematic, and from it came teachers for the schools of more than one state who carried its painstaking methods into their own work. The success of this experiment led to the founding of the Philadelphia Female Academy, which held commencement exercises as early as 1794. The cause of women's education did not lack its earnest advocates. Among them Reverend William Woodbridge and Reverend Joseph Emerson of New England, and Doctors Morgan and Rush of Philadelphia were eminent. It was due to such men as these that the closing decades of the 18th century saw a marked advance in public sentiment, with the result that academies were opened throughout the northern and eastern states, which gave to girls far wider opportunities than had been deemed possible to the most visionary women of the old days. In the schools and under the influence of more enlightened sentiment were trained the women teachers who were to have a marked influence on their sex in the United States. First among women of the era was Mrs. Elma Hart Willard, who was born in Berlin, Connecticut, 1787, of the best New England stock, and into a family where culture of mind and heart went hand in hand. From her earliest years, she showed unusual independence of thought and strength of character. She began to teach at 17, and from the first was eminently successful. But the great work of her life began in 1814, when, to relieve the pecuniary embarrassment of her husband, and, as she says, to keep a better school than those about me, she opened a school at her house at Middlebury, Vermont. She brought to her task a wise enthusiasm and great patience in working out its details. She studied constantly to improve herself and to develop better methods of instruction, spending from 10 to 15 hours daily in discharge of her duties and in study. As her biographer, Dr. John Lord, says, her profession was an art. She loved it at Palestrina, loved music, and Michelangelo loved paintings, and it was its own reward. Her disadvantages were great and most keenly felt. She wrote, "The professors of the college attended my examinations, although I was advised by the president that it would not be becoming in me, nor a safe precedent, if I should attend theirs. So, as I had no teachers in learning my new studies, I had no model in teaching or examining them. But I had faith in the clear conclusions of my own mind. I knew that nothing could be truer than truth, and hence I fearlessly brought to examination the classes to which had been taught the studies I had just acquired. My neighborhood to Middlebury College made me feel bitterly the disparity in educational facilities between the two sexes, and I hoped if the matter was once set before the men as legislators, they would be ready to correct the error." In 1818, after 4 very successful years, she determined to appeal to the public, and accordingly presented an address to the New York legislature. The views set forth, though familiar to all in our day, were revolutionary to her contemporaries, though she by no means revealed all her hopes. To quote her own words, "I knew I should be regarded as visionary, almost to insanity, should I utter the expectations that I secretly entertained." She asked the state to endow institutions for its daughters as it had for its sons, and to no longer leave them to become the prey of private adventurers, the result of which has been to make the daughters of the rich frivolous and those of the poor drudges. She claims that reason and religion teach that women are primary existences, and it is for us to move in the orbit of our duty around the holy center of perfection, the companions, not the satellites, of men. Lest she should seem to unsex women by conforming too much to the sterner methods for the education of men, she sketches what a seminary for women should be. She says, "It would be desirable that young ladies should spend part of their Sabbaths in hearing discussions relative to the peculiar duties of their sex, and recommends changes in scientific textbooks to adapt them to the intelligence of female pupils, while she considers domestic instructions important." The time was ripe for the gradual perfecting of her plans. Not only did Governor DeWitt Clinton, a statesman of the broadest type, favor them, but John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, with other men of note, wrote letters commending them, so that the clear convictions of her own mind were reinforced by the opinions of the ablest men of the day, and she had courage to wait for the time when prejudice would give place to enlightened public action. The result of her appeal to the legislature was that her seminary, now removed to Waterford, New York, was placed on the list of institutions which shared the literary fund. It was at this school a young lady was examined in geometry, which fact called forth a storm of ridicule. Later, when a bill granting $2,000 had passed the Senate, but failed in the lower house, the people of Troy, New York, came to her rescue and raised $4,000 by a tax and a subscription for a building, to which she came in 1821. This was the Troy Female Seminary so justly celebrated. The advanced curriculum of the school included the higher mathematics and natural philosophy. Her conviction that young women are capable of applying themselves to the higher branches of knowledge as well as young men was abundantly proven in the 30 years of her career as teacher, with the result to permanently raise the standard of their education. Of the 5,000 pupils who came under her instruction, 1 in 10 became teachers. More than 200 graded Troy seminaries are now reckoned, extending to South America and Athens, Greece. Half the number are in southern states, and 2/3 confer degrees. Footnote: Woman's Work in America. End footnote. Notable among teachers nearly contemporary with Miss Willard were Miss Catherine Fisk, New Hampshire, Mrs. Grant and Miss Lyon of Massachusetts, Miss Catherine Beecher of Connecticut, and the Mrs. Longstreet of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Miss Fisk, for 23 years to her death, 1836, carried on a school in which she received 2,500 pupils in a course of study which embraced botany, chemistry, astronomy, and Watts on the mind. Miss Catherine Beecher, first at Hartford from 1822 to 32, and later at Cincinnati, Ohio, conducted schools where Latin and calisthenics were included in the course of study. Endowed with the extraordinary individuality of her family, she gave to her work a character quite her own. She wrote textbooks on mental and moral philosophy and theology, and unless she should seem to have soared beyond the true sphere of woman, she published a domestic receipt book. Footnote: Woman's Work in America. End footnote. The most notable woman of this group was Mary Lyon, who was born in central Massachusetts in 1797. A teacher first in the little schoolhouses among the hills, then a student under Reverend Joseph Emerson at Byfield Academy, and afterward associated with Miss Grant at Derry, New Hampshire. And at Ipswich Academy, Massachusetts, she undertook a work which has been no less far-reaching than that of Mrs. Willard. This was the conception and establishing of a school which shall put within reach of students of moderate means such opportunities that the wealthy cannot find better ones. To accomplish this, she worked against great odds. She met ridicule in high places and doubt and indifference on all sides. By personal appeal and influence, she raised the few $1,000s necessary to carry out her plan, often receiving subscriptions for so small a sum as 50 cents. In 1834, she brought her plan before the Massachusetts General Session. A doctor of divinity made haste to say, "You see how this method has utterly failed. Let this page of divine providence be attentively considered in relation to this matter." But, in spite of discouragement and opposition, in 1837, Mount Holyoke Seminary was opened in the beautiful Connecticut Valley, and another step was taken in bringing education to women. The terms for 15 years were $60 for a year of 40 weeks, the pupils doing most of the work of the house. Life was ordered in a spirit of religious fervor and was almost ascetic in its severity. Miss Lyon's plans were to make the course equal to that for admission to college and to advance from these small beginnings. It was her hope to include in it Latin and the modern languages, but it was 10 years before Latin could appear in the course, though it was optional from the beginning. In 1877, after the lapse of 40 years, French also became a regular study. So slowly did public opinion and prejudice give way. The spirit of the seminary has always been one of high moral and religious enthusiasm, and its graduates have gone out to the world carrying with them the spirit of its founder, and like institutions have been established in Turkey, Spain, Persia, Japan, and in Cape Colony, South Africa, and in our own country from ocean to ocean, including the Cherokee Seminary, founded by John Ross in the Indian Territory in 1850. Probably no two women have so influenced the education of their sex in America as Mrs. Willard, whose work advanced the higher education by at least a quarter of a century, and Miss Lyon, who inaugurated a system by which the benefits of education can be brought to women of narrow means. Footnote: It is very certain that but for Mrs. Willard, for years of patient work and struggle, that at least for another quarter of a century, no such concessions would have been made even to such a demand. Reverend E.B. Huntington, in Sketch of Mrs. Willard, 1888. End footnote. In the West, it was graduates of Troy Seminary, Mount Holyoke, and kindred institutions who established seminaries and conducted the best private schools, laying broad and deep the foundations of culture for the women who have carried on the work very nobly. It was women graduated from Oswego, New York, who opened the first normal schools in the West and raised the standard of professional training for the common schools. But the Western spirit of large liberality and untiring energy is all its own. Nowhere have such generous endowments been given to found institutions of learning, and nowhere have women shared so fully in the benefits of the higher education. This equality in the training of men and women in institutions of higher grade must result in making better teachers of women and in a fairer remuneration for their services. In this manner of more equal compensation to men and women for like services in the schools, we find the states of the West taking the lead, California being among the first. Through the gifted sister and associate of Mrs. Willard, Mrs. Elmira Lincoln Phelps, principal of the Patapsco Institute near Baltimore, the system of the Troy Seminary was introduced in the South and at once raised the standard of girls' schools. Footnote: Mrs. Willard, Mrs. Phelps, and Maria Mitchell were the first 3 women members of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Mrs. Phelps read several papers before the association and was the author of textbooks on botany, chemistry, geology, and mental philosophy. End footnote. But to the Moravians in the South, as in the North, belongs the honor of inaugurating a system of thorough, if elementary, training for girls. In 1834, they opened the Salem Academy in the northwestern part of North Carolina. Between 6,000 and 7,000 pupils have been educated in this school. Says the author of Education in North Carolina, the influence of the Salem Academy has been widespread. For many years it was the only institute in the South for female education. A great many of its alumni have become heads of seminaries and academies, carrying the thorough and painstaking methods of this school into their own institutions. It is probably owing to the Salem Academy that preparatory institutions for the education of girls are more numerous in the South and, as a rule, better equipped than are similar institutions for boys. With the War of 1812, the spirit of national patriotism was born, and the conviction that the safety of the Republic lay in educating the masses led to what has been aptly termed the revival of education. Footnote: The Revival of Education, an address to the Normal Association, Bridgewater, Massachusetts, August 8, 1855, by Reverend Samuel J. May, Syracuse, New York. End of footnote. One of the results of this movement we have seen in the support given to Mrs. Willard, and another very fruitful result is found in the development of the normal school, in which we find the first impulse toward a higher standard of teaching in the public schools. Footnote: See Rise and Growth of the Normal School Idea in the United States by J.P. Gordy, Professor of Pedagogy in Ohio University, Athens, Ohio, Bureau of Education, 1892. End footnote. But it was many years before the efforts of men whose names are a national inheritances were brought to a successful issue. Footnote: Professor Denison Olmsted, DeWitt Clinton, Horace Mann, William Ellery Channing Gallendeb, and Reverend Charles Brooks were among them. Mr. Brooks drove in his chaise over 2,000 miles to present the subject at his own cost to the people. End footnote. In 1838, the first normal school was opened at Lexington, Massachusetts. The more famous and influential school at Oswego, New York, in 1861. For the first 20 years in Massachusetts, 87% of the graduates were girls. From the beginning, women proved themselves able both as students and teachers, but it was 30 years before they took their places as principals. Footnote: See Professor Gordy's report. End footnote. On the inauguration of Miss Anne E. Johnston as principal of the State Normal School at Framingham, Massachusetts, in 1866, ex-Governor Washburne said, "I congratulate you that by the experiment this day inaugurated, your sex is at last to have one fair field in which to vindicate the confidence which the Board of Education, in behalf of the state, have that in the learning and skill and patriotic sentiment of her daughters the Commonwealth is to share an element of moral power which has never before been fully developed." The free states of Greece did not lose their independence so much from the lack of intelligence and love of liberty in their men as for the want of the influence, the counsel, and equal companionship of women. In their next annual report, the visitors said, "In one thing the visitors of the Framingham School take special satisfaction in offering this, their report of its condition the last year, and that is in the entire success of its management by a female principal and female assistants." Footnote: See Professor Gordy's report. End footnote. And this verdict can be pronounced of normal schools in charge of women in all parts of the United States, for in no department of education have they done better work. The kindergarten from the beginning in this country has belonged to woman's kingdom, and though here more than elsewhere there has been much humbug and misunderstanding of methods, the results have been in the main satisfactory. From the time of its introduction by Miss Elizabeth Peabody and Mrs. Horace Mann early in the 60s, there has been constant advance in methods and their applications to the needs of American children. Miss Blow and Miss Conway of the South and Mrs. Comper of San Francisco are names that occur to all in connection with the initiative work, while many laboring for the poor in the free kindergartens of our large cities or for more fortunate children with remarkable results must go nameless for want of space. At present, in the schools of the East and West, the large majority of teachers are women. Footnote: Latest educational reports. End footnote. This superiority in numbers of women to men dates from the beginning of the Civil War, when by the voluntary enrollment of large numbers of young men who were teaching, their places were taken by women, and women have continued to hold them, not by virtue of superiority or fitness, though in many cases this will not be disputed, but chiefly because the remuneration is so small as to make it impossible for men to choose teaching as a profession. Footnote. In 1862, the superintendent of Ohio schools estimates that 5,000 teachers in that state had entered the Army. New York sent 3,000 of her teachers. Educational Report, 1889. Latest educational reports. End footnote. No one can study the reports and records of teachers or observe carefully the history of schools without being convinced that in spite of imperfect training and most imperfect methods and the evil political influence in the administration of public schools, the majority of women are conscientious in the routine work of teaching and self-sacrificing in their devotion to its interest, and that their influence is for the building up of moral character in their pupils. Before drawing this brief sketch to a close, attention must be called to the remarkable educational movement now going on in the South. In its vitality and extent, it can only be likened to the awakening of 1812 in the North, with this difference, that whereas men were most active in the earlier, women are the guiding spirits and workers in the later movement. In his admirable report, Southern Women in the Recent Educational Movement in the South, Reverend A.D. Mayo says, "If we were to name the one feature of Southern life which during a 12 years ministry of education that has been a virtual residence with and study of Southern society has compelled our attention, we should without hesitation indicate this: the push to the front of the better sort of Southern young womanhood, everywhere encouraged by the sympathy, support, sacrifice, toils, and prayers of the superior women of the elder generation at home. It is not always understood by the people who should be in complete sympathy with the movement. But coming it is, more rapidly than ever was known in the development of any society so large and complex, with bright omens of hope and cheer, not only the young womanhood of the South, but laden with a benediction of American life." The interval of time between Dame Murray, whose tombstone on the graveyard opposite Harvard College records the date of 1707, and a woman president of Wellesley, or a principal of Oberlin College, a Maria Mitchell of Vassar, or a woman professor in Chicago University, is a span of more than years. For women, it is a span between two worlds, and yet the change has been wrought almost imperceptibly until within the last quarter of a century, when we see the foundations laid for a new social order in which men and women shall bear equal part. Footnote. Mr. Mayo says there are probably 8,000 colored women teaching in the public schools of the South, and that he never spends an hour in the schoolroom with one of them without feeling that the colored woman has a natural aptitude for teaching, certain to make her a most powerful influence in the future of her race. Mrs. Murray's tombstone bears the following inscription: "This good school dame no longer school must keep, which gives us cause, for children's sake, to weep." This is the end of section 24. Section 25 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Massachusetts Normal Schools by Mrs. Kate Gannett Wells. Member, Massachusetts State Board of Education, author of About People, Miss Curtis, etc. The normal schools of Massachusetts owe their origin to the Ordinance of 1642, which decreed that children should be brought up to learning and labor to understand the principles of religion and the capital laws of the country. Since then, each step in education has been in fulfillment of the broad principle laid down 250 years ago. The Act of 1647 made education not only compulsory, but universal and free. For as much as it was one chief project, that old deluder Satan, to keep men from the knowledge of the Scriptures by persuading from the use of tongues, it was ordered that each town of 100 families should establish and maintain a grammar school in addition to its elementary schools. As this was the first law ever passed in favor of free, compulsory education, Massachusetts claims the honor of having originated the free public school system. The next step in compulsory legislation dealt with the moral and intellectual qualifications of teachers. Each schoolmaster, even of an elementary grade, was obliged to have a classical education before he could receive a certificate of his ability to teach, though this requisite was abandoned in later years. Within the last century, many acts have been passed only to be abolished, as time has proved their inefficiency. The district system of early date, with its later modifications, was not finally given up until 1882. In 1826, each town was required to elect its school committee, and high schools were established, from which the study of Greek and Latin should be omitted. Yet, as the old-fashioned grammar schools adopted more modern methods and gave up the teaching of the classics, these have crept into the curriculum of the high schools. In 1834, a school fund was formed. In 1884, towns were ordered to provide textbooks and school supplies at public expense. In regard to this last decree, there is still a grave doubt of its wisdom. The enactment of these various laws more and more specialized the functions of a teacher. The schoolmaster was no longer required to serve summonses, lead the Sunday choir, dig graves, and perform other occasional duties. Even as late as 1815, when Samuel R. Hall taught his first school in Bethel, Maine, the dignity of a teacher's position was little realized. It was considered unnatural in him to wish to teach composition, and he was obliged to rehearse his reasons before parents and pupils, and then leave it optional with the latter whether or not on an appointed day each one would hand in a composition. Each one did. A few years later, James G. Carter, who has been called the father of the normal schools, opened a training school in Lancaster, Massachusetts, and in 1837 the bill was drawn providing for the State Board of Education. Horace Mann became its first secretary. He was a man of determined will, an advocate of broad measures, and yet patient in organizing details. The resources of his knowledge were great and varied. Massachusetts is more indebted to him than to any other man for the enormous impetus he gave to education, which enabled her at that time to take the foremost rank in public school matters. Largely through his influence, the normal schools were established, the first in 1839 in Lexington, with Cyrus Pierce as principal, who was so loved that he was always called Father Pierce. As outgrowth of that school, partly contemporary with it, are the 5 normal schools of the state, now situated at Framingham, Worcester, Salem, Bridgewater, and Westfield, respectively. These normal schools, founded in a common purpose, subject to the same courses of study, the same examinations, and length of terms, furnished the apex of our public school system and are the natural supplement to compulsory education in the lower grades. The normal schools hold their own point of numbers from entrance to graduation because its education is desired for the sake of thereby gaining a future livelihood. The pupils come from all ranks of life. The large proportion of them are the children of farmers, mechanics, and small manufacturers. Home training tells when boys and girls representing homes supported by the occupations of skilled labor are brought into competition with their fellow pupils whose fathers are unskilled laborers. Yet, here as everywhere else, wisely directed energy meets with final success. The graduates are scattered throughout the state and far beyond its confines. Numerically, there are not enough of them to meet the demand for teachers. In all the schools there are 2 courses, one of 2 years, another of 4. The principals and the board urge with growing insistence the superior advantages of the 4 years course. A normal school should never be the elementary school, which it is often compelled to be, owing to the deficiencies of its pupils. Pedagogy already constitutes a large part of its training, the best educators recognizing that this is the branch of education which should be specially developed in normal schools. Pedagogy means spirit as well as method, sympathy as well as routine, the analytic and objective method of resolving itself into synthesis, the process of induction corrected by deduction, the art of manner as much as the skill of the voice. In short, pedagogy embraces the attainment of every possible requisite by which a teacher can be taught how to teach, knowledge of subjects being presupposed. Because such knowledge is often lacking, are our normal schools compelled to depart from their high vocations and apply themselves to the furnishing of elementary instruction to their pupils. The normal schools of Massachusetts are arranged so as to offer coeducation, or not, as desired. At Framingham, where Miss Ellen Hyde is principal, only girls are pupils and only women are teachers, with the exception of the singing master. The government of the school is simple and homelike. There are few rules, no marks, ranking, honor rolls, or artificial stimuli of any kind. The 2 boarding houses realize family life. The soft colors of the parlor furniture, the etchings on the walls, the dainty but inexpensive table appointments, the servings of the meals are all marked by taste and refinement. A pupil who on entrance lacks dignity or grace of manner and gentleness of tone soon acquires them under the friendly watchfulness of noble and refined women, whose courtesy does not lessen their scholarly thoroughness or high intellectual standards. The practice school, attended by children of the town, is in the same building with the normal school, with special critic teachers assigned to it by the principal, who gives the pupil teachers as great a variety of work and discipline of classes as is possible. The necessarily constant change in pupil teachers keeps the children so alert that they make up in brightness what they might lose in exactness were it not for the constant presence of trained critics. The normal school at Westfield, James C. Gannett, principal, includes both young men and women, though there are very few of the former. It also has a most pleasant and homelike boarding house. This was the first school to follow the analytic, objective method, requiring the learner to work out his own problems, for all branches of study should be taught with special reference to teaching them to others, according to the laws which control and develop the mind. The largest normal school in numbers is that at Bridgewater. A. G. Bowden, principal. Like Westfield, it has a boarding house and includes both men and women, but the proportion between them is far more equal. Here the sciences receive much attention, study being pursued outdoors in contact with nature. Each teacher and each department is provided with carefully arranged printed series or schedules, which facilitate the work of the principal and serve as topical analysis. The model or practice schools, both here and at Westfield, are excellent. The school at Salem, Daniel B. Hager, principal, is exclusively for girls as day pupils, who at the close of the long morning session return to their homes in the city and surrounding towns. It is conducted in the same general manner as the other schools. The work done is thorough in detail, broad in spirit, and an atmosphere of zeal and kindliness prevails all the departments. The work in physics and chemistry is specially good. The Worcester Normal School is for girls only. It has one dormitory, but the occupants get their meals at the neighbors' homes. Instead of a model school, there is a system of apprenticeship, which consists of a systematic observation of the city public schools and of teaching in them under the joint direction of the city superintendent and the faculty of the normal school. Each student serves in at least 3 grades of schools, reporting upon her experiences to the principal, and at the end of her apprenticeship, returning to the normal for 6 months before obtaining her diploma. Another peculiarity of the school is its method of teaching psychology. Original observation of children is made part of the regular training, not with the purpose of tabulating extraordinary sayings, but of classifying the everyday developments of a child's mind. Records are kept by the pupils of peculiarities of language and gesture, of likes and dislikes, of follies, faults, habits, abilities. These are arranged by the teachers under various headings. Eventually, the most important of them will be published through the interest of Clark University. Observation of children, that is, study of mind, must always lie at the foundation of teaching. In all the schools, manual training is taught, the pupils acquiring mental discipline through handiwork, and also an appreciative sympathy with the industrial world. They make the apparatus which they will need in their future work as teachers, such as insect boxes, cabinets, botany presses, test tube stands, etc. It would be as invidious as untrue to say that one school is better than another, yet these few data may indicate the individual differences among them arising from the locality of the school, the districts and homes from which these students come, and the personal bias or influence of the faculty, for each teacher is first himself. His profession is something assumed by him. The training, model, or practice schools connected with the normal schools have been the most efficient cause of their success and of the prestige which attaches to their graduates as teachers. The first training school in the state was an adjunct of the normal school at Lexington, which is now continued at Framingham. In all such schools, the pupil teachers quickly recognize their deficiencies of method and manner and slowly gain confidence in their future ability. These normal graduates pass from their individual practice schools into the large field of composition and of work in cities, towns, and villages, where they serve as teachers of all grades. To freshen their memories, to serve as reviews of their knowledge, and to learn of new methods of study, they attend institutes, which are a powerful means of maintaining a high standard of teaching. These institutes were organized by the Board of Education in 1845 and have passed through such changes as time has proved necessary. Now they are arranged for small districts, several towns combining in holding one under the direction of an agent of the State Board of Education. One town takes the lead in hospitality and offers its best school building as a place of meeting and its town hall as a room for collation. The local school committee, the district superintendent, and the state agent arranging a program. The evening before the day session, a popular address is delivered. The day work consists of teaching exercises and illustrations of methods given by divisions to various grades of teachers. Primary, intermediate, grammar, and high school sections of an institute having each its appropriate hours. After the hour assigned to each topic is over, the teachers gather around the lecturer, questioning him and comparing notes, enthusiasm being always awakened. The cordiality of the intercourse is as delightful as teachers meet their former masters and tell of their perplexities, or as they hear his fresh statements of some old subject. They realize that knowledge, even in its slightest details, is always broadening. The nature studies, which are now becoming part of each school curriculum, are presented objectively, for only in this way can they be well taught at these institutes and become an inspiration to those teachers who have fallen into fixed or unsatisfactory ways of teaching. From 15 to 20 of these institutes are held each year. In addition to the 5 normal schools of Massachusetts, there is a normal art school, established in 1873, of which George H. Bartlett is the distinguished principal. Primarily, it is a training school for teachers of industrial art, but it also aims to provide for high skill in technical drawing and for industrial art culture. An intense, quiet enthusiasm pervades the school, the pupils, young men and women, emulating, criticizing, encouraging each other. A wonderful spirit of comradeship exists. Though there is a distinct curriculum in the school, the individuality of each instructor gives it a peculiar impetus in each classroom and studio. Class A, that of elementary drawing, is the threshold which each must cross. In entering it, he may decide between a 2-year course, which will simply fit him to teach and supervise drawing in the public schools, and a 4-year course, which will prepare him to teach the broad subject of industrial art. He must produce drawings of various problems, of outline and shade, of details of human, animal, insect, and plant form, of styles of historic ornament, etc. In Class B, he studies advanced perspective, industrial design, historic schools of painting, and has abundant practice in watercolors and oil. But this is a state school for utilitarian ends, so the artist must also be the skilled artisan. Therefore, he enters Class C, makes designs for a house or a public building, gives elevations, sections, and perspective with structural details. He draws to scale a machine and prepares its details for the shop. He puzzles over intersections of solids and projections of shadows. He studies the subtle lines of a boat and learns ship drafting. That he may be thorough, either as artist or artisan, in Class D, he models in clay from flat copy, studies the figure in the round or relief, makes his own models from nature, and casts from piece, sulfur, or gelatin mold. The work done at the school is simply extraordinary, conducted in a quiet but effective manner. Out of its harmony of growth have arisen specialists whose reputation, as it reflects back upon the source of their training, is creating a full appreciation of it by the general public, by artisans and by artists. In conclusion, it can be truly said that our normal schools give an accurate knowledge of the topics to be taught in the public schools, of the natural objective method of teaching, and of the right motives to employ in controlling children and awakening their interest in study. The normal schools are professional, not academic. Each exercise is conducted with reference to the science of teaching. Knowledge of the laws of the mind is requisite to enable the pupil to recognize the relationship of one subject to another. Thus, comprehension of the philosophy of teaching is the cornerstone of our normal schools. To Honorable J.W. Dickinson, Secretary of the State Board of Education, and to the gentlemen who are agents of the Board, is due much of the increased interest in institutes, in thorough professional training, and in the objective, analytic method of instruction. It is curious that Massachusetts, which has always stood for the right of individualism, though she notably neglected that right in her days of aggressive Puritanism, took the lead in making education compulsory. This measure has been followed at various intervals by compulsory certification of teachers, compulsory supervision, compulsory taxation, and compulsory attendance. And now, as other states have surpassed her in special lines of education, she is eager to attain unto their excellence. This is the end of section 25. Section 26 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Wellesley College Towards Liberal Education by Anne Eugenia Morgan. Miss Anne Eugenia Morgan, M.A., Professor of Philosophy, Wellesley College. In an interpretation of the problem of the human race, which an American woman has embodied in sculpture, may be found an illustration to suggest the ideal of liberal education, which attracts the highest aims in our national civilization. This presentation in art interprets the truth of the organic members of the human race, fulfilling the beauty of life through the diverse exertions of both men and women, united to perfect the liberty of both persons. The Greek thought differs in no essential element from our own experience of the same drama of humanity. It is the right ordering of the human race as dependent upon the comprehensive assertion of true aims by the God of the enlightening rays of the morning sun, but not less dependent upon the goddess of right reflection, who faithfully seeks out her brother's arrows of light and illuminates the right by her wise interpretation of his delightful meanings. The perplexing questions for the Greek mind and for the women's colleges today arise when the eager sister of Apollo, in her loyal fulfillment of his aims, is arrested in her course of research by the beauty of the sleeping Endymion. The impatient demands of modern society can only by serious determination be restrained from interrupting the course of reflection necessary in order to develop the right conception of the divine ideals for the conduct of the race. The woman artist has carved in strong relief the features of the man, representing Endymion after his deep sleep, like the Adam figure in the universal drama of creation, ready for the full light of the dawning day of his immortal fatherhood. Out of the positive substance of a man's thinking figure, the Diana conception of his inner possibilities is sculptured. A deep intaglio of features revealing ideal purity and beauty. The enlightening lines of truth traced by the arrows of Apollo could not achieve the reality of true human education except through the woman interpreter of the divine aims. By the reflecting of his loyal sister, swiftly searching through the light of man's ignorance, the beautiful meaning of the ideal destiny asserted by Apollo finds and arouses the sleeping Endymion. In this representation, in sculpture, the face of Diana reflects forth from its lines of deep-cut intaglio in a luminous relief. It appears as the shadowless substance of things hoped for, that divine longing toward the fulfilling of life, which is evidence of things not seen. No beauty of actualized satisfaction could move the man's heart as this unfilled intaglio of ideal attainment, the shadowless hope of love's immortal conception, awaiting the Lord of her highest liberty. This light of truth revealed in the beauty of true reflection is the only unfailing influence to sustain interest towards the highest education. The truth must declare how it serves life in order to kindle enthusiasm to sustain the unremitting toil which wins the information and discipline adequate to the embodying of life in its real beauty. The educator most influential towards calling into the right exertion the plastic mind of youth is the person whose estimate is held highest regarding the youth's ideal possibilities. Interpreting the founder of Wellesley according to his estimate of the possibilities of youth, for whose education he spent his vital energy and his fortune, we can account for the great influence towards liberal education exerted through the institution which he established. His strong belief in women's highest calling still inspires a high-minded courage seeking ideal attainments in character and in scholarship. The most amazing aspect of this age of rapid progress through the discovery of modes for utilizing the great forces in nature is that this same humanity should have plodded on so long without drawing from nature this capital for its enterprises. How have these toiling heirs along the rough ways of the past failed to see the steeds of electricity prancing wild within easy reach of the jeweled bridle of science, and the vibrations of the telephone begging to be employed as swift messengers of the human voice? But the new movement in civilization due to the discovery of the free personality of woman contrasts so astoundingly when compared with the plodding efforts of the race before the liberating efficiency of this member had been practically recognized, that the discovery of the function of womanhood dawns upon our reflective imagination as an event of the greatest importance in the history of the present epic. Our epic has been interpreted as characterized by a new interest in developing the organic aspects of the members of the human race. This theory finds clear facts for its support in the awakening of the member heretofore supposed to be only a rib, defending as mere environment the vital circulation of the race. In fulfilling her function as an organic member, she kindles a new quality of efficiency manifested in a new enthusiasm awakening throughout the whole membership of the race. It is a new interest in the whole problem of human life. The tedious effort of the uneducated woman to meet the confusing demands of her uncomprehended sphere is no longer supposed to be her destined mode of existence. Such wasting the energies of the race by neglecting to develop the intelligence of the members to whom its most precious resources must be entrusted already seems a childish absurdity. The breadwinner must toil as in the fruitless effort of a troubled dream, while the expenditure of an uneducated wife discounts the income in the lack of understanding to discern the broad possibilities of an intelligent economy. But this wasting of material resources is the least of the losses from neglecting to educate the member whose function it is to receive from the Divine Father the ideal conception of the created person, while the human father is still in the limbo of having received himself earlier, but not proving competent to see in himself so as to collect himself and make himself at home. The man as the a priori member is becoming better established since the educated woman discerns in him potential modes of his manhood which had never been appreciated or actualized. The great Abraham of our humanity, whose offspring are destined to perfect the intelligent Christianity of the race, must wait for his Isaac until the ideal son shall be claimed by the rightly educated mother. Each birth into a new movement of race civilization is achieved by its own transition genius, a parent spirit formed in prophetic conception by the evolving word of life, then consecrated to the fulfillment of the ideal embodiment which his creative imagination reveals. The new civilization arising from the discovery of the mental power and personal function of the woman could not come into actual reality except through a parent genius. If you question the genius in regard to the nature of his offspring, you may find him too intent in the exertion of his creative effort to tell what he means in it. It is a word of the ideal life pressing into external manifestation, seeking to inform humanity through him. This pressing drama of humanity commands attention and executive effort so intense as to forbid him to also serve as the interpreter of his work. The history of the establishing of Wellesley College manifests very clearly the originality of the creative genius. From the man collecting his great powers out of the overwhelming flood of anguish in the loss of his only son, to father an enterprise for educating the generations of youth among whom his ambition anticipated his son's manhood had been walking as a commanding ideal. I derive a new reverence for human fatherhood. Its strong, immortal reality developed in Henry Fowle Durant, the filial response for which the Father of Fathers had, all through his years before, called in vain. The regeneration in answer to the strong crying of the bereaved father was promptly manifested in power to adopt the youth of his time with amazing tenderness and wisdom. His impartial mind at first proposed a twofold scheme, intending a school for boys and a school for girls. But as he persistently thought out the influences leading to ideal scholarship, the delicate, luminous lines of education due to true teaching by women claimed his consideration in a new aspect. His penetrating, comprehending, prophetic imagination searched the problem of developing life till he had interpreted the highest reality of woman's function in human institutions. The scholarly woman who led him in early boyhood to aim for high attainments, through her teaching him Greek with the home cheer while she tended her babe and shelled the peas for dinner, now represented a leading truth in his drama of human educators. In the influence of his own mother and his own wife, he recognized a conceiving of the possibilities in his constitution continually in advance of his achievement, providing for his hungers while serving as a constant incentive, attending his efforts with sustaining appreciation and cheering hope. Hence he determined to devote his whole fortune to securing the highest educational opportunities for women in order to provide the influence most needed by both boys and girls. So far as a true ideal has achieved its fitting embodiment, it impresses the heirs of the life as that inevitable, beautiful good that is too good not to come true. The highest aspect of Wellesley College thus impresses those who discern the vigorous, progressive life, which, like the voice of King Arthur, cheered with large, divine, and comfortable words, enlists for noble endeavor each student whom the critical questioner at the gate has passed to her seat at the table round. The Bible, placed first among the textbooks required for liberal training, illumes with higher information the crude conclusions of mere sense observation. The broad revelation of the destiny intended by the Creator for the developing race, in contrast with the varied lines of degeneracy, becomes a clear comprehension of the universal inheritance. In the light of a scholarly knowledge of the scriptural view of man, the problems of Plato and the types of Shakespeare become intelligible. Our persevering investigation into the laboratories of science press forward with living interest, since the infinite mathematician who numbers the stars and has traced their true orbits may be identified with the Lord of life, revealed in the evolution of the fitting embodiment for the spirit of beauty through all the progressive forms that prophesy its ideal of delight. The nature of the earth fields and eminences upon which the college buildings are established seem as if formed on purpose to provide the seclusion and refreshing elements most favorable to energetic and tranquil thinking. From the main building in which the busy life has its center, 10 minutes walking eastward through a grove of the tall forest trees leads past the music building and up the hill to Stone Hall. The well-equipped laboratories of the Department of Botany and the home accommodations for 110 persons are in this hall. On the hill, northward from the central hall, the art building fronts the main avenue, while a circular drive about the summit leads to 3 cottages for teachers and students dwelling together. The outlook over Waban Waters from that central hill crowned by College Hall discovers the light of the days and of the nights reflected in great variations and harmonies. The 400 acres of the College Park invite the Wellesley daughters to become at home in out-of-door observing and thinking. 14 distinct variations presenting the violet idea in nature have been found by one young initiate in the ways of plant formation, while the eager Diana, interested in bird meanings, may find 70 or 80 species without pursuing the hunt beyond the park limits. The thinking into the problems of geology and astronomy is more intelligent and interesting to minds whose daily experience feels the intangible certainty of the sky changes and tangible uncertainty of the rocks and sands of Waban shallows, repeatedly proved by scientific oars, yet never serving towards important conclusions to assist in practical navigation. The great laws of progress distinguished from the little accidents of surface irregularity are traced as clear lines of logic through such daily impressions. The observation in the laboratories of science is guarded against the misapprehensions that may be derived from devitalized fragments by those whom nature in familiar sympathy has taught. To rise in science as in bliss, initiate in the secret of the skies. For persons environed in such conditions providing inspiriting liberty for mind and body, the wisdom in authority with ready sympathy in counsel which every student for her individual need may claim from President Schaefer, and the instruction offered by the corps of 70 scholarly women who constitute the faculty, avail for rapid progress and scholarly discipline and information. The generously endowed library, now numbering about 40,000 volumes, becomes to each the reality of an inexhaustible inheritance to be claimed by wise diligence and discrimination. In each course of study, the books which may assist and extend the student's comprehension of the theme are indicated by library references. Teachers and pupils together investigate the progressive thought and life daily announced through varied forms of publication. From the earliest days, the great ideals of beauty have attended the Wellesley doings, impressed by the pictures and statues placed by Mr. and Mrs. Durant in College Hall. The visitor naturally infers that the institution must be well endowed, since it is furnished with such beautiful reproductions from the great masters, and even with some originals from eminent artists. There are many important things that assist in college prose which Wellesley must wait for until her achievements shall command attention to her needs. But prosaic economies can be turned into educational advantages by those whose imagination has been endowed with the great representations of life in its beauty. The wisdom of the founders of Wellesley in providing such fine inspirations for poetic life will serve against depression of spirit, as the wise angel served who sat at the city gate entrusted with bread and roses to be distributed to relieve the needs of the multitude. Those who received bread thanked him and ate his gift, But to every heavily burdened one he gave the rose, and those loved him for it and kept it, forgetting their hunger in the joy of beauty, which is the home feeling of the soul. So the Wellesley women hold the ideal of its founder, embodied in the beautiful gifts in which it is expressed. It is a permanent courage against the disheartening masses of crude stuff which burden the majority of those who will share the world's toil. The college beautiful will continually lead to the great word of beauty in nature, and in every field the educated imagination can claim that inspiration. Among these 7,000 who have in her 18 years been enrolled upon the college list, very few can be counted as recreants disregarding her ideals. 960 have attained to her bachelor's degree. 24 have advanced to claim her master's degree. The influence of these well-informed young women, assuming the dignity and delight of fulfilling each her individual calling, is already felt in every quarter of the world. There are no happier homes than those in which these are striving to fulfill their highest possibilities, while rejoicing in the real experience of a clear calling in the life everlasting. This is the end of section 26. Section 27 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. An American Queen by Gail Hamilton. Author of Gala Days, Battle of the Books, A Washington Bible Class, etc. Copyright 1886 by Alan Thorndike Rice. Reprinted by special permission from the North American Review and the author. Many years ago, the hero of one of our native novels was sent on a long quest among the European nobility to ascertain whether there be any real difference between the blood of an hereditary aristocracy and the blood of American democracy. I approach the same problem, but from a different direction. I present herein a specimen of American aristocracy, and if the princesses and duchesses and countesses of the world would like to know whether they are of the true blood royal, they are cordially invited to examine these pages and ascertain for themselves by a careful comparison with the best standards. The question is not insignificant. Aristocracy is inevitable. Wherever humanity gathers into society, an aristocracy rises to the surface as surely as cream rises on milk. And, not to continue the figure which might be awkward, the character of the aristocracy is at once determined by and determinative of the character of the democracy out of which it springs. An aristocracy is the embodiment of the ideal of society. While life is first emerging from its lower forms, physical strength, being its most available weapon, becomes its crowning glory. Our race is still rising. Lower phases of intellectual strength become dominant. In perfected development, the spiritual forces will rule. We may thus always measure the advance of civilization by the qualities that are held in honor. Therefore, to the classes and the masses, to the defenders of the old and the apostles of the new, to those who are prying open college doors to women, and those who are striving to turn the feet of girls away from them, to the enthusiastic founders of women's colleges, to all the machinists who think the only good timber of which schools can be made is supervising boards, to those who advocate and to those who fear woman suffrage, to the great wrath of men who think they believe only in women's frivolity, and to the great hosts of women who try seditiously to live up to it, let me extend the invitation of Moses, the servant of God, to Habab, the son of Rottger, the Midianite. Come thou with me, and I will do thee good. The palace in which was born Her Majesty, the Queen whom I celebrate, was a brown, one-story house in the hill town of Norfolk, Connecticut, overlooking a wide stretch of slope and dale, rushing stream and silent pond, and many a palace of equally subtle splendor, for royal blood ran freely thereabout. Wealth did not attract the ambition or even the attention of these royal families. Independence they were born to, and virtue, but learning must each gather for himself, with the usefulness accruing, and what they loved and hungered and thirsted for was learning. Of the two families most nearly allied to the Queen, and amid equally simple surroundings, 6 sons were graduated from Yale College, and all the daughters but one were sent away to the highest accessible schools. The royal father, powerful in brain and muscle, was instantly killed by the fall of his own well sweep when his child was but 2 years old. The royal mother was a quiet woman, untiring in work and wisdom and love, a woman who could repeat the whole of Dwight's collection of hymns, who in spinning kept always an open book at the head of her wheel, in ironing one upon her table. So the daughter of Joel Grant and Zilpha Cowles could hardly fail to rise and rule. Second only in importance to the hardy, upright, intellectual home came the wholesome village school. Without globe, blackboard, or supervision, without register or graduation or mark, without exhibition, sometimes without examination, or even recitation, the district school did a great work because it had 2 things indispensable to a school: teachers and pupils. Teachers wise to teach, and pupils eager to learn. The district school Queen Zilpah left as a pupil and entered as a teacher while not yet 15. The first palace of her independent sovereignty was a log cabin in the Indian district of Pog. It was furnished with 1 door, 1 unhewn stone chimney, 4 small half-sash windows, and a dungeon hole for the refectory. In summers she taught Pog schools. In winters she read and spun by her mother's side. Thus walked the Queen in those early days, youthful but noble, a figure tall, erect, well-proportioned head, finely set on shapely shoulders, dark hair, golden brown, forehead high, features comely, piercing black eyes, luminous with life, an expression combined with kindness, dignity, and power, a composed and stately carriage, the dress always beseeming such a wearer, who bore ever and everywhere her long life through the indefinable air of distinction. Thus lavishly her royal blood endowed her. But let no vain American fancy that royal blood must always give the royal height, the regal figure. It is greatly to the credit of Queen Victoria that, with much to fight against in the way of native dower, she bears intact the majesty of her birthright, and stirs in all beholders the consciousness of imperial presence. Come now, I pray, Matthew Arnold, gentlest and keenest of satirists, who value but do not love the Puritans, and hear me while I admit, I avow that my Queen was a Puritan, such a Puritan as this, that when she was only 5 years old, pangs of conscience wrung her because she had chosen not to go to an afternoon meeting with her mother. Such a Puritan as this, that at 12 she had great solicitude regarding her guilt in the violation of perfect law. Such a Puritan as that, when it was represented to her that the little neighborhood gatherings of the young people in each other's houses, closing the evening with a dance, would be inconsistent for one seeking religion, She at once gave up the dancing, of which she was fond. Such a Puritan that her sense of sin was overpowering, she expected to sink by its weight to perdition. She felt that her guilt was too great to be forgiven. She sought aid from her pastor only because in the world of woe to which she believed herself to be hastening, she would be spared the additional pang of reflecting that during her probation on earth she had failed to ask the prayers of one who had power to prevail with God. Matthew Arnold, clearest and straightest of thinkers up to a certain point, you cannot think this any more dreadful than it is. Innocent child, spotless maiden, beneficent woman, guilt, probation, and perdition are grotesque words applied to her. Nearer the truth of things was that vivacious French wife of a strict Calvinistic pastor who, kindly visiting during her husband's absence a dying parishioner, a poor seamstress, listened with astonishment to the distress of the sufferer over her sins, and presently broke out with the untheological but eminently humane and pertinent argument. A great sinner? It is absurd. Why, you were never out of North Linebrook in your life. But we judge a tree by the fruit it ripens, not by that which is cast almost as soon as set. It is difficult to imagine by what process so clear a mind could reconcile itself to God on the sudden plea, "How beautiful is that justice which has denied peace to such a sinner!" I became absorbed in the admiration of God's justice. It was infinitely lovely, and I must forever praise Him in the world of retribution for not receiving so vile a being into the abode of purity and bliss. To me, I confess this seems hocus-pocus, abracadabra, but it is not hard to understand and reverence the royal delicacy, nor was it the Christian unselfishness, or was it both, mingled with the grim grant reticence which such an illustrious example has made familiar to this generation, that led her, when at length at the age of 19 she dared join the church, to stand up and receive, out of deference to her mother's supposed preference, the baptismal name of Zilpah Polly, without even mentioning her own wish to be called Mary, only to learn long afterward that her mother was quite indifferent. Zilpah Polly, nothing can give it a monarchal ring, but it never marred the royal audience. When she was 25 years old, Reverend Joseph Emerson opened a girls' school in Byfield, Massachusetts. It was a new thing under the sun. Mr. Emerson had been a tutor at Harvard, pastor at Beverly. Some divine revelation had given him a glimpse of the ideal woman in the ideal world, and thenceforth he knew his work. Queen Zilpah had met him. He was a brother of one of her own pastors, Ralph Emerson. This lover's gifts to his betrothed had been a Bible and Euclid's geometry, sweet food of sweetly uttered knowledge. He was a man after our queen's own heart. She craved knowledge. In her Pog and other schoolhouses she had amassed a fortune of $40, and she took the 3 days' journey to Byfield and enrolled herself among his pupils. Her fortune was well invested. Teacher and pupil were alike inspired with the enthusiasm of learning and believed profoundly in each other. Here, too, she met that other large-brained woman and large-hearted man, Mary Lyon, and the three entered into a lifelong friend and comradeship. "Has the woman nothing to do but to obey?" asked of his pupils this man with the Emerson insight. "Woman has far more of commanding than of obeying to do." And he lent himself to the divine purpose of teaching the queens to command wisely. "Women are the foundation of society," he said. "They need sound judgment, energy, and vigor. Logic he taught them in words that should be hung in golden capitals in every schoolroom wall. The art of using reason well is the parent of all other arts. Even in so simple a thing as cutting a pencil, I would have you exercise your reasoning powers. With Mr. Emerson's school, the Queen's pupillage nobly closed. Then she entered upon the full duties of her kingdom, teaching a while with Mr. Emerson, afterward at the head of her own schools, summoning Mary Lyon to her assistance, or dispatching her to enter alone the promised land which both had longed for, but which the feet of one alone could tread. Her intellectual and spiritual elevation never knew descent. She did not talk of her mission, but she taught as one having authority. She did not talk of her rights. She exercised them. She looked upon the individual woman as an immortal being to be trained for eternity by service in this world. She looked upon women collectively as a fundamental part of the state to be trained for its weal. She worked for the Commonwealth. All her aims were great. Nothing petty ever came near her. Rather, small things were enlarged by being gathered into the upward movement of a large soul. Do you not know, child, she would argue, the duty of dressing prettily? God is more honored and pleased when his creatures look well than when they do not. She held ever in view the arbitrament of God. Never was the watchword of her teaching to furnish occupations to women, but to prepare women for their work. Her keen perception saw the whitening harvests, and no man ever thrust in a sharper sickle with a stronger hand, but it was a woman's sickle and a woman's strength. She taught her pupils not so much knowledge as how to learn. She gave no prizes. She stimulated no rivalry. She appealed only to the highest motives, the formation of character, the attainment of the highest possible individual power, the thorough acquirement of self-government. These were what she set before her pupils. Her simple test for each was, is she doing as well as she can? Her final sentence upon the incorrigible was, you have not been doing as well as you can. And they were sent away upon that one statement, with the avowed hope that after 6 months or a year of absence they might rise high enough to return and spend their energies to advantage. All was done privately. Every unnecessary exposure of the faults of her pupils was avoided. She guarded her delicacy with vigilance. Speak of them as if they were your younger sisters, she directed her new teachers. The lessons in reason which she had received from her teacher she faithfully delivered to her pupils. No Thomas Paine, no Red Revolutionist, was ever so true a devotee of reason as she. But if a new regulation were to be made, she not only announced and explained it, but grounded it upon the principle eternally true that when people come into society, each one must give up somewhat of his natural rights and consult the general good. Thus her pupils learned an intelligent respect for law. Charity, benevolence, beneficence she taught as she would teach geography, systematically, not alone as a matter of feeding the hungry, but of elevating the world. She aimed to awaken in every girl a feeling of individual responsibility for serving her generation. Patriotism was a constant underlying motive. She saw that the country was large, and she worked to make it great. She saw that the West was to be the center of empire, and she sought to make its foundations strong. She discerned that a religious intellectual education was the one thing needful. She knew, as few men know, the power of organization. She saw it in the Catholic Church. She desired as strong a Protestant organization for the utilizing of womanly power. Necessary to this, she held, were schools endowed, permanent, having a systematic and severe education for girls as well as for boys. To this end she bent all her energies. Awaiting this end, she gave especial attention to training teachers. She held the profession high, but she demanded that it be worthy to be held high. In looking about for the location of a school, she observed of a certain town. It is the only place in Ohio off the reserve that I have seen or heard of where the employment of teaching takes anything like its proper rank. I heard a lady who justly ranks high for intelligence, refinement, and social standing, and who hopes, too, that she is a Christian, remark of a young woman who left her home where she had lived in comparative inaction and uselessness to engage in school. That is really a great coming down for her. She has been quite a belle. It is a specimen of a feeling greatly prevalent throughout this and the surrounding states. So far as I can learn, nothing apparent has been effected to correct this sentiment by other schools. So aware was she of the value of the living soul that she counted nothing trivial which related to it. She required as much mind, she demanded as much judgment in teaching an infant school as in addressing the Congress of the United States. She laid the foundation stones along the line of reason. The first legacy ever left for the academic education of women had been received at Derry, New Hampshire. The trustees had built a new house and invited Miss Grant to be the principal of the new school. By their invitation, she went to Derry and spent 6 weeks investigating plans and possibilities. She avowed frankly to the trustees that her aim was not only intellectual education, but the training of the character according to the Word of God. They saw everything to desire in her complete mastery of the situation, and in her gracious and gentle fascination. And the first head of the first college of women in America was formally installed in a document whose significance is only highlighted by the simplicity and modesty of the terms under its legal formality. To Miss Zilpah P. Grant, the trustees of the Adams Female Academy, reposing the special trust and confidence in your fidelity and ability, have constituted and appointed you the preceptress of the Adams Female Academy, hereby giving and granting unto you, the said Zilpah P. Grant, all the powers and authority given and granted by the Act of Incorporation and bylaws of the trustees of the Adams Female Academy, to have and to hold the said office, with all the powers and privileges and immunities to the same belonging during the pleasure of the trustees, with the compensation of $5 for each week the Academy shall be kept during the year, and board during the same time, and $36 each year for traveling expenses. In testimony whereof, the trustees have caused the seal of said corporation to be hereto affixed. Witness Edward L. Parker, President of the Board of Trustees, this 18th day of November, in the year of our Lord, 1823. Vassar, Wellesley, Smith, and all your heirs, successes, and enemies forever, never forget that the first president of the first college for women was a woman, and that she wrought in the love of God according to the straightest sect of old-fashioned Calvinistic orthodoxy. At her academy were given the first diplomas to girls. Miss Grant, aided by Miss Lyon, opened at Derry the first girls' school in this country, prescribing a systematic course of English instruction similar to that of boys examining for admission, and giving a diploma for its completion. And each year the course was extended and elevated. So deftly works the power outside ourselves that makes for righteousness. Miss Grant's success was great, too great. The superior intellectual training attracted to her school increased attention and increased numbers from the best families. Her commanding intellect, her polished and winning manners gave her complete and easy sway over the fresh, noble young minds that flocked to her. But religion dominated everything, and her religion was orthodox. The majority of the trustees were liberal. This astonishing autocrat was stamping the image and superscription of orthodoxy on the mind and heart of the whole rising generation. True, she had said she would do it, and they had consented. She had stipulated at the outset that 1/7 of her time should be given to Bible instruction, and they had not objected. But they knew little what Bible instruction meant from her lips. They had been used to hearing Bible instruction 1/7 of the time all their lives, and nobody hurt. But this Bible instruction was like the coming of an army with banners. The Bible, real, living, touching every issue, guiding every judgment, turning orthodoxy from a dead skeleton into a beautiful, vital, eternal force. This they had not bargained for. They felt that they were being overpowered by the very one whom they had bidden as an ally. Doubtless they were upright, gentle, pious men, but they were men, and naturally timid, weak, at their wits' end before this female sovereign. But their money was a trust fund. Therefore they must do something. Therefore they made weak little insurrectionary flutter by suggesting at their annual meeting that music and dancing be introduced into the course. Even this feeble shot frightened them, and they instantly fled to cover by resolving 3 days after that Miss Grant's salary should be doubled. The Queen declined the dance simply on the ground that as she had a systematic course, and all parents would not wish their children to learn to dance, the introduction of the exercise would greatly derange her plans. Then the committee plucked up heart, though still an indirect heart, and voted that no teachers were engaged. Willing to believe that her exceptionally large salary was the stumbling block, and eager to carry out her plans, she at once offered to relinquish her salary and to take whatever they chose to give. Then, as frankly as they could, but still in a private circular, they ventured to declare that it was the original design of the trustees to establish this seminary on liberal principles. They regret that the institution has acquired the character of being strictly Calvinistic in the religious instruction. This character has grown up in opposition to the sentiments and wishes of a majority of the trustees. It is their determination to select persons who will not attempt to instill into the minds of their pupils the peculiar tenets of any domination of Christians, but will give that general instruction wherein all Christians agree. The trustees gave their preference to female teachers, if such as are competent can be obtained. If not, a gentleman must be employed. Thereupon the Queen took to stage to consult Urim and Thummim. But behind Urim and Thummim was merely a man, and the sacred breastplate only rattled with his terrified palpitations, but emitted no light. Even Gamaliel, said the Queen in one of her rare touches of sarcasm, even Gamaliel was afraid to give direct counsel, and found it much easier to sympathize than to advise. She needed no advice, and evidently took counsel with her subalterns only as Queen used for good fellowship rather than from any expectation or need of real help, for she seems not for a moment to have been at a loss what to do. She colonized. She withdrew and took her kingdom with her. 40 pupils, steadfast and true, accompanied her in search of other worlds to conquer. Whether the dairy trustees ever found their gentleman, history does not inform us. What it does inform us is that they soon discovered they had lost a female, and in 2 years they were at her feet again, beseeching her to reign over them. Their very first article of capitulation was Miss Grant to take charge and manage the academy in her own way. But Miss Grant had already established herself in her own way elsewhere, too firmly to return to them. If she had remained in the house of bondage, where her first agony was endured, the fears of the trustees might have been well based. But not in vain had she listened to the divine voice of conscience, and followed the divine light of reason, that true light which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. Guilt, probation, perdition disappeared with her early womanhood, not flung off, but lived above. No such motives are presented in her teachings to her pupils. The greatness, the justice, the love of God, the paramount claims of rectitude, the imperiousness of moral obligation, the blessedness of living for others, the misery of living for self, was the essence of her matured Calvinism. Let liberalism extirpate such Calvinism by bringing forth better fruit. It does not appear that she ever in terms or to her own consciousness changed her faith. Rather, she clung to it to her last breath. But so deep, so Catholic, so Christian was her nature that she permanently assimilated only the truth of error. Her luminous intelligence flowed around every narrow dogma and widened it into an eternal principle. Her superb power of loving penetrated all hardness and softened and mellowed to the core, releasing its hidden, pure, imprisoned soul of sweetness. By the natural growth of her own lofty personality, by the free play of her noble instincts, she divined the secret of heaven. Whatever was dark, she by adoption transmuted into light, so there was never any revolution, only evolution. No epic, no violent change, but the full assurance of a sane faith by the full activity of a sane life. She pressed her pupils into the kingdom of heaven, not for their own happiness, not to escape perdition, not because probation ends at death, but because the requirements of God are reasonable, because His character is attractive, because His service is perfect freedom, because to do right and to bless the world are the best things. To old Ipswich, then, the Queen betook herself, with her trusty squire, Mary Lyon, and her 40 faithful lovers, a devoted train band, by whose loyalty her school was established as soon as it was in camp. And here, partly because there was no fund to impose a responsibility upon any committee, partly also, probably because her clientelage was orthodox from 1634 down, so deeply tinct with wisdom, she wielded a scepter more imperious than ever. The community fell as naturally under her sway as if it had waited for her coming. Full of gentle homes slept the old town hard by the sea, which had washed into many a wide-roomed, low-roofed cottage the treasures of the world. Massive teak-wood chairs and tables heavy and hard as iron and fretted with the carving of patient lifetimes. Great pieces of cloisonne, brass-framed, easel-mounted, resting in cloistered corners more modestly than if they had been prangs chromos, which many millionaire longshoremen would have plumed himself on sailing around the world to fetch. Exquisite little decorated cups with tiny covers, which Beacon Street would carefully shield in antique cabinets behind glass doors, and which Ipswich matrons, yes, oh shuddering housewife, set in the steamer over the range to steam their custards in. Graven images and man-high jars and grotesque ornaments, or ever bric-a-brac was invented. Beautiful, dutiful, gentle women, beneficent, loyal, gentle men, true gentlefolk all. The girls came to Miss Grant's school, and she ruled them, and the mothers wrought at home, and she ruled them, and the fathers went in and out of shop and ship, pulpit and farm and office, and she ruled them most of all. For they were under female sovereignty, raised to the third power. And if any ever so much as thought resistance, he must have gone down into his cellar and grumbled it out alone, for the light of day never saw, nor the softest breeze bore, vestige of restlessness under her unwavering, exhilarating, womanly, sweet dominion. So founded was it on the nature of things that penetrated to the will, and seemed to each one only the rule of the highest within himself. In all the region round about, Miss Grant was a name to conjure by, and is still mighty to stir up pure minds by way of remembrance. Her wisdom and experience retain even for her memory the kingdom which her insinuating address, her dignified exterior, her polished and gracious manners captivated at the first outset. 10 years she ruled at Ipswich. Then, in the full tide of success, without a chair in her seminary vacant, or an available boarding place unoccupied, Miss Grant relinquished her school because of failing health. I half suspect that her womanly strength was veined with one masculine weakness, the solemn conviction that any slight ailment was the onset of deadly disease. Certainly, against many solicitations from other quarters, and with great grief in her own heart, she resigned forever all official school connections. She had held steadily in her view her plan of a permanent, endowed, independent school, but its actual establishment was secured by her longtime friend, Mary Lyon, who, on Miss Grant's plan, with her continued and hearty cooperation, at length reared a firm foundation, the School of the Prophetess, at South Hadley. But Miss Lyon died in middle life, and Miss Grant, resting for 3 years in the homes of welcoming friends, lived to a ripe old age. If now, with infinite delicacy, one could offer a moment's consolation to those great-hearted gentlemen who from time to time mourn publicly the small number of girl graduates that, to use their own elevated diction, marry off, perhaps the path of education might be smoothed. Whatever of personal attachments Miss Grant might have cherished, or whatever of courtesies she may have received from men, we are not told. A missionary is indeed referred to in her very young life, invited her to accompany him to a foreign field. But that ought not to count. The love of her life was absorbed in her work and purpose. But it is to be noted that the moment she had time to look at a man, the man was there. How many? Only tradition conjectures, but of one the records speak, and he her peer. An Essex County lawyer, a senator of the great and general court of Massachusetts, like herself a Puritan born, and born anew into the graces and enlargements of culture, a gentleman of an exquisite dignity and elegance to match her own, not afraid of her queenliness, because he also had royalty to proffer. William B. Bannister asked her hand in marriage, and the queen became queen consort. How did she accept subordinacy? Like a queen, I suppose the doctrine of women's rights had hardly been broached. Certainly Miss Grant had always theoretically received and prominently preached the lordship of the man, and it is always interesting to see the whole-souled enthusiasm with which women who rule every man that comes into their circle with despotic sway will still proclaim the eternal duty of woman's obedience to man. They are right and admirable, but they are above all things amusing. Their obedience is as entertaining as a comedy of Moliere's. Mrs. Bannister was one of these women. Sarah, the wife of Abraham, she used to say to her pupils, was praised for two things, her faith and her obedience to her husband. That was her orthodoxy. Where there were only two, there can be no majority, and the supremacy must rest on one. That was her masculine common sense. Since the wife must see that she reverence her husband, she must see that she do not marry a man whom she cannot reverence. That was her sanctified common sense. I know, she said to Mr. Bannister on her marriage, that you have a right to command, but I mean to be so on the alert that you will have no occasion. That was her feminine common sense. And just as the elevation of her nature transmuted her orthodoxy into the most real liberalism, so it wrought her obedience into universal command. She seems to have insinuated her own way upon Mr. Bannister in all things, under the prevailing impression, both in himself and herself, that it was his way, as it certainly became. She ruled her house just as graciously and completely as she had ruled her school, and in the self-same spirit. And let us mark, in seeking first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, the kingdom of wealth had also been added unto her. While as yet the English craze had not been dreamed of, this woman, who united in herself every element of age and strong-mindedness and indifference to pleasures which are currently supposed to make a woman unattractive, secured not only a loyal heart but a royal home, walked quietly in and took possession of a colonial mansion so spacious, so lordly in its appointments, that two English gentlemen, welcomed to its hospitalities, acknowledged publicly its colonial charm. It is not like ours, says their published narrative. It is quite English, but English in the olden style, the forms, carvings, cornices, and patterns, such as I have seen 100 times, and the beautiful limes in the forecourt were literally brought from England. She would hardly have found more fitting garniture, nor would she have worn her honors more gracefully, even if she had shaped the efforts of her life to the acquisition of the one and to the preparation for the other. In this beautiful and happy home she presided for 12 years with unfailing generosity, courtesy, grace, and peace. The same integrity and intelligence which had made the little brown cot of her birth a palace made palatial the ample home of her marriage. Her thrift and her hospitality were unwearying. Her hospitality was not for show, but for service. Her thrift was not for hoarding, but for using. She not only entertained the learned and distinguished, whose presence brought her intellectual revenue, but the unlearned and even the disagreeable, whose ministrations could be but the most indirect service to herself. To the lively niece, remonstrating against taking that disagreeable man, her only reply was, "Have you been so long time with us, my child, and do not yet know that the reason we take folks is not because they are agreeable?" Her guests were not simply for an hour or a dinner, but for days, weeks, months, years, according to their need. Now it was a widowed missionary tarrying with her children for the winter. Then the son of missionaries Mr. Bannister would receive and educate. Indeed, they were seldom without such beneficiary, of whom the one exaction made was that he should give to Mrs. Bannister an account of every dollar received. This she considered a part of their training, and if they could not be brought into it, She thought them hardly worth training. An invalid minister with his wife as nurse would be bidden to stay for months. A poor woman would be brought from her 2 small rooms to spend the winter in sunshine, free from all care. A poor girl would be given a home while she was going to school. But the hostess saved her nutshells because they would feed a fire, and she saved her crumbs because they would feed a bird. And when the poor folks who had never learned to save came to her door to beg, she tried to help them by work and wages rather than by alms. If they went away muttering, she helped them just the same, quietly remarking, "We can hardly expect such poor creatures to be reasonable." The General Charitable Society of Newburyport was formed in her house and has resulted in the almost complete suppression of street beggary. In all these matters, as in all matters, the heart of her husband safely trusted in her. His purse was open to all her drafts, his sympathy to her plans, his hospitality to her friends. 12 years of married life, as full as her earlier years had been of happiness, of dignity, of work for the world, of thoughtfulness for others. Perhaps it may almost be said as full of solicitude for the education of the young and care in its accomplishment, were closed by the death of her husband. Under this shock she wavered just a little. For days her imagination and her sympathy overbore the loss, and she seemed to enter heaven with him and share the new joys breaking upon his newborn soul. Then, coming back to earth, the loneliness and desolation appalled and nearly overwhelmed her. But she rallied herself with resolute will. The strong habit of her life, the strong conviction of duty to serve the world while she lived in it, held her steady above the storm and gave her still 21 years, a man's majority, of busy, varied, not untroubled but tranquil and beneficent work. To the clergy and the churches, to the girls' schools springing up through the country, often from the seeds she had sown, to every form of mental and moral growth, of helpfulness and philanthropy, whether of private, individual, or of public organization. She was a missionary at large, a female apostle, sympathizing, advising, consoling. She traveled through her own country and in Europe, and in both continents was ministered to by those whose youth she had helped and blessed. It was wartime, and on both continents she kept the flag of her country flying. The life was new to her, and she gave all possible strength to sightseeing, but nature was strong within her, and the old fires never ceased to burn. Tuscaloosa Negroes, titled English ladies, polite and cultivated Frenchmen, gathered to hear her Bible expositions as gladly as used to the dairy girls of old time. With the contributions of modern science to faith, she made herself familiar, but was not troubled thereby. With all the movements of education she kept abreast, but never faltered in maintaining that character, as well as intellect, was the object of education. In the 74th year of her age, a wicked man, who, in the guise and disguise of a righteous man, was her business agent and held her property in trust, was discovered to have betrayed his trust, using her stocks without her knowledge to aid a member of his own family, who naturally became bankrupt. Her letter of inquiry to this wicked servant is most characteristic. Many thanks for your kind letter. May all your hopes for a favorable adjustment of your affairs be realized. I stand pledged to pay $300 a year for the education of each of 3 half-orphan great-grandchildren of my parents. I expect to withdraw this from my principal and thus diminish it. Do you see any way that this can be done? You will bear with me, dear sir, and allow me to inquire further against whom and with what securities do you hold the notes for $1,000 you transferred at my request to Mrs. P, and the $1,000 so transferred to Mrs. F. You have been patient, kind, and faithful in advising me hitherto, but my own course is so interwoven with the bereaved, the desolate, and the destitute, that I know not what to do without the light I seek from you. I want to know what is knowable about my funds. At what time or times were those funds loaned to? When it has been reported to me that you were largely aiding businessmen in trouble by loaning funds for which you were trustee, I have thought, if it be so, I see not that I have aught to do about it. If I failed in doing all I ought, I hope I may see and repent of it. I believe you will state me the facts. Footnote: The use of a life. Memorials of Mrs. Z. P. Grant Bannister by Miss L. T. Guilford, American Tract Society. The facts were that every penny which had been left to her by her husband was lost, and the unprofitable servant who had lost it had the assurance to congratulate her that she could bear her loss with resignation, having her treasure laid up in heaven. Left thus with only the small sum that had been saved from her own earnings, she made no complaint, craved no sympathy, bated no jot of active beneficence, never explained even when browbeaten for alms, but wrapped close her royal mantle of personal reserve, while opening heart and hands to the needs of all her world, till, sustained by the generous legacy of one stepdaughter, and generally cherished in the home of another, she fell on sleep. Superbly faithful in the few things of earth, she must have been ruler over many things, for such is the divine law of succession, and by this token she reigns a queen in heaven. This is the end of section 27.
Section 28 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Sketch of Maria Mitchell by Frances Fisher Wood. Educator, lecturer, and scientist. Maria Mitchell was born on ocean-girt Nantucket, that island of historic associations and uniquely primitive customs, which sends out to the world outside more reformers and celebrities than probably any other place of its size in all America. Before fashion cast covetous eyes on its rugged beauty, one place at least could be found which possessed neither extreme of social condition. For in old Nantucket there were no criminals nor paupers, nor any among its people who were rich. The one jail stood year after year unoccupied, in existence serving only as a reminder of the wickedness which was to be found outside the island's circumference. The men of Puritan descent alternated fishing and farming with literary work and scientific investigation. Among its simple, hard-working people, Maria Mitchell lived for over 40 years. During that quiet time of homely work and lonely study was modeled her strong character with its principles, lofty as the heavens she studied. Here were formed her simple manners, with that unique combination of courtesy and bluntness, and here was established the sound health which even to old age made the sturdy frame remarkable for its power of endurance. At Nantucket, Maria Mitchell made her first astronomical discoveries, and while still living on the lonely, isolated island, she became one of the world's most famous women. Notwithstanding the manifest importance of the 40 years in Nantucket, those who knew Maria Mitchell later, and who had any adequate conception of her great work at Vassar College, cannot but feel that the whole of that early period was after all but a preparation for the wider field of influence to which she was later summoned. Among her personal friends of the early days, and particularly among scientists, there have been some who felt that in entering upon the life of an instructor she crippled herself in her original work as an astronomer; that while her fame has since rested on the achievements of a quarter of a century old, had she remained in the field of pure science she might greatly have added to this reputation. She also was sometimes influenced by such opinions to balance the good lost and the good gained by the sudden change in her career. But we who knew her in college and entered into her life sufficiently to comprehend some parts at least of the noble ends she reached, unhesitatingly eliminate doubt from our balance sheet, and feel that in purely intellectual work Maria Mitchell could never have wielded a fraction of the power she exercised in her career as a teacher. She always said that she watched her pupils even more often than the stars, but that certainly was the nobler work. She was endowed with gifts which must have lain fallow in purely scientific work, which gave her peculiar power to mold the lives and ennoble the character of those with whom she came in contact. No doubt if Maria Mitchell had remained in some quiet corner of intellectual New England with her books, her telescope, and her coterie of learned friends, she might have discovered a few more comets, have recorded some additional planetoids, or compiled some reports of interesting phenomena seen at the turbulent Jupiter. Also, she probably would have won more medals of the degrees and reaped many social honors. In changing the direction of her work and missing this bauble reputation, she gained instead the happy convictions that in her pupils she had by her influence and instruction multiplied 100-fold her individual influence, and made many scientific workers in place of one. This is the conventional thing that is said of many teachers, but it is really true of very few. It is difficult in speaking of Maria Mitchell to strike the happy mean, for the most eloquent eulogy seems tame to her pupils, while any just estimate of her character and elements must appear to strangers overdrawn. Fortunately, one is saved from the dangers, at least, of falling into platitudes in describing this woman, for the conventional virtues commonly ascribed to teachers do not fit Maria Mitchell. Her character, for instance, was not well rounded. Anyone associated with her was on the contrary impressed by the very sharp corners. Nor was she a model instructor. Her own training was unsystematic. Her method of teaching was consequently original and striking. The teacher's talent of leading a stupid pupil to slow acquisition she entirely lacked. While she might feel sympathy for a stupid girl, she had in reality no patience with stupidity, and remorselessly weeded out of her classes all the girls who she said were wasting their time, under the delusion that they could learn mathematics. Neither was Professor Mitchell, in the common schoolgirl sense of the word, popular. In the evening her rooms were never the ones crowded with students who came to say good night, nor did anyone run in at odd moments with bits of home news. She was outside that group of teachers who gave to college life its home element, and who entered freely into close friendship with the pupils. Professor Mitchell was familiar with none. The first and most general sentiment she inspired was awe. Among professors, teachers, and students she universally commanded respect of a very high order. Then, as a gradual growth among a smaller number of women, members of her classes, there came to be a deep and abiding affection, which many of her pupils learned to count as the crowning glory of their college life. Miss Mitchell was most undemonstrative, but she possessed the New England intensity of feeling combined with the Puritan unwillingness to express affection. Yet no one in seemingly untender ways was ever more tenderly thoughtful for her pupils than this undemonstrative woman. She wasted few words and expressed little sympathy, but usually was the first and often the only one to notice or warn a pupil against any oncoming failure of health, any error of conduct, or lack of moral tone. Some brief, incisive correction from her is by many a pupil, after long lapse of years, now seemed to be a turning point in life. Within the college, among the undergraduates, Professor Mitchell's scientific discoveries did not count for much, but rather we should say that not upon that basis was her influence founded or her reputation established. The students could hardly say what colleges had made her an LL.D. or who it was that gave her the gold medal. Since, therefore, she was not conventionally popular, not an ordinary model teacher, and since her scientific work was of minor importance in the college circle, it was interesting to ascertain what was the source of her influence and reputation. Maria Mitchell was a power because she herself was great. I use the word advisedly and with due discrimination. She was valued for what she was, rather than for what she had accomplished. In the estimation of Vassar women, her worth was so transcendent that honors bestowed on her were counted as honoring the givers, but adding no luster to a name that was great enough undecorated by alphabetic lists. The conviction of this woman's greatness was impressed upon her associates, not so much through an appreciation of her intellectual gifts, for then she would have reached only the limited number who were adequate to pass judgment on the degree of her mental ability, but she attracted rather by force of her strong personality. All who came in contact with her were held by her personal appearance, her personal presence, and her personal character. She was a noble type of a strong-bodied, strong-brained, strong-hearted woman. She astonished, fascinated, and held her pupils by a remarkable combination of shrewd common sense, startling insight into individual character, and a frank simplicity and directness, which drove one to confess that no frankness was ever known like it. By her personal appearance, Maria Mitchell immediately claimed attention and respect. She said she was a homely girl, but time had touched her face with many softening lines. The features were still irregular and inclassic, but the pure life, high thoughts, and noble purposes had written upon her face in eloquent language the evidence of a great nature. Professor Mitchell's appearance was so striking that strangers with mingled curiosity and deference sometimes asked her who she was. As her manner was most unobtrusive, and her costume of the quiet Quaker cut and color, it was neither dress nor manner that attracted attention, but the something great within that shone out through the unhandsome face. Once, when she was in the cars between Boston and New York, the newsboy on the train eyed Miss Mitchell with evident interest. As a result of his inspection, the sharp little fellow offered her none of the trashy literature he distributed to her traveling companions, but presently, with an air of decision, brought her one of Mrs. Stowe's works. When she shook her head, he said, "'Scuse me, but ain't you Mrs. Stowe?" Not to be baffled by her refusal to accept the name he tried to fit to her face, he presently returned to the attack, saying, "There, perhaps you're Mrs. Stanton." Receiving a second negative, he added respectfully, "Would you mind telling me who you are, ma'am?" It was not probable that the name Maria Mitchell gave the persistent boy any very definite enlightenment, but he exclaimed triumphantly, "I knew you was somebody." The power of Professor Mitchell's personal presence was rooted in her absolute rectitude. Her bearing was that of a woman who had never been false to her principles or her convictions, who had never misrepresented her opinions or sacrificed truth to expediency. Her manners were not elegant or gracious or charming, after the conventional type of a society woman, but despite that, there was no circle, social or literary, however exclusive, where her presence was not felt to be an honor. In Maria Mitchell's manners were discernible a happy combination of good birth and breeding, a just appreciation of her own personal worth, a lenient judgment of others' attainment, and a supreme devotion to truth. Her perfect self-poise resulted from a life in which was no sham and nothing to conceal. Once, when conversation at one of her Sunday evening receptions turned upon total depravity, she promptly pronounced the doctrine most monstrous, saying that never in her life had she done anything which she knew to be wrong, and therefore she could not but believe evil the result of poor judgment and miseducation. The dignity of her personal presence received its finest homage that even irreverent collegiates recognized and received it, for Professor Mitchell was never nicknamed. She was, as far as I know, the only one of all the corps of college instructors who escaped that infliction, popular or unpopular, wise or foolish, great or small. All were dubbed by some sign or abbreviation. But Professor Mitchell was never renamed. She alone always received her full name and title. Her personal character endures its supreme test, in the evidence constantly accumulating that her influence upon others, especially upon her pupils who were duly companions, was permanent, character molding, and increasingly progressive. The enthusiasm she excited has proved to be no effervescent impulse. Time and experience have but deepened the gratitude and admiration which her girls felt for her when in college. After years of separation and deeper and more critical knowledge of human nature, many an instructor, once an object of our immature affection, is seen to be insipid, weak in character, narrow in mental scope, crude in manner, and bigoted in religion, indeed totally unlike and unworthy the creature of our fancy and our love. But each woman who went out from Vassar to meet people and learn life outside found this woman by more general comparison still the peer of the noblest. Not only was our immature judgment not over enthusiastic, but it really was incompetent to measure her at her true altitude. Strangers were sometimes at first unpleasantly impressed by Professor Mitchell's bluntness, and even those who knew her well never lost a certain respectful awe of her caustic tongue. Her sarcasm was the keenest, most trenchant ever wielded by a sarcastic sex, but its wounds were never made from cruelty, nor was it used in mere self-defense. It was never drawn except for some principle, but then woe be to any, friend or foe, who stood in the way. The code of manners laid down for men and those prescribed for women were so widely different that we possess no sensible, all-embracing standard. Men go to see one another when they have something to communicate, write letters when there is an object for such an effort. One man abruptly leaves another who bores him, or coolly dismisses his friend if something more important claims his attention. A man is supposed always to be busy, and that supposition is the basis of all male etiquette. Woman, on the contrary, has all possible usefulness eaten out of her life by the theory that she is always at leisure, with no higher aim than to make herself entertaining to any idler who may choose to trespass upon her time. Judged by a woman's code of manners, Professor Mitchell was perhaps deficient, for she, overworked professional woman, took just the methods that an overworked professional man would employ to rid herself of bores, and to economize the time which she counts a sacred trust. She would answer a 4-page letter by 2 lines signed M.M., in which was not one superfluous word. If you called upon her and remained inconveniently long, she would calmly tell you so. A well-known lecturer, a personal friend of Maria Mitchell, once addressed the students at Vassar, and when she loquaciously consumed too much time, Professor Mitchell, at the rear of the chapel, stood bolt upright, and by way of a delicate hint, held her open watch aloft before the eyes of the astonished speaker. A man of more than national reputation once said to me, "I, for one, can't endure your Maria Mitchell." At my solicitation he explained why, and his reason was, as I had anticipated, grounded on personal pique. It seems he went up to Vassar, especially to call upon Miss Mitchell, and with that condescension which some men extend to all women indiscriminately, he proceeded to inform her that her manner of living was not according to his notions of expediency. Now, he said, instead of going for each meal all the way from your rooms in the Observatory over to the dining hall in the college building, I should think it far more convenient and sensible for you to get at least your own breakfast in your apartments. In the morning you could make a cup of coffee and boil an egg with almost no trouble. at which Professor Mitchell drew herself up with the air of a tragic queen, saying, "And is my time worth no more than to boil eggs?" Those who object to Maria Mitchell's summary manner of disposing of obtrusive people must at least be just enough to recognize that it is by cutting through and away from the chain of conventionalities which bind and dwarf most of her sex, that this woman saved time and gained education for greater work than her fashionable sister accomplished, and that it was by ever placing truth before conventional politeness that the grand woman became so strong and noble that she strengthened and ennobled all who came within her influence. End of section 28.
Section 29 of What America Owes Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. What America Owes Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt, Farmer. Women's Work at the Harvard Observatory by Helen, Leah Reed. Reprinted by special permission from the editor of the New England magazine. Astronomers have always welcomed to their ranks women of genius like Caroline Herschel, Mary Somerville, and Maria Mitchell, and various European and American observatories have of late years employed not a few women computers. The Harvard College Observatory has been especially appreciative of the work of women, not only employing them as computers, but definitely encouraging them to undertake original research. Yet, although there is a field for women's work in astrometry, the so-called old astronomy, with its problems related to the positions and motions of the heavenly bodies, a much wider scope is offered for the work of women in astrophysics, the so-called new astronomy. For in this latter branch of practical astronomy, photography is now so largely used that the observer, magnifying glass in hand, can at any hour of the day study the photographic plate with results even more satisfactory than those formerly obtained by visual or telescopic observations at night. In the average observatory where men are employed, it is obviously impracticable for women to engage in night observing. Photography as applied to astronomy has therefore greatly increased her opportunities for original research. Although in astrometry, photography has often been used to show the contact of an eclipse or the transit of a planet, or to answer some similar purpose, its use in astrophysics is much more extensive. Yet, valuable as are the photographic records of solar and lunar surfaces, the photographic analysis of these stars in a group or of the configuration of the nebula, even more wonderful are the recent stellar discoveries made by photographing the spectra of the stars. It is in this last named branch of astrophysics that the women assistants at the Harvard Observatory have accomplished important results. Perhaps the most striking results thus far achieved by these women assistants are Mrs. Fleming's discovery that various stars of a certain type may be proved variable by the bright lines in their spectra, and Miss Maury's discovery that Beta Augurae is a close binary, proved so from the study of its spectrum. Yet the whole experiment of employing women to the extent to which they are here employed is worthy of attention. For the Harvard Observatory is the first to develop a corps of trained women assistants, dealing with different problems as successfully as men deal with them at other observatories. And this corps of women, in addition to doing thorough routine work, has shown great capacity for original, investigations. Moreover, they are employed not from the meaner motive which so often leads to the opening of some new field for women's work, vis-a-vis that their work can be obtained at a cheaper rate than that of men, for the women assistants doing routine work are paid at the same fixed rate per hour as the men in other departments of the university who do the same kind of work. Work paid for by the hour possesses certain obvious advantages, since the worker is thus tied down to no fixed hours, and she may even do portions of her work at home. Much of the Harvard University work is, however, carried on in two light, pleasant rooms. These rooms appear the workrooms that they are, with their convenient writing tables, shelves of notebooks, astronomical catalogues and reports, with their walls hung with star maps and portraits of noted astronomers. Here and there on tables and window seats lie magnifying glasses, frames for holding the plates, and other necessary appliances, while ranged in the hallway and antechamber are numerous wooden boxes containing the brittle, though perishable glass plates, those indispensable records of the Draper Memorial work. In these very glass plates is seen one of the chief advantages derived from the application of photography to astronomy. For these plates reproduce the condition of the same region of the sky at various periods, and hence may be referred to at any time to confirm any discovery. Should a bright star suddenly appear in the sky, its previous absence or comparative faintness could at once be proved from these incontrovertible records. The work in which the women take part at the Harvard Observatory may be divided into three classes. Computing, based on the work of others. For 20 years, some women have always been included in the core of Harvard computers. Original deductions. Not necessarily star work. Work of this kind has been carried on chiefly by special students of the Harvard Annex. In this class of work must be named a longitude campaign, probably the only longitude campaign ever conducted wholly by women, whereby Miss Bird and Miss Whitney determined the precise distance in longitude between Smith College and Harvard College observatories. Miss Bird is now director of the Smith College Observatory, and Miss Whitney is Maria Mitchell's successor at Vassar. In this second class of work may be included also the making of a standard catalog of the stars near the North Pole by Miss Anna Winlock, the daughter of a former director of the Harvard Observatory. 3. The Henry Draper Memorial work and 4 other investigations, less extensive though similar in kind to those provided for by the Draper Fund. As the Draper Memorial investigations form one of the most noteworthy departments of the Harvard Observatory, and as these investigations, under the direction of Professor E.C. Pickering, the director of the observatory, are carried on by women, the present article will devote itself principally to a description of this work. Moreover, the work is supported wholly by a woman, Mrs. Anna Palmer Draper of New York, in honor of her husband, Dr. Henry Draper, who was a pioneer in the work of photographing stellar spectra. It is not possible here, from lack of space, to speak of the many mechanical devices by means of which Dr. Draper facilitated his own work. These, and indeed all his inventions, were freely contributed to the general cause of science. Mrs. Draper had always taken deep interest in Dr. Draper's work, and had even at times been his assistant in some of his delicate experiments. After his death, she at first thought of establishing in New York an observatory equipped with his superb apparatus and liberally endowed for the purpose of continuing the investigations begun by him in spectrum photography. But, realizing the importance of similar experiments already going on at the Harvard College Observatory, early in 1886, she placed at Professor Pickering's service Dr. Draper's 11-inch telescope, and furnished sufficient money to test thoroughly certain experiments recently begun by him. The first photograph of a star ever made had been taken at the Harvard Observatory by Professor G.P. Bond and Mr. J.A. Whipple on a daguerreotype plate in 1850. In 1857, the work was resumed on glass plates, and the possibility of recording the position and brightness of stars was stated in 3 elaborate papers by Mr. G.P. Bond, published in the Astronomischem Nachrichten in the same year. For a time, stellar photography at the Harvard Observatory was suspended, but in 1882 it was resumed with the assistance of Professor W.H. Pickering. Thenceforth, continuous experiments in stellar photography were made at this observatory, aided by appropriations from the Rumford Fund of the American Academy, and later by the Bach Fund of the National Academy of Sciences. With the 8-inch Voltenländer doublet purchased from the latter fund, Professor E.C. Pickering in 1886 had begun a series of experiments in spectrum photography. Hitherto it had been possible to photograph the spectrum of but one star at a time, and that a star of the first or second magnitude. Now, by placing a prism in front of the object glass, thereby securing a great increase of light, all the stars at one time visible in the field impressed their spectra simultaneously on the plate. It is not surprising, therefore, that Mrs. Draper, instead of founding a new observatory, decided to encourage these Harvard investigations, which were so directly in a line with those begun by Dr. Draper. The first year's work with the 11-inch Draper telescope was so satisfactory that Mrs. Draper enlarged the scope of the Draper Memorial. The investigations of 1888, comprised under this heading, were: 1. A catalogue of the spectra of all stars north of 20 degrees of the 6th magnitude or brighter. 2. A more extensive catalogue of spectra of stars brighter than the 8th magnitude. 3. A detailed study of the spectra of the bright stars, including a classification of the spectra, a determination of the wavelengths of the lines, a comparison with terrestrial spectra, and an application of the results to the measurements of the approach and recession of the stars. Since the work was first undertaken, other minor investigations have sprung from these, and in the course of the work several brilliant discoveries have been made. The instruments employed in the Draper Memorial work are the 8-inch Bach telescope, now in Peru, and the 8-inch Draper telescope, in constant use at Cambridge. This latter instrument was provided by Mrs. Draper after it had been found necessary to send the Bach telescope to Peru. While the whole work is under the direction of Professor Pickering, the director of the Harvard Observatory, the photographs have been taken by Mr. H. H. Clayton and later by Mr. W. P. Garish. The examination of the plates, the measurement of the position and the brightness of the stars, the discussion of the results obtained from the plates, and the forming of catalogues from these results have been carried on mainly by Mrs. Mina Fleming and her assistants, at present numbering 8. The objects of special interest searched for on the spectrum plates and noted by the observer as worthy of future investigation are first, third-type stars, the spectra of which have been divided into 4 classes. The first 3 classes show no special differences from red stars in general, but the 4th class has a striking peculiarity. The spectra of these stars have the lines due to hydrogen bright, and all these bright line spectra objects discovered from the examination of the plates have proved to be variables of long period. Several stars, not before known to be variables, have thus been proved variable. This important discovery was not made by chance. For some time previous to the spring of 1890, Mrs. Fleming had suspected that the presence of bright lines in the spectra of third-type stars indicated variability. A careful study of successive plates confirmed her suspicion, and on the 16th of April, 1890, she was able to announce her discovery that the star DM plus 48 degrees 2942 in the constellation Cygnus had been proved variable from a study of its spectrum. During the next year and a half, 11 new variables were discovered by Mrs. Fleming, and 40 others were suspected of variability. The second class of peculiar objects sought for on the spectrum plates is composed of fourth-type stars in colors so deep a red that it is extremely difficult to photograph their spectra. Yet, in spite of difficulties, the Draper Memorial work has added to this class 6 stars not previously known to belong to it, and the spectra of several known to belong to it have been photographed, although as yet not with entire satisfaction. The third and final class of peculiar objects sought for on the spectrum plates consists of fifth-type stars, including bright line stars and planetary nebula. The most important discoveries among these have been in the rare class of stars discovered by Wolf and Rayet. The Draper Memorial work has led to the discovery of 27 stars of this class, whereas previous to this investigation only 13 had been known to astronomers. In February 1891, Professor E.C. Pickering first called attention to the proximity of these stars to the central line of the Milky Way in an article published in the Astronomischen Nachrichten. After the spectrum plates have been carefully examined, they are next compared with the ordinary chart plates on which the stars appear simply as points for the confirmation of the variability of stars suspected of being variable from the nature of their spectra. The chart plates themselves are also examined in a search for clusters and nebula. And here it must be noted that the only planetary nebula up to this time ever discovered by photography was discovered by Mrs. Fleming. Among the various investigations conducted by the Draper Memorial is a piece of work carried on by Miss Maury alone, namely the detailed study and classification of the spectra of the brighter stars photographed with the 11-inch telescope. Photographs have been obtained of nearly all the stars visible in the latitude of the Harvard Observatory, and sufficiently bright, and the examination of their spectra is approaching completion. As a result of this examination has come the discovery that Beta Aurigae is a close binary revolving in 4 days. The doubling of the lines in the spectrum of this object is similar to the doubling of the lines in Zeta Ursa Majoris, discovered to be a binary by Professor Pickering. The greater importance of the discovery in the case of Beta Aurigae lies in the velocity of the latter, for while the period of the former star is 52 days, that of the latter is only 4 days. The velocity of the latter is almost unimaginable, 150 miles a second, and the value of the prism in examining it may be realized from the statement that the prism can multiply about 5,000 times the power of the object glass in separating close and rapidly revolving pairs. Miss Maury is making a careful study of numerous photographs of the spectra of Zeta Ursa Majoris, Beta Aurigae, as well as of Beta Lyrae, a star apparently in the same nature as these two recently discovered, to be a probable binary by Mrs. Fleming. Miss Maury is also making a study of the spectra of stars of the Orion type, and from her various investigations, important additions to our knowledge of these bodies will result. There remains to be named a large piece of photometric work undertaken with the 8-inch Draper telescope. Miss Leland has measured 40,000 stars of about the 10th magnitude, uniformly distributed over the sky, and these measurements will be reduced to a uniform scale to furnish standards of stellar magnitude. The Harvard Observatory is fortunate in having a station in the southern as well as one in the northern hemisphere. The establishing of a station at Closica in Peru in 1889, provided for by the Boyden and Draper funds, afforded unexampled opportunities for photographing the entire heavens from pole to pole. The region of sky to be covered in Peru extends from 20 degrees to the South Pole, and in the course of the various researches this region will have been covered 4 times by the photographic telescope. All the plates taken in Peru are sent to the Harvard Observatory and are there examined as above described. Indeed, many of the third-type stars spoken of above have been discovered on these southern plates. The records of two valuable original observations made at the Chosica station by Messrs. S.I. and M.H. Bailey have also been reduced, cataloged, and prepared for the printer by the Draper Memorial Women Assistants. The examination of the plates, as above described, by no means comprises the whole work of these women assistants. In addition to this, they record their observations, reduce the coordinates of objects examined, identify the objects photographed with the stars in various catalogs, and finally check the results by a direct comparison of the chart with the photograph. The Draper Memorial Catalog, published in the Harvard College Observatory Annals, Volume 27, is a catalog of the spectra of 10,400 stars involving the measurement of 28,266 spectra, giving positions for the year 1900. Yet, ample as this printed catalog is, it by no means contains all the records made in preparing it. The copy which went to the printer was naturally less full than the manuscript records. 3 catalogs were made, in fact, before the copy was sent to press, and the printed catalog contains only about 1/10 of the records used in preparing it. Besides the Draper Memorial work, 4 other Harvard Observatory investigations have been published with the aid of the women assistants. 1. The catalog of 1,000 stars within 1 degree of the North Pole. Of these, only 40 are in other catalogs. 2. A study of the Pleiades. This group will probably always be used by astronomers as a test and means of comparison with the work of their predecessors. The Harvard Observatory aim is to furnish a measure of photographic brightness of a portion of the stars in this group so that the results reached by other observers may be reduced to a uniform scale. 3. Trails of equatorial stars. Here the object is to determine the photographic intensity of all bright stars within 2 degrees of the equator. 4. The enumeration of all the nebulae photographed in a given portion of the sky. This investigation shows the probability of a marked addition to the number of known nebulae. Photography has already greatly increased the limits of the nebulae in Orion. A few years ago, Professor W.H. Pickering found this nebulous region to include the sword handle, and more lately it has been found to include a wide area extending north and south from this. Several subsidiary investigations, similar to those already begun in the Draper Memorial work, will be undertaken at the Harvard Observatory when the Bruce telescope is completed. This telescope has been provided at the cost of $50,000 by Miss C.W. Bruce of New York. This photographic telescope, with a focal length of 11 feet, will have an objective about 24 inches, and the object glass will be a compound lens of the style known as portrait lens. This telescope will furnish a large amount of material and will photograph stars of the 17th magnitude or fainter. As the lenses are now in the hands of the Clarks for polishing, it will doubtless be mounted within a year. Miss Bruce, who has a deep interest in astronomy, has made more than one substantial gift to encourage workers in this science. The sum of $6,000 was lately expended by her in awards to various astronomers who had achieved distinction. Mrs. Draper, too, in addition to the large amount of money expended by her on the Draper Memorial, has founded the Henry Draper Medal of the National Academy of Sciences, to be awarded for distinction in solar physics. Although in practical astronomy the field for women's work is a wide one, the number of paid positions for workers in this field is naturally limited. Yet the success of the Harvard experiment of training a corps of women assistants has been so marked that it is to be hoped that other observatories may follow this example. As the resources of the various observatories are increased by the liberality of the people interested, like Mrs. Draper and Miss Bruce, in encouraging the development of astronomy, it may not be too much to expect to see larger numbers of women among the observatory assistants. Not all women are capable of working in this field, for the work demands special mental qualities. Mrs. Fleming has an eye remarkably keen in making measurements, a mind unusually alert in observing, and an executive ability so marked that it has gone far toward ensuring the success of the Draper Memorial work. Mrs. Fleming is a native of Dundee, Scotland, where she taught for 5 years, and has passed successful examinations in this capacity. Her father had strong scientific tastes, and was the first man in Dundee to take a practical interest in introducing the daguerreotype process into that city. Miss Maury also has marked scientific ability. She is a granddaughter of that Lieutenant Maury whose meteorological work has been of infinite value to seamen on the Atlantic. She is a niece of Dr. Henry Draper, and before coming to Cambridge was graduated from Vassar College. Mrs. Fleming's brief reports of discoveries made by her are sent to the Astromission Nachrichten and other astronomical journals over the simple signature M. Fleming, but her work is well known to astronomers as that of a woman. The extent to which it is appreciated may be judged by an extract from a review which appeared last October in the Observatory, the regular publication issued at the Royal Observatory, Greenwich, England. It would be difficult to say too much in praise of the zeal and skill with which the great work, the catalogue, has been accomplished. The name of Mrs. Fleming is already well known to the world as that of a brilliant discoverer, but the present volume shows that she can do real hard work as well. Of the Draper Memorial, it may be said that no scientific man ever had a nobler memorial than this. The catalogue itself is unique. In the words of a recent review above quoted, "Hitherto catalogues have been made of the position and geometrical characteristics of nebula, but a general index to the physical nature of 10,000 objects is a novelty of the first importance, and cannot well fail of its avowed object." This is the end of section 29.
Section 30 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women in Philanthropy, Church Work, Home, Missions, and Charities. Woman's Progress by Frances E. Willard. Footnote: President, World's and National WCTU philanthropist and author. End footnote. For one woman who affronts her kind by wicked passions and remorseless hate, 1,000 make amends in age and youth by heavenly pity, by sweet sympathy, by patient kindness, by enduring truth, by love supremest in adversity. Woman has always been the leader in philanthropic and Christian enterprises. The doors of benevolent effort have always opened at her approach. Brief mention only can be made in this volume of some of the most important charities started and guided by her helping hand. Miss Frances E. Willard, whose name has become almost synonymous with the word philanthropy, states with convincing facts the progress of woman. Mrs. Mary A. Livermore tells the pathetic and patriotic story of the work of women during the war. Mrs. Amelia S. Quinton relates with authoritative information the work of women for the Indians. Mrs. J. C. Crowley describes the Women's Clubs of America, revealing the surprising growth of this movement, and Mrs. J. Ellen Foster presents the influence of women in American politics with vigorous force. Miss Grace H. Dodge gives an admirable exposition of working girls' clubs, and Mrs. Frances J. Barnes contributes interesting details of the work of Young Women's Christian Temperance Societies. In connection with notes of church work, missions, hospitals, and other charities, Sarah Dubois furnishes a brief sketch of Mrs. Doremus, the Mother of Missions, and Miss L. Elizabeth Price vividly outlines the unselfish ministrations of Dorothea Dix. Mrs. Charles Henrotten touches upon salient points of character in her sketches of two women of the West, and in this department of the souvenir statistics of various lines of philanthropic work are briefly stated. Woman's Progress by Frances E. Willard. Footnote: President, World's and National WCTU, philanthropist and author. End footnote. Consider the fact that more than 82% of all our public school teachers are women, that over 200 colleges have now over 4,000 women students, that industrial schools for girls are being founded in almost every state, that hardly a score of colleges in all of the nation still exclude us, and that these begin to look sheepish and speak in tones apologetic, while the University of Pennsylvania was lately opened. Barnard College in New York is the annex to magnificent Columbia, and the Methodist University of Washington, D.C., the Leland, Stanford, and Chicago universities, with countless millions back of them, are in all their departments, including divinity, to be open to women. Reflect that we are admitted to the theological seminaries of the Methodist, Congregational, and Universalist communions, that the Free Baptist and several other churches now welcome women delegates to their highest councils, while we vote in the local assembly of almost every church in Christendom, except the Catholic, and that, while some of us were rejected as delegates by the General Conference of the M.E. Church in 1888, that body submitted the question to a vote of 2 million Methodists, and 62% of those present and voting declared in favor of complete equality within the household of faith. Besides all this, remember that the order of deaconesses is now recognized in the Episcopal and Methodist churches, and is practically certain to be within this year by Presbyterians, that a simple, reasonable costume is insured to those who enter upon this vocation, and they are to be cared for in sickness and age, thus being at one stroke relieved of a lifetime's care in return for their service to humanity. Pass in review the philanthropies of women, involving not fewer than 60 societies of national scope or value, with their hundreds of state and tens of thousands of local auxiliaries, both north and south, and the countless local boards organized to help the defective, dependent, and delinquent classes in town and city, all of whom would be stronger if each class were correlated nationally. Study the college settlements, or colonies of college women who establish themselves in the poorer parts of the great cities, and work on the plan of Toynbee Hall, London. Think of the women's protective agencies, women's sanitary associations and exchanges, industrial schools and societies for physical culture, all of which are but clusters on the heavy-laden boughs of the Christian civilization, which raises women up and with her lifts toward heaven the world. Contemplate the women's foreign and home missionary societies, relative to which an expert tells us that the first was organized about a quarter of a century ago, and now most of the denominations have both associations with a contributing membership of about 1.5 million. They circulate about 125,000 copies of missionary papers, beside millions of pages of leaflets. They hold at least 500,000 missionary meetings every year, presided over by women, the addresses made and papers read by the sisterhood that 40 years ago would no sooner have thought of doing such a work than they would of taking a journey to the moon. They raise and distribute about 2 millions of money every year, and these several boards scan each little investment with as much care as if a fortune were to be made in discovering an error in the accounts. Marshall, in his blessed array, The King's Daughters, 200,000 strong, with their hallowed motto, "In His Name," The Society of Christian Endeavor, with its immense contingent of women, reflect that a woman spoke before the Catholic Total Abstinence Society at its late meeting in the presence of distinguished prelates of that church which, while beyond most others utilizing the money, devotion, and work of women, is most conservative of all when their public efforts are concerned. Remember the pathetic figure of our beloved little Pundita Ramabe as she stood pleading the cause of high caste Hindu widows upon our platforms a few years ago, and rejoice that in her school at Pune the dream is coming true. Surely time has neither been killed nor spent, but blessedly invested by all these shining marks of women at work for God and for humanity. Every woman who vacates a place in the teacher's ranks and enters an unusual line of work does two excellent things. She makes room for someone waiting for a place and helps to open a new vocation for herself and other women. In view of this, consider what it means to all of us that women have now taken their places successfully in almost every rank, from author and artist, lecturer and journalist, to dentist and barber, farmer and ranchman, stockholder and steamboat captain. Concerning this tremendous evolution, I tried in vain to get the footings of the late United States Census. Statistics give 5,500,000 women as the number who earn their own living by industrial pursuits in Germany, 4 million in England, 3,750,000 in France, about the same number in Austro-Hungary, and in America over 2,700,000. This much I can give of my own knowledge in the way of detailed statement concerning women's work. The Women's Temperance Publishing Association, Chicago, with its annual issue of from 120 million to 125 million pages, an institution in which women own all the stock, constitute the board of directors, do all the editing, and a woman, Mrs. F. H. Rastall, is the business manager and handled in her first year of service in that position over $200,000. Women, led by Mrs. Matilda B. Carse, have erected in Chicago a temple costing $1,100,000, not for show and not for glory, but to afford by its rentals the wherewithal to carry on their work of philanthropy and reform throughout the nation. Societies of women are now very generally planning for buildings of their own in leading towns and cities. The business women of the country have a first-class journal under the care of Miss Mary F. Seymour, 38 Park Row, New York, and the Woman's Journal, Boston, and Woman's Tribune, Washington, are, with the Union Signal of Chicago, the Church Union of New York, and the Homemaker, edited by Mrs. J. C. Crowley, Jenny June, the guiding journalistic lights of our advance. Recently, in Gotham, women have formed a society for political study and have organized the Ladies' Health Protective Association in that untidy town. In several states, they have engineered laws through the legislature whereby women physicians have positions and salaries in several state institutions. Women have also, and notably within the last 3 years, secured laws for the better protection of their own sex, have immeasurably increased the property rights of married women and their rights to their children under the law, have obtained appropriations for reformatories for women and homes for those morally degraded. Women are now on the county and city school boards of Chicago. They are sanitary inspectors in that municipality. They are police matrons in nearly all our large cities, and even London is moving in the same direction. They have been delegates to the Prohibition Party's National Convention and to the recent Great Convention of the Farmers Alliance in Ocala, Florida. While in the late presidential campaign, Republican clubs of women were organized by a national committee, the Democratic Party being the only one that has not yet nationally given token of marching with the age in which it lives. For the first time in history, the World's Fair has a separate commission of women provided for by the United States government. And to crown all, 2 dauntless women have spun around this little planet in about 10 weeks, while the prospect is that by airship we shall all spin around in 5 days or thereabouts within the next decade. The air of these last days is electric with delightful tidings. In New York City, such leaders as Mary Putnam Jacoby and Mrs. Agnew have rallied around Dr. Emma Kempen, the learned lawyer from Lausanne, and are helping to make it easier for women to enter the learned profession that has been most thickly hedged away from them. In Baltimore, Miss Mary Garrett, the most progressive woman of wealth that our country has produced, leads the movement that will yet open Johns Hopkins University to us, and has already mortgaged its medical college to the admission of women. In the recent National Convention of Public School Teachers, women were made vice presidents for the first time and given an equal voice in all proceedings, while the International Sunday School Convention, that meets but once in 3 years, made a similar advance, and the Christian Endeavor Society, that has enrolled in the last 10 years over 750,000 men and women, places the sexes side by side in all its purposes and plans. On the platform of the Massachusetts Women Suffragists 2 weeks ago sat and in its program participated ladies representing the alumni of Mount Holyoke College, no longer a female seminary, be it thankfully observed, also Vassar and Wellesley, a tableau that in view of inherent college conservatism could not have been furnished for our rejoicing eyes had not the disenthrallment of women become a most respectable and already a well-nigh triumphant reform. Compare the significance of that spectacle with the first announcement by Mrs. Emma Willard in 1819, when she submitted to the New York legislature her plan for the higher education of girls, the very first on record in this country, but emphatically declared that she wished to produce no college-bred females, and that there should be no exhibitions in her school, since public speaking forms no part of female education. Seeing those 3 wise college women seated in Tremont Temple beside Lucy Stone 2 weeks ago, one could hardly believe that, as Mrs. May Wright Sewell tells us, Harvard College was founded 153 years before the slightest provision for the education of girls was made by Massachusetts, or that for 135 years after public schools were established in Boston for boys, girls were not even admitted to learn reading or writing for a part of the year. It has taken 60 years so to dignify and individualize woman as to make of words accepted once epithets that refined natures now discard. Now let us widen the outlook to its utmost and see what 40 years have wrought along the picket line of our advance: actual participation in the government. 19,000 women voted in Boston alone on a decisive school question in 1888 and in a driving snowstorm. Women have the ballot now on school questions in 22 states, have municipal and school suffrage in Kansas and Oklahoma, while by constitutional enactment ratified by a vote of 8-1 among the people, they are fully disenthralled in the free mountain state of Wyoming. Well sang a woman of that happy commonwealth on the day of its admission to the family of states. The first republic of the world now greets the day, its flag unfurled to the pure mountain air. On plains, in canyon, shop and mine, the star of equal rights shall shine. From its blue folds, with light divine, a symbol bright and fair. John Bright said that agitation is but the marshalling of a nation's conscience to right its laws. And in this large view, every patriotic woman must perceive her duty to be made willing to vote if she is not so already. The new United States Senator from Kansas put the point pithily in a recent speech. He said, "At the dawn of the 20th century, the United States will be governed by the people that live in them. When that good time comes, women will vote and men quit drinking." End of section 30.
Section 31 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. The Work of Women During the War by Mary A. Livermore. Footnote. Author of My Recollections of the War, etc. End of footnote. The great uprising among men in April 1861, who ignored party and politics and forgot sect and trade in the fervor of their quickened love of country, was paralleled by a similar uprising among women. The patriotic speech and song which fired the blood of men and led them to enter the lists as soldiers nourished the self-sacrifice of women and stimulated them to the collection of hospital supplies and to brave the horrors and hardships of hospital life. If men responded to the call of the country when it demanded soldiers by the 100,000, women planned money-making enterprises whose vastness of conception and good business management yielded millions of dollars to be expended in the interest of sick and wounded soldiers. If men faltered not and went gaily to death, that slavery might be exterminated and the United States remain intact and undivided, women strengthened them by accepting the policy of the government uncomplainingly. When the telegraph recorded for the country defeat instead of victory, and for their beloved death instead of life, women continued to give the government their faith, and patiently worked and waited. The transition of the country from peace to the tumult and waste of war was appalling and swift, but the regeneration of its women kept pace with it. They lopped off superfluities, retrenched in expenditures, became deaf to the calls of pleasure, and heeded not the mandates of fashion. The incoming patriotism of the hour swept them to the loftiest height of devotion, and they were eager to do, to bear or to suffer for the beloved country. The fetters of caste and conventionalism dropped at their feet, and they sat together, patrician and plebeian, Protestant and Catholic, and scraped lint, and rolled bandages, or made garments for the poorly clad soldiery. An order was sent to Boston for 5,000 shirts for the Massachusetts troops at the South. Every church in the city sent a delegation of needlewomen to Union Hall, heretofore used as a ballroom. The Catholic priests detailed 500 sewing girls to the pious work. Suburban towns rang the bells of the town halls to muster the seamstresses. The plebeian Irish Catholic of South Boston ran the sewing machine, while the patrician Protestant of Beacon Street basted, and the shirts were made at a rate of 1,000 a day. On Thursday, Dorothea Dix sent an order for 5,000 shirts for hospitals in Washington. On Friday they were cut, made, and packed, and were sent on their way that night. Similar events were of constant occurrence in every other city. The zeal and devotion of women no more flagged through the war than did that of the army in the field. They rose to the height of every emergency, and through all discouragements and reverses maintained a sympathetic unity between the soldiers and themselves that gave to the former a marvelous heroism. At a meeting in Washington during the war, called in the interest of the Sanitary Commission, President Lincoln said, "I am not accustomed to use the language of eulogy. I have never studied the art of paying compliments to women. But I must say that if all that has been said by orators and poets since the creation of the world in praise of women was applied to the women of America, it would not do them justice for their conduct during this war. I will close by saying, God bless the women of America." It is to the honor of American women that they confronted the horrid aspects of war with mighty love and earnestness. They kept up their own courage and that of their countrymen who periled health and life for the nation. They sent the love and impulses of home into the extended ranks of the army, through the unceasing correspondence they maintained with the boys in blue. They planned largely and toiled untiringly, and with steady persistence to the end, that the horrors of the battlefield might be mitigated, and the hospitals abound in needed comfort. The men at the front were sure of sympathy from the homes, and knew that the women remembered them with sleepless interest. After the Battle of Antietam, where 10,000 of our own wounded were left on the field, besides a large number of the enemy, the Sanitary Commission distributed 28,763 pieces of dry goods, shirts, towels, bed ticks, pillows, etc., 3,188 pounds of farina, 2,620 pounds of condensed milk, 5,000 pounds of beef stock and canned meats, 3,000 bottles of wine and cordials, 4,000 sets of hospital clothing, several tons of lemons and other fruit, crackers, tea, sugar, rubber cloth, tin cups, chloroform, opiates, surgical instruments, and other hospital conveniences. After the Battle of Shiloh in the west, where nearly as many wounded men were left on the field as at Antietam, the Commission distributed 11,448 shirts, 3,686 pairs of drawers, 3,592 pairs of socks, brandy, whiskey, and wine, 799 bottles of porter, 941 lemons, 20,316 pounds of dried fruit, 7,577 cans of fruit, and 15,323 pounds of farinaceous food. Whence came these hospital supplies, or the money for their purchase? They were gathered by the loyal women of the North, who organized themselves into more than 10,000 aid societies during the war, and who never flagged in their constancy to the cause of the sick and wounded soldier. As rapidly as possible, branches of the United States Sanitary Commission were established in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Chicago, and other cities, 10 in all. Here sub-depots of sanitary stores were maintained, and into these the 10,000 soldiers' aid societies, composed of women, poured their never-ceasing contributions. The supplies sent to these 10 sub-depots were assorted, repacked, stamped with the mark of the Commission, only one kind of supplies being packed in a box, and then a list of the contents was marked on the outside. The boxes were then stored, subject to the requisitions of the great central distributing depots, established at Washington and Louisville. Through these two cities, all supplies of every kind passed to the troops at the front, who were contending with the enemy. For these were needed immense sums of money, and the latent business abilities of women then manifested themselves. They went to Washington and competed with men for government contracts for the manufacture of army clothing, and obtained them. When their accounts and their work were rigorously inspected by the War Department, they received commendation, and were awarded larger contracts. They planned great money-making enterprises, whose largeness of conception and good business management yielded millions of dollars, to be expended in the interest of the sick and wounded soldiers. The last two of the colossal sanitary fairs, held in New York and Philadelphia, yielded respectively $1 million and $1,200,000. Women were the creators, the inspiration, and the great energizing force of these immense fairs, and also, from first to last, of the Sanitary Commission. Said Dr. Bellows, "There was nothing wanting in the plans of the women of the Commission, that businessmen commonly think peculiar to their own methods. Men awoke to the consciousness that they were in women possibilities and potencies of which they had never dreamed, and when the war ended, they were willing to accord to them opportunities and privileges hitherto refused. Then began the great movements for the education of women, the enlargement of their sphere of work, their entrance into public life, and the repeal of laws that heretofore had blocked their way, which has glorified the latter half of the 19th century. In the very beginning of the war, the need of women nurses in the Army hospitals was so apparent that Secretary Cameron commissioned Dorothea Dix to detail women as nurses, and it was expected that their names would be placed on the Army payroll. Later, his successor, Secretary Stanton, empowered Miss Jane C. Hoag and Miss Mary A. Livermore, associate members of the United States Sanitary Commission, who were residents of Chicago, to detail women nurses to Western hospitals. The same authority was bestowed on the United States Sanitary Commission and on the St. Louis Branch Commission. Hundreds of women served in the hospitals, on the transports, in camps, and on battlefields, all detailed for 6 months or longer, and many working through the whole period of the war. At the close of the war, an examination of the books of the various commissions, sanitary, Christian, state, public, and private, was made by experts, who reported that the aggregate of the benefactions of these various organizations, in money and supplies, was about $54 million, all voluntary contributions from the people. Of this amount, more than half passed through the agencies of the Sanitary Commission, and was mainly collected by women. Of what other nation can it be said that its women developed a heavenly side to war? End of section 31.
Section 32. Of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CyndaJM. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women's Work for Indians. By Mrs. Amelia S. Quinton, President of the Women's National Indian Association. Prior to the year 1879, the condition of the Indian race in the United States had not won the attention of the nation at large, nor had it even gained the interest of any considerable proportion of the church membership. Missions at various points among Indians were indeed prosecuted, and their needs, as well as the successes of work among them, had deeply stirred the missionaries and those who sustained or sympathized with them. But the number of these two classes was a small minority in the churches. Great political wrongs and oppressions long existing were still in vigorous operation, but were known to comparatively few and could not therefore take hold of the popular mind. A wave of righteous indignation had now and then in a community, section, or church followed some extraordinary cruelty, but this led to no lasting or efficient protest. Even so flagrant cases as that of the slaughter by soldiers under orders of 173 pagans in Montana, 90 of them women and 50 children under 12 years of age, on mere allegations of hostilities, the Sand Creek Massacre of Indians, a deed which, as Bishop Whipple said, would have disgraced a tribe in Central Africa, the expulsion by military force of the Poncas from their own lands in Nebraska, the fraudulent possession by a dozen white men of more than 90,000 acres of land really belonging to the Indians of Round Valley, California, the confiscation of the property of the friendly, loyal Sisseton and Wahpeton Sioux, and their indiscriminate punishments along with the hostile Sioux, were known to few individuals and had made no real impression on our comfortable and prosperous nation. Rings of selfish politicians in both the West and East portrayed situations more or less true among Indians, frequently seeming to plead for them, secured the passage of acts of Congress bearing grants and appropriations, and manipulated these and other public funds and lands in their own interest with unblushing effrontery. 900 treaties have been made with Indians by our government, and not one, as we have often been told by eminent public men, was ever kept by us or first broken by Indians. As expressed in Our Work, a late publication of the Women's National Indian Association, it was at that date not a crime in law to kill an Indian, for he had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. He was still subject to enforced removals from his own land. He was constantly robbed. The United States Indian agent had despotic power over him and could suspend all trade on the reservation, could suspend the chief, and drive off or arrest all visitors whose presence he might not approve or desire. The Indian could not make contracts. He could not himself sell anything he could raise or manufacture except to the trader appointed by the government. He had no legal title or interest in the annual productions of the soil. He was banished to wild reservations and required to farm where farming was impossible even to instructed farmers. And at the same time he was deprived of arms and ammunition for hunting, and was then forbidden to leave the reservation. The white man supplanted him in trapping and hunting, in the seal and salmon fisheries of the Pacific coast, and though the Indian was a natural herder of cattle, it was made a felony for him to sell them. Our nation practically prohibited all lines of work natural to him, and falsified its promises to furnish him means for farming, the one kind of labor prescribed and insisted upon. There was ceaseless oppression, and these crimes burn with a lurid light in all the records of our dealings with Indians. Such a state of affairs could not last in a Christian nation. It was but a question as to who should so clearly see and so deeply feel these cruel facts, as widely to make them known, to publish them to people, and thus move the heart of the humane, waken the public conscience, and summon the soul of the church to the righteous reform needed. And God had prepared his instruments. A body of women lived who should respond to the call, as was believed, when by human lips it should come, and the story of their uprising was the sequel of this faith. The story resembles that of all moral movements that come in the fullness of time to manifest themselves as a part of the divine program of the world's redemption. Earnest women of consecrated purpose everywhere responded to the appeals made, many of them well known in Christian work and in the social and literary world. A catalog of the officers and members would include the names of wives, sisters, and daughters of judges, statesmen, savants, and of bishops and other eminent among the clergy, and of not a few who bear honors in their own right. All have done noble and effective service for the long-neglected red man, and this from a sense of loyalty to national honor, of compassion for human suffering, from a deep sense of obligation to make at least an acknowledgement of the atonement due for the unspeakable wrongs of the past, and from the conviction of covenanted duty to win our native heathen to Christian faith and living. The new popular movement was begun in the spring of 1879 by a volunteer committee of 2 ladies who, with the help of the friends they won to aid them, sent out 7,000 petitions, which, in a roll 300 feet in length containing the signatures of 13,000 citizens, was presented to President Hayes at the White House and to the House of Representatives February 14, 1880. This petition said, "We, the undersigned men and women of the United States, resident in or near blank, do most respectfully and most earnestly request the President and the House of Congress to take all needful steps to prevent the encroachments of white settlers upon the Indian Territory, and to guard the Indians in the enjoyment of all the rights which have been guaranteed them on the faith of the nation." In May 1880, 2 other ladies were added to the volunteer committee, though the 4 did not meet as a committee until the following December, the 2 continuing their work meantime. During the summer of 1880, a second petition was prepared and circulated in every state and territory, and when in December the committee of 4 met, 4 others, invited, joined them, and the Central Indian Committee was organized. These 8 ladies were Miss Mary L. Bonney, the senior principal of the Chestnut Street Female Seminary of Philadelphia, later the wife of Thomas Rambolt, D.D., LL.D., who originated the interest and who provided for most of the expense of the early work, Mrs. Amelia S. Quinton, the general secretary from the first month, Mrs. George Dana Boardman, that day elected treasurer, Mrs. M.J. Chase, Miss Frances Leah, Mrs. Joshua R. Jones, Mrs. Margaretta Shepard, and Mrs. Edward Cope. The second petition from all the states and with more than 50,000 names appended, and the memorial letter were carried by the chairman and secretary to Washington and were presented by Senator Dawes of Massachusetts in the Senate January 27, 1881, and a few days later in the House by Honorable Gilbert de la Martre. The memorial letter of that date, though like the petition still asking for the observance of treaties, began to foreshadow the new Indian policy which was soon after asked for by the association. This letter said, "Finally, your petitioners would express the earnest conviction that the nation which has spent $500 million on Indian wars growing out of the violation of treaties can best afford to make it their interest to the Indian tribes among us voluntarily to become citizens of the United States and not by the coercion of acts of Congress." In June 1881, the first written constitution was adopted, an executive board was elected, and with Miss Bonney as president and the addition of new members, the society became the Indian Treaty Keeping and Protective Association. During the summer, associate committees in cities of central and western New York were found. In the autumn, public meetings were inaugurated, and state committees in New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts were secured by General Secretary, these latter being reorganized as permanent auxiliaries early in 1882, when new ones were also gained in other states. The third petition, signed by 100,000 citizens and presented February 21, 1882, to President Arthur and later by Senator Dawes in the Senate, was as follows. We, the undersigned men and women of these United States, do most respectfully but most earnestly pray our President and your honorable body, 1. To maintain all treaties with Indians with scrupulous fidelity until these compacts are modified or abrogated by the free and well-considered consent of the Indian tribes who are also parties to these treaties. 2. That since the number of Indian children within the limits of the United States does not probably exceed 60,000, or 1/3 the number of children in the public schools of some of our larger cities, and since treaties with many tribes already bind our government to provide a teacher for every 30 Indian children among these tribes, therefore we pray that a number of common schools sufficient for the education of every child of every tribe may be provided upon their reservations, and that industrial schools also may be established among them. 3. We pray that a title in fee simple to at least 160 acres of land may be granted to any Indian within the reservation occupied by his tribe when he desires to hold land in severalty, and that said land shall be inalienable for 20 years. 4. We also earnestly pray for the recognition of Indian personality and rights under the law, given to Indians the protection of law of the United States for their persons and property, and holding them strictly amenable to these laws, also giving them increased encouragements to industry and opportunity to trade, and securing to them full religious liberty. The committee of ladies who presented this petition to President Arthur at the White House were Mrs. Joseph Hawley, wife of the Connecticut senator, Mrs. Kiefer, wife of the Speaker of the House, and the Secretary of the Association, who was chairman of this committee. The debate in the Senate over this petition included Western objection hotly stated, and the eloquent defense of the Massachusetts senator, whose work for Indians is immortal, and the report of the discussion filled several pages of the congressional record and was widely circulated in leaflet form by the association. Soon after this date, the name of the association was changed to the National Indian Association. As will be seen, important changes or views and policy were embodied in this petition of February 1882, and these changes mark an era in Indian affairs. The first memorial was protective and prayed Congress to guard the Indians in the enjoyment of all the rights guaranteed them on the faith of the nation. The second one further recognized Indian manhood, petitioning that treaties should not be violated, ignored, or altered without the mutual and free consent of both parties. The third memorial, while in its opening clause breathing the essential spirit of both the first and second, prayed a new prayer in asking for universal Indian education, for lands in severalty, for Indian citizenship, and the protection of law for all Indians, and this was the first popular plea for this radical change in the governmental treatment of our Aborigines. The initial impulse of this movement had been an impassioned outcry for justice and the faithful carrying out of stipulations supposed to be for the welfare of the Indian, but to the officer who prepared the petitions and other literature of the association, and who read in public libraries and gained information in many other ways, it soon became clear that the treaties were often frauds, and that the reservation system was itself the greatest of all hindrances to Indian civilization. This conviction shaped the third position, was embodied in press articles with growing emphasis, was early shared by the most active women workers, and was soon the general opinion throughout the association. Many things combined to prepare the way for the popular approval of this policy. Besides the influence of the reported work of devoted missionaries on Indian fields, the eloquent pleading of Bishop Whipple through the secular press had begun to waken new interest regarding the red man, and before this third petition was published, another, a woman of genius, had been stirred to champion the human rights of the oppressed race. 6 months after the beginning of the movement, whose evolution was the Women's National Indian Association, the attention of Helen Hunt Jackson was called to the subject of Indian wrongs, as she told the writer by a conversation with an officer of the Indian Department of Government, and from her pen articles of thrilling interest soon moved the conscience of many to whom the Indian had previously been but an unknown barbarian. The daunting success of the experiment of Indian education opened in the East in 1878 by Captain Pratt's first efforts among the Indian prisoners in Florida, and of his later enlarged work in Hampton, Virginia, were attracting attention. In June 1881, the association and its friends in Philadelphia first heard the recital of Ponca wrongs from Mr. Tibbles, later the husband of Bright Eyes, whose addresses had already in New England won an influential hearing. All these, as well as the friends gained directly by the association's work, were ready to swell the tide of appeal on behalf of our Native Americans, and all at once approved or soon came to approve the policy outlined in the petition of February 1882, while Senator Dawes had already warmly endorsed the growing thought of the second memorial and had said that it had suggested to himself new points for consideration. Thus, by all these helps, as well as by the constant labors of Senator Dawes, the later wide petitioning of the association and the work of the Indian Rights Association, Indian manhood and womanhood came to be popularly recognized as entitled to the same rights and opportunities before the law as those of all other races throughout our national borders. In the summer, after this third petition was presented in Congress, another exceptionally able worker, Miss Alice C. Fletcher, appeared on a western reservation whither she had gone for scientific research, and there her personal observation and experience among Indians soon moved her to at least a temporary abandonment of ethnological study and turned her eastward toward the national capital, where she wakened much thought among legislators and later drafted a bill which, somewhat modified, became law, and under which she gave the Omaha tribe lands in severalty before the Dawes Severalty Bill was written. The latter measure was, however, growing in the mind of the New England senator, and the bill which bears his name and which gave to all Indians the right to obtain lands in severalty and citizenship became the law of the land in March 1887. Of the new policy therein formulated by him, he said, in a popular address still in print, that it was born of and nursed by the women of this association. His great service to their cause, his personal statements beginning in January 1881 as to the value of their work, expressed with encomiums which cannot be forgotten, form a cherished part of the Society's records, written and unwritten. Near the close of 1883, from a generous courtesy to the then New Indian Rights Association of Gentlemen, organized by Herbert Welsh, Esquire, the association changed its name to the Women's National Indian Association and began preparation for the establishment of stations for pioneer missionary work in tribes unprovided with religious teaching and domestic instruction. The decision to add this work was made because it was ascertained that nearly 70 tribes and separated parts of tribes were yet without the gospel, though in a land of 15 millions of Christians, and also because of the conviction that the tide of right public sentiment was now so strong that land in severalty and legal rights would surely soon be given to Indians. Much earnest inquiry was made as to whether the permanent denominational societies might not divide this long-neglected field among themselves and undertake this additional missionary work. To all such inquiries, but one answer was returned, and that was that in these societies funds were wanting and could not be gathered for the purpose without imperiling the missions already in hand. For 100 years, the unsupplied tribes had waited for the sin-lost assurance of God's love and reconciliation, and that they might not die without this assurance, the Women's National Indian Association consecratedly determined to gather funds and begin the long-neglected work of instructing them in Christian truths, and in home and industrial arts, and the divine blessings following this decision. With trials and toils and with the usual hindrances and disappointments incident to all missionary work, and not more to theirs than that of others among Indians, as the records show, these women persevered and have had occasion to rejoice in missions opened directly or indirectly by their labors at more than 30 stations from 1884 to 1893. The plan adopted is to get land, by purchase or gift, to build the cottage and chapel, to establish workers in them, and later to give all to the permanent society by that date, able and desirous to take the mission for permanent care. The stations have thus been transferred to the Episcopal, Presbyterian, Baptist, Methodist, and Moravian boards, and the work has led to a great increase in the general interest in Indian missions, as well as to a great increase in the number of stations. Scores of additional ones are still needed to fully provide for the whole unoccupied field. See the Association's Sketches of Delightful Work, 1893. Boxes of clothing and other goods, sometimes to the value of $3,000 in a single year, have also been sent to needy tribes, while the very interesting Department of Home Building by Loan Funds has given to probably 100 Indians neat, civilized homes in which a new Christian home life has been set up. Hospital work has been done at several points, and supplies of books, periodicals, and many other helps have been furnished by the 11 departments of the Association's practical activities. The growth of the work, for that of an organization devoted to so small a class as our 250,000 of Indians, has been marked in branches. Officers or helpers are now to be found in 40 states of the Union. Miss Bonney, the first president of the association, from a great pressure of duties and educational work, resigned her office at the close of 1884, and the presidency of the accomplished Mrs. Mary Lowe Dickinson, which followed, was closed by ill health in 1887. Since which date the writer, till then continuing the work of General Secretary, has been continuously re-elected to the office. The funds expended for all purposes have reached of late $25,000 per annum, though not all used have ever reported in print. To see as God sees, as far as human limitations permit, to share his moral perception, to judge with his judgment, is to act in harmony with his nature, and so to achieve, as nearly as may be, the perfect living, and to do the utmost that is possible towards moving others in the perfect way. For society to see as God sees would cleanse human nature of selfishness, would move every hand to helpful ministries, would lead the nations to righteous legislation and to the execution of the law of love alone. That vision made universal, penal law would disappear, as all occasion for it would cease, and statutes would become methods of love's working alone. It results then that he does most for the man who gives by word or deed best exposition of the thoughts of God, and all history is one great chapter of proof of this truth. To recognize this, one need but note the many revolutions made in human society by the reception and just use of even one divine idea in ages of darkness. How thrones have crumbled and tyrants fallen, but when a single soul has come to be the trumpet of a single thought of God, and how nations have moved from Stygian night into sunny morning, when but one of God's thoughts, somewhere long hungered for, has risen upon them. And how many of these eras have come to the earth since Miriam and her maidens sang the illumination that was the root and offspring of going out from the slavery of heathen thought into the inevitable worship of the God better known, though the thought led into an unknown land. How often, too, has women's inspiration led the way, or clasped behind the throne the sceptered hand that, lifted by her lesser grasp, has opened a royal gate to a new age. Not by her greater inherited goodness or better brain has a woman thus wrought, but because God makes her mother, growth nourisher, love parent to the world's mind, to guard, to watch, to feed, to lead its soul. The pages of this volume cite many illustrations of this divine vocation of woman, and of the gracious, if more veiled part she has borne in statesmanship. The annals of American life are rich with radiant portraitures of noble women who have shone not only in the home as mothers, wives, or daughters of distinguished patriots, scholars, statesmen, but of many who, in the great movements of the age, have had a regal share of the divine work of uplifting moral standards, of pointing out sin as suicide, for love's sake, daring to voice the cry of the oppressed, to utter God's protest against wrong, and to appeal to Caesar to right what Caesar should. Such have overcome natural timidity by the mother impulse of protection, and the patriot motive of defense against foes, impelled by the conviction that injustice is the slaughter of a people, the destruction of a country. Such having had revealed to them beside the home altar or in the sick room the vision of God, hearing his whispers apart from life's turmoil, do but repeat his message after him. So it is that the love of others, the protection of society, the God-given aspiration of the universal age of love have been women's inspiration in her share of labor for the world's help. It was thus that women's quick ear in the midst of busy work caught the wail from far-off prairies and the cry of many dusky Rachels mourning for their children perishing by the white man's arm, shuddering that their homes were no more shelters amidst the oncoming multitudes of the hard gold seekers of our race. The moral revolution followed as women slowly, toilfully moved and gathered the first popular protests against the ghastly wrongs of our Aboriginal race and organized work on its behalf years before any other society existed for this specific purpose. Christians had labored in Christ's name to send and give the gospel to the tribes, and many years of faithful work on lonely fields had resulted. But it was especially to women that the divine summons came to make known both to the church and popularly, through press and pulpit, and to the government the appalling political oppressions and wants of the red man, and to begin the public and importunate plea that he too might be permitted to stand as free as any other man, and be as safe in the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. And now, as a result of the tide thus started, borne on by many forces, between 20,000 and 30,000 Indians have availed themselves of the privileges of the Dawes Severalty Act and are now free citizens of the United States. One half the Indian children of the land are already in school, and provision for the rest will surely follow. Of the 250,000 Indians, 200,000 are self-supporting by civilized avocations, and the 71 military posts, which a few years ago watched and controlled redmen, are now reduced to 10. Civil service reform already controls the appointment of matrons, teachers, physicians, superintendents, and assistant superintendents, and its spirit will doubtless soon control the appointment of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, and the agents briefly needed till the prerogatives of citizenship come to all Indians. The work of appeal for all required funds, of watching against frauds in the further division of the lands, and in all of the measures needed, of securing the full protection of common law, long due, and the work of sending the truths of God's decreed redemption to the scores of still waiting tribes yet remains. In this unfinished labor, surely patriotic and Christian women will loyally, promptly, and nobly take their just share. End of section 32.
Section 33 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The Woman's Club Movement by J.C. Crawley. Jenny June, journalist and author of Talks on Women's Topics and 3 manuals of work, etc. The growth of the Women's Club in America is one of the marvels of the 19th century, which has produced so many marvels. Beginning as an experiment hardly more than 25 years ago, it has grown into a far-reaching and influential movement, not by the external forces it has employed, but by natural aggregation and the universal excellence of the character it developed and maintains. Beginning with a few small groups of quiet women, the interest has grown until it is estimated that there are 500 women's clubs in the United States, with an aggregated membership of not less than 50,000 women. To properly estimate this advance, it must be remembered that previous to this time there were no associated movements among women outside the church, the suffrage, and the anti-slavery clause, and these were combined with, if they were not controlled by, men. Puritan influence aided the custom and traditions of the ages in limiting women to a subordinate place and keeping them silent in and out of the churches. It is worth noting that the new movement was not in the nature of a revolt, but it has been more like an awakening. The central club idea carried with it nothing belligerent, nothing antagonistic, nothing in the nature of a demand or an assertion. Its spirit was simple unity, fellowship of one woman with another on a platform of professed ignorance and sincere desire to know. The idea met with instant and growing response. It brought together women of all creeds and no creed, women of diverse social position and environment, women of widely differing opportunities and degrees of culture, and made of them a harmonious body, every part of which is enriched by the contribution of each to the whole. It is a curious fact that without concerted action, without direct means of communication one with another, all the clubs seem to have been animated by one common impulse, vis-a-vis the acquisition of knowledge, improvement in methods, and the creation of higher standards of social and intellectual life. The story of one in this respect is the story of all, and is really the history of a great inspiration, or rather the development of desire among women engaged mainly in domestic duties for the exercise of mental faculty and the cultivation of a more intimate knowledge of the vital questions and issues. This has been accomplished by an equally common determination to avoid those religious and political differences which separate and antagonize common interests, and to cultivate on broad grounds the spirit of unity and good fellowship. The club idea of kinship and unity on the basis of womanhood alone is distinctly modern, at least so far as any practical exemplification of it is concerned, and its inculcation has created a new social departure and an active, many-sided social life before almost unknown. Its glad recognition and acceptance can only be accounted for on the ground of its supplying an almost universally felt want. The hearts and minds of women absorbed in quiet duties have been starved by the meager food afforded them, and the enlargement-fed intellectual desire and latent mental capacity, whose existence had hardly heretofore been acknowledged. The results of this broader life have been of far greater importance, even now, than could have been anticipated. Studies have been pursued by thousands of women, engrossed by other cares with an ardor and a thoroughness which justifies the frequent appellation of the club as the school of the middle-aged women, as the university extension of the home. Knowledge of and practice in business methods and parliamentary law have been acquired, a wider outlook obtained, and broader points of view from which to consider all subjects, both great and small. Incidentally, prejudice has been removed and fellowship established between women of totally diverse opinions, habits, modes of thought, and social environment. The change incident to club life is as apparent in communities as in individuals. In place of the old stagnation, there is human and intellectual activity, of which the woman's club is usually the center. It took many years to disabuse the public mind of the impression that the woman's club was not the old type of man's club, that it was not a stronghold of festering discontent and agitation, but the total disassociation of the woman's club proper with all one-sided opinions, cliques, sectional, political, or religious, is beginning now to be understood, and the influence of these earnest, clear-minded groups, which draw no lines of separation, but pursue their several ways for their own improvement and the betterment of the race, is beginning to be markedly felt. What may be called the second period in the life of women's clubs and their growth into a movement began with a call for a convention of clubs by Cirrhosis, the first exclusively women's club in this country to celebrate its 21st birthday. Up to this time, women's clubs, so-called though not always composed entirely of women, had only known an isolated life. They had little knowledge of each other or of the extent to which such organizations had been formed. They had only a local history, local character, and local influence, and were as little understood as they were known, even by the majority of women. In January 1889, Miss Crawley proposed that cirrhosis celebrate its 21st birthday by a convention of clubs, and in accordance with this proposition, the following call was issued. In March of the present year, 1889, Cirrhosis, the Pioneer Women's Club, attains its majority. It is proposed to celebrate its 21st anniversary by a convention of clubs to meet in New York on the 18th, 19th, and 20th days of March next, and in pursuance of this object, a delegate from your club is cordially invited to be its representative and assist by a report of your methods and their results in furthering the larger aims of the convention. These are, in brief, 1. The enunciation of the Women's Club idea and its point of departure from the society. 2. To obtain accurate data of the extent to which, in 21 years, club life has grown among women. 3. In what consists and how it differs from the club life of men. 4. The methods employed and their operation. 5. The results obtained and the prospect of the future. 6. The influences which women's clubs have exerted upon the communities in which they exist. The associative life of women is now an established fact. Steady growth for 21 years and the continued accessions to existing clubs have demonstrated it. This life has produced as its first flower a bond of friendship to which every good club woman responds. Mrs. M. Louise Thomas, President, Cirrhosis. Mrs. William Todd Helmuth, Chairman, Executive Committee. Mrs. Ella Dietz Clymer, Corresponding Secretary. Mrs. J. C. Crawley, Chairman, Committee of Correspondence for the Convention. 96 clubs were addressed, and 65 responded by sending delegates. In pursuance of the larger aims, a meeting of the delegates with the local club and its committees took place at the Madison Square Theater, kindly lent by Mr. A. M. Palmer for the purpose of the convention, on Wednesday, the 20th of March, to lay the foundation for a permanent federation. At this meeting, a committee was appointed with power to draft a constitution and present a plan of permanent organization on a proposed basis of general federation the following year. The committee consisted of the following ladies: Ella Dietz Clymer, Jenny C. Crawley, M. Louise Thomas, Charlotte Emerson Brown, Amelia K. Wing, Mary R. Hall, and Sophia C. Hoffman, representing the New York Sorosis, the Women's Club of Brooklyn, and the New Century Club of Philadelphia. This first convention of clubs, the ardent zeal and enthusiasm of delegates, the many-sided character it revealed in its reports of club work, and the desirability of giving voice to and making history of this rapidly growing movement suggested the idea of a journal devoted to literary and club interests. Such a periodical, with this avowed object, was begun in the autumn of 1889 under the name of the Woman's Cycle. A feature of it was a directory of clubs and record of club work, and it gave at once an immense impulse to club life and work, while revealing to a larger public the nature and objects of this new and almost unknown quantity called women's clubs. The first convention of the General Federation met by invitation of Cirrhosis at the Scottish Rite Hall in New York on April 23rd, 24th, and 25th, 1890. It was presided over by Mrs. Ella Dietz Clymer, then president of Cirrhosis, and brought together the delegates from those clubs who had signified their intention of joining the General Federation. 60 clubs representing 18 different states participated in this ratification convention, adopted a constitution, elected officers, found committees, and established the General Federation of Women's Clubs upon a permanent basis. An entire double number of the cycle was devoted to the proceedings of this great organizational gathering, and from that record is copied the following editorial comment. The significance of the recent gathering of representative women assembled to form a General Federation of Women's Clubs has been felt to be so great as to justify the sacrifice of minor interests and the dedication of one enlarged issue of the cycle to convention proceedings. Perhaps we owe an apology to those of our readers and subscribers who are outside the pale of women's club life, but we need only remind them of the failure of the general press and public to realize the force of the new club movement as a factor in modern progress, of the intellectual enlargement it has brought to women, of the faculties it has discovered and urged to exercise, of the stimulus it has given to an intelligent social life, without in the least detracting from the conscience put into the duties of wifehood and motherhood to justify this action. It is perhaps impossible for men to understand the narrow groove in which the majority of women have been forced in times not long past to live and move and have their being. The Church did not help them in this respect. It only drew the lines of separation more distinctly. The club has revealed women to each other. It has established fellowship on purely human foundations and opened the doors of a new heaven and a new earth, in which all differences are melted in a simple gospel of unity. It will not do anyone any hurt to read the proceedings of this convention, which resulted in the organization of a federation representing 18 states of this union. A federation on a purely peaceful basis composed of homelike, lovable women who are delightful in their renewed youth, in their eagerness to know what there is that is interesting to be known, and who, whatever their status, whatever their degree of cultivation, and some, like the president of the new federation, have studied Greek and graduated in all the ologies, still find in the interchange of their club life food for mind and soul. The Constitution, as adopted, declared, the object of the General Federation is to bring into communication with each other the various women's clubs throughout the world, in order that they may compare methods of work and become mutually helpful. The officers elected were President, Mrs. Charlotte Emerson Brown, East Orange, New Jersey; Vice President, Mrs. May Wright Sewell, Indianapolis, Indiana; Recording Secretary, Mrs. J. C. Crowley, New York, New York; Corresponding Secretary, Miss Mary B. Temple, Knoxville, Tennessee; Treasurer, Mrs. Phoebe A. Hurst, San Francisco, California; and 63 Vice Presidents representing as many different club organizations. The advisory board was composed of Mrs. Charlotte Emerson Brown, East Orange, New Jersey; Mrs. Ella Dietz Clymer, President of Cirrhosis, New York City; Mrs. J. C. Crowley, Cirrhosis, New York City; Mrs. Amelia K. Wing, President of Brooklyn Women's Club; Mrs. Fannie P. Palmer, President of Rhode Island Women's Club; Mrs. Mary E. Mumford, President of New Century Club, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania; Mrs. May Wright Sewell, President of Women's Club, Indianapolis, Indiana; Mrs. Harriet H. Robinson, of Old and New Club, Malden, Massachusetts; Mrs. Mabel Smith, President of Women's Club, Jamaica, Long Island. The General Federation was exceptionally fortunate in its choice of president. Mrs. Charlotte Emerson Brown was fitted by nature and education for its duties and responsibilities. Understanding fully the many-sided character of the growing body with which she had to deal, and appreciating its possibilities, she devoted her entire time for 2 years to building up the General Federation on the broad lines of its inception, and educating the club sentiment to which the formation of the General Federation had given a mighty impulse. In the 2 years between the Organization Convention at Scottish Rite Hall in 1890 and the first Biennial Convention at Chicago in 1892, the Federation gained an aggregate membership of upwards of 200 clubs, representing a membership ranging from 15 to 500, and some with outgrowths of many hundreds more. These clubs covered 31 states, and to the list must be added faraway India, with 2 federated women's clubs, one in Bombay founded by a New York physician, Dr. Emma Brainerd Ryder, and one in Ceylon, also the result of Dr. Ryder's efforts, of which more must be said later. This rapid growth was accelerated by the Federation system of organization. Under this method, the president of a federated club became a vice president of the Federation. A Federation correspondent was also appointed from each state, whose duty it was and is to act as the medium of communication between the individual clubs of her state or territorial area and the central board, and furnish such information as may be needed and by both in regard to each other. These correspondents are selected for their ability and devotion to club interests, and have proved most efficient. The first biennial meeting took place in Chicago by invitation of the Chicago Women's Club, and was memorable. The 3 days' sessions were held in Central Music Hall and brought together crowded audiences composed of the best people of the great Western city. The Chicago Committee consisted of the following ladies: Mrs. J.P. Harvey, Chairman; Mrs. James M. Fowler; Mrs. Cecilia Parker Woolley; Mrs. Carolyn K. Sherman; Mrs. Lucretia M. Hayward; Mrs. Elizabeth H. Ball; Mrs. Frances B. Smith; Dr. Lelah G. Bendel; Mrs. William Thaler Brown; and Mrs. George W. Huddleston. The address of welcome was made by Mrs. Sarah Hackett Stevenson, M.D., president of the Chicago Women's Club. The response by the president of the General Federation, Mrs. Charlotte Emerson Brown. Some features of the program will give an idea of the objects and work of the Federation. Reports of States Committees of Correspondence. Report of Committee of Club Methods. Report of Committee on Club Intercourse and Fellowship. Papers and discussion upon helps and hindrances in the organized work of women. A symposium upon educational problems divided as follows: the educational influence of women's clubs, club women on school boards and higher education, classic study in our public schools, university extension, the kindergarten. An evening was given to addresses by Mrs. Edna D. Cheney and Mrs. Julia Ward Howe, and the closing address was made by Mrs. May Wright Sewell, the well-known Western educator, writer, and clubwoman. This skeleton of part of the more important features conveys no idea of the spirit of this brilliant assemblage of refined, intelligent, and studious women whose leisure is devoted to intellectual exercise and the cultivation of the higher faculties, but who are essentially home lovers, home keepers, and home makers. Better than the best papers were the 3-minute discussions upon topics in which all were interested, and which were like sparks struck from an anvil in their vividness and brightness. Conventions, however, are not movements, though they may give voice to them. The evidences of the growth of women's clubs into the dignity and power of a movement appear first in their universality, second in their unity, third in the character of their results, and the influence exerted upon individual and social life. Space does not admit of anything like a detailed account of the work of clubs, even in its more public aspects. In general terms, it may truthfully be said to have changed the tone of whole communities and raised it to a higher intellectual and social level. It has taught women how to think, how to speak, how to act for the best good of the community in which they live. It has made them acquainted with the best work, the best ideas, and the great thinkers of their own and all times. It has taught them values and proportion and the historic continuity of events, thus forming a basis for a new conception of the philosophy of life and duty and destroying prejudice. It has created schools, built libraries, and made unnumbered towns and villages, formerly stagnant centers of intellectual light and activity. It would be easy to enumerate such important achievements as the building of clubhouses and institutes such as the Athenaeum of Milwaukee, the Propylaeum of Indianapolis, and the New Century Clubhouse of Philadelphia, the clubhouse at Grand Rapids, and others. But after all, the best result of the work of women's clubs has been seen in the new life of these small towns, the movement in the stagnant waters of quiet village neighborhoods, in the uplifting influence of the higher thought and the fellowship established among women of totally distinct habits, ideas, and opinions. Unity in diversity is the motto of the General Federation, and the central idea, sympathy with what one does not like, there being no modern or club virtue in sympathy with what one does like. Naturally, there are great diversities in clubs in different neighborhoods and different parts of the country, but they are usually differences of detail, not of basis or essential principle. A curious and predominant element in the woman's club idea is its flexibility and ability to lend itself to the needs of its locality and the growth of the membership. From the first, it has been free and instinctively resisted all attempts to bind it to individual hobbies, convictions, and opinions. The objects have been mainly educational and the creation of whatever was needed as aids and stimulus to a fuller, better, and more rounded life. Some clubs have done more than others in philanthropic directions, particularly in the farther West, where organization for the benefit of women and children and neighborhood improvement hardly existed until the Woman's Club created it. Among the outgrowths are protective and educational unions, provident funds, study classes, reading rooms for the benefit of working women, as well as social centers. The Association for the Advancement of Women was the direct outgrowth of the Mother Club and the Working Women's Guild of Philadelphia, 1,000 members strong of the New Century Club of Philadelphia. The New England Women's Club has done much philanthropic work. It started the movement in Boston, which resulted in placing women on the school boards and established the diet kitchens. The feature of the New England Women's Club are its classes and its Mondays. Its classes are formed of the members, under the direction of someone gifted in leadership for the pursuit of various studies. Its Mondays are mainly social, and its teas are famous. The Chicago Women's Club is one of the broadest, most active in the country. Its membership list numbers about 500 ladies, divided into 7 departments: reform, home education, art and literature, philanthropy, philosophy, and science. These departments are subdivided into working committees, upon one of which every new member is expected to enroll herself when she enters the club. This system has made it a strong and active working club, for the member is dropped who does not interest herself in one of its departments. The South has been slow in adopting the club idea, which found such ready recognition at the East and West, but it has had, in New Orleans, since 1884, one of the best all-round clubs to be found anywhere. Energetic and practical, it started many needed aids to improvement in social and industrial conditions, and opened its doors to representative women of all degrees, many of them self-supporting, who had been reared in affluence, and others anxious to learn the secret of their success. The first club in Tennessee was the Asok Circle in Knoxville, but Memphis now has two active progressive club organizations, the 19th Century and the Women's Club of Memphis. Georgia has in Columbus a women's press club which covers the state and has won a name beyond it by its inspiring leadership. One of the most interesting outgrowths of club organizations are the union clubs in sparsely settled neighborhoods where distances are great and home duties exacting. One of these is the Social Science Club of Kansas and Western Missouri. Meetings are semi-annual, and the well-prepared programs, admirably classified and arranged, represent the work of 9 committees: Philanthropy and Reform, Education, Natural Science, History and Civil Governments, Art, Archaeology, Literature, and Domestic Economy. The work has been wide, thoughtful, and painstaking. The result, educational in the best sense. The Women's Literary Union of Portland, Maine has many features in common with the Western Association, but it is more compact and does not cover so wide an area. Its single parts consist of organizations in nearer communication with each other and the main body. The Women's Literary Union of Portland took the initial steps in forming a state federation for Maine, the first organized in the General Federation, although it will probably be followed by Massachusetts, the initial steps having been taken to that end. I cannot close a sketch of this movement, necessarily limited and imperfect, without a mention of its far-reaching character. A New York woman physician who accompanied the Hindu Ramabai to India, Dr. Emma Brainerd Ryder, started a club in Bombay as the only means of breaking into the spirit of caste, so inflexible in the East. Into a club of 50 native and European women, which has grown to 250, she has gathered 6 different castes. The first time the caste spirit has been overcome. These women found a new life. They have also taken for a motto, "The world is made for women also," and a similar club has now been started in Ceylon. Both have become members of the General Federation in this country and have thus united the women of the East and the West. A letter received from a member of a woman's club sums up its work as follows. A vigilant pronunciation committee is heard from before the meeting adjourns, and then the members go to their homes, happy in the consciousness that each one is watching the world with 140 pairs of eyes, and that little can happen in literature, politics, science, or art that someone will not bag for the general feast. An editorial in the Chicago Inter-Ocean said of women and women's clubs after the biennial convention, "No one could have viewed the brilliant assembly in the spacious rooms of the Art Institute Wednesday evening without a buoyant feeling of pride in American womanhood. There is something impressive in the fact of a federation of 200 women's clubs numbering a membership of nearly 30,000, representing the manifold interests of the home, of philanthropy, of reform, of education, of art and literature, of science and philosophy, and there is something inspiringly beautiful in the spectacle of numerous delegates from these many clubs brought together by moral, intellectual, and social affinities to confer with each other and to strengthen, by their united sympathies, the influences of the women's movement that is one of the glories of the end of the century. Chicago may count herself honored in this extraordinary gathering of notable women, the like of which was never seen here before. We have had women's conventions without numbers, and have seen conferences of women for the discussion of every subject under the sun, but this is the first time we have ever had an assembly of hundreds of gifted women with no special reform to agitate, but representative of all that is best in the moral, intellectual estimate of and incentive to human progress. In this concourse we see an emphatic and comprehensive demonstration of the aphorism that this is the woman's century, since it is impossible to study the faces in which the animation of high ideals, resolute purpose, and mental culture defines the purest beauty without experiencing the conviction that the uplifting and onsending of the race of man in the individual and of mankind in the mass is no more the work of sex than it is of sect, and that in the great domain of life, woman has become co-equal and co-ordinate with man. In preceding centuries there have been instances of female sovereignty in various spheres without any general improvement of the condition of women. The story is told of a lion passing a monument upon which was carved in relief a powerful man rending asunder the jaws of a lion, over whose prostrate body he stood triumphant. Said the lion, "A man made that picture. Had a lion made it, the position would have been reversed." Women are now engaged in reversing centuries of pictures. One of the strongest fears expressed in regard to the Woman's Club in the beginning was the fear that it would tend still more to the separation of the sexes. This result has not followed. On the contrary, the facts seem to be quite the other way. Club life is bringing men and women together. The latest outcome of the Woman's Club is the mixed club of men and women with higher standards than men's clubs have before known. But this would not have been possible had not women gained knowledge and experience in clubs of their own. In its different phases, its all-around character, its stimulating and uplifting influences upon communities, the Woman's Club movement may be fairly considered the most progressive and inspiring of this 19th century. This is the end of Section 33.
Section 34 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. The Influence of Women in American Politics by Miss J. Ellen Foster. Footnote: President, Women's Republican Association of the United States. End footnote. The foundation of this republic marks an era which may well be termed the American Renaissance. Like its heroic predecessor, it touches every feature of the people's life. The breath of liberty vitalizes all powers of brain and muscle, heart and hand. Individual character, social conditions, community interests, education, labor, trade, commerce, and government seek development and the harmonious adjustment of mutual relations according to the Golden Rule. Applied science brings the forces of nature to man's service. Applied economics gives honest labor its fair share of wealth produced. Popular education makes all men equal competitors for all prizes. Applied Christianity cares for the dependent classes and smooths the path for little children's feet. Slowly, all too slowly for weary limbs and aching hearts, is being evolved the perfect humanity of which the Stoic dreamed, the prophets spoke, and which the gospel of Jesus made possible. This evolution is pervaded by woman's presence and influence. There were heroic women in colonial days and in the Revolutionary period. There were strong, true women who pioneered in the once new West. There were brave, loyal women in the Civil War who followed the army to the field and in the hospital, or who did double duty at home, on the farm, and in the shop, that brothers and husbands might be free for the dreadful business of war. When peace came, the women who had plowed in the field, sewed in the home, washed at the tub, scraped lint and made bandages for the wounds they could not save, and in every possible way had met the demands of the nation's agony, these same women, having learned the possibilities of their united ministrations outside home walls, took up the organization of missionary and temperance societies, and began reforms of many kinds. They built fountains for the thirsty and planted shade trees for the weary. They erected hospitals, orphan asylums, retreats in the cities, homes by the sea and on the hillside for wives and overworked shop girls, established day nurseries and kindergartens for little children, and helped to endow colleges and universities for young men and young women. In these works of charity, philanthropy, and reform, women's leadership is undisputed, but it is within a comparatively short time that these humane questions have demanded a place in the form of legislative action and administration. With the growth of our population and its diverse character, numberless questions arise in the solving of which women, as well as men, are greatly interested. It is impossible for women to carry movements of social economies on their hearts and in their activities up to the point of the relation of these questions to the government and then suddenly let go their hold, and see these various objects of their solicitude lost in the whirlpool of political action where, being disfranchised, they have no recognized place. It is too late in the century for women who have received the benefits of coeducation in schools and colleges, and who bear their full share in the world's work, not to care who make the laws, who expound, and who administer them. This is why American women are coming more and more to think and act on political questions. It should also be remembered that in this country a large part of the wage earners are women. The questions of economies which are involved in the present industrial system affect them, and the wives and dependent children of men wage earners. Some of us are deeply interested in the vital problems of modern American life. We find ourselves in the midst of conditions which were very recently wholly European. Mixed populations in crowded cities and colonies of foreigners distributed through the country give rise to apprehensive solicitude in the minds and hearts of intelligent women. It is not possible, neither would it be right, to attempt the wholesale exclusion of these foreigners. They are children of the Heavenly Father, whom we call our Father. The Anglo-Saxon has no title deed to American soil. Nevertheless, the Anglo-Saxon race in the United States cannot avoid the responsibility of its God-given opportunity to hold its appointed place of commander-in-chief of the hosts who contend for liberty, equality, and fraternity within the constitutional limits of the popular sovereignty over which the stars and stripes float. The anarchist cries personal liberty and hides bloodshed under his red banner. Loyal Americans make their boast in constitutional liberty, which alone guarantees stable government that can secure freedom to all. George Washington said 100 years ago, "The preservation of liberty and the destiny of the Republican model of government are justly considered as deeply, perhaps as finally, staked on the experiment entrusted to the American people." In this magnificent experiment, women are equally interested with men. Women who have been extensively engaged in securing legislative action for various educational, philanthropic, and other interests know from whom their chief support has come. Is it any wonder that they judge parties by these fruits? Moreover, intelligent women wish to know why certain trees bear certain fruits. They wish to know the principles of government which underlie the claims of the political organizations which ask popular support. They will be helped by studying the genealogy of parties and the evolution of their policies. Women want honest money and are willing patiently to follow the complicated questions of national finance. They are interested in the condition of wage earners in this and in other countries. In a general way, they believe in protection or free trade. They should know the divergent theories of government on which these several systems of economics are based. Women sorely feel the blight of intemperance and the need of legislation against the liquor traffic, but it is vital to the protection of their homes and the general interests of good government that they understand not only what ought to be done, but also what are the limitations of party actions in the interests of any moral reform. These and other questions march and countermarch on the stage of political history. Women's interests from the beginning have been inseparably associated with man's, not only in the home and the church, but in the state. This is why American women are more and more observant and active in politics. The question often arises, is it wise to organize women's political associations in order that certain reforms which many women desire may be through these agencies sooner secured? To this the thoughtful woman answers, all real reforms will be aided by the development of women's political influence through organization, but questions of moral reform, as such, should be kept outside of party political action until the people, through nonpartisan agencies, have secured so great popular support for these reforms that they may be safely championed by political parties. We believe it is harmful to a great question like the temperance question to be subjected to the varying fortunes of party politics. In a popular government, a government by the people, legislation in the interest of any reform can only be secured where a majority of the people, voters, desire it, and a much larger majority sentiment is required to enforce legislation than is necessary to secure it. Party action should follow, not precede, the creation of a dominant popular sentiment. It is politically wrong for a party to spend its energies and lessen its chances of success and consequent usefulness by resolving to attempt that which it cannot reasonably expect its adherents to support at the polls. Party leaders and platform builders may make mistakes, they may miscalculate the sentiment within their own ranks, but they should not knowingly invite defeat. How then will these great reforms be accomplished? We answer through moral reform and other associations. The schools, the press, the platform, and the pulpit educate and agitate. Legislation little by little is secured through nonpartisan measures. Then comes the machinery of the party and holds fast what has been secured through these other agencies. Party issues are made when the destructive agencies which always prey upon society attempt to destroy what the people believe to be true and good, or when two diverse lines of political action in finance or economics contend for supremacy in legislation. A clear distinction exists between the work of education and agitation, which goes on all the while outside of party lines in the broad, grand field of philanthropic, humane, and Christian effort, and the proper work of a party is to stand for that whereunto the people have attained. The former is a growth, the latter is a crystallization. A little clear thinking on this distinction will bring order out of confusion in thought and consequent action. The country is wide and state conditions differ. No party can hold an absolutely uniform position on all questions, but the general trend of party policy and action should be the same everywhere. A party should not follow every will-o'-the-wisp reform, but it should calmly and comprehensively study all existing social, economic, and educational questions, and move forward for the people's good just as fast as the people will sustain it at the polls. Faster than this, no party is justified in moving. A party lessens its power for usefulness whenever it attempts the impossible. The history of the country shows that party leaders and lesser politicians have courage to act just in proportion as public sentiment is quickened and demonstrative. No other agency so develops public sentiment as the heart and brain and voice of woman. The country needs the political work of women today as much as it has ever needed women in any other work at any other time. The Constitution provides the machinery of government. That great document has been tested in peace, in war, and through the Reconstruction period. It awaits the final test of administration by a government representing a heterogeneous mass of citizens from every clime, many of whom are disqualified by hereditary and early environment for responsible citizenship. Some of our foreign-born citizens are of the noblest fiber. They have brought new luster to the stars and brightness to the stripes of the dear old flag. But masses of others are the garbage of Oriental and European civilizations, the windfalls of monarchical governments and deserters from imperialism and militarism. They all vote, and American women, the daughters and granddaughters of heroes, the mothers, the sisters, and the wives of heroes, do not vote. Behold an anomaly in free institution. Nevertheless, all the political interests that American women hold dear are at the mercy of a government thus constituted. Will women sulk in their tents because in the evolution of popular government they are not yet enfranchised? Patriotic women, conscious of love of country, and with the repose of self-respect which becomes their heredity and environment, will do the best they can through the agencies at their command. Thoughtful women know that the nation is a grand whole, that if one member suffers, the whole suffer, that if one is blessed, the whole are blessed. Women have no separate interests. If man is elevated and the general tone of society purified, woman receives her share of advantage. Whatever woman can do to help in American politics, by so much she hastens the time of her own recognition as a political equal. The country has made immense strides in material development during the last quarter of a century. Huge commercial enterprises have risen like giants in armor and have strode from ocean to ocean, leaving tracks of steel and handprints of light. Acres of solid masonry tower towards heaven, and their roofs bloom like paradise. Hospitality and reciprocity open great gates at our ports of entry for desirable citizens from all lands, and the products of such as will exchange with us. The triumphs of mind over matter stamp this period illustrious among the centuries. Within this success there hides danger. The cultivation of one set of faculties tends to the disuse of others. The loss of one faculty sharpens others. The blind are sensitive in touch. Has not the extreme cultivation of the commercial faculty permitted others as essential to national life to be blighted by disuse? Not the least among the services of women in politics is the revival of enthusiasm for the flag. The raising of the national anthem in the morning sunshine amid a group of schoolchildren is a Republican method of protection against anarchy. The flag over the schoolhouse was suggested by a woman. Out of the heart are the issues of life in politics as well as in religion. Women have much heart. In politics, heart is needed. Sentiment is the mightiest force in civilization, not sentimentality, but sentiment. Women will bring this into politics. Home sweet home is as powerful on the hustings as at the fireside. Not only does the country need women's help in practical politics, woman herself will be the gainer by the large culture which this study and political activity will give. The legend which we wrote in our copybooks when we were children is as true now as ever. Knowledge is power. The ideal woman is no longer the pale white lily of medieval romance. She is a living, breathing, thinking, doing human being, a well-equipped helpmeet in all life's activities. There is no grander science than that of politics, except the science of theology. How God governs the universe of mind and holds in his hand the universe of matter is the grandest theme the soul can contemplate. Next in dignity are the principles and methods which control and apply human agencies to mobilize masses of citizens for the general good. This is political science. We pity the narrowness which cannot comprehend the dignity of this study. We are patient with weakness which cannot grasp it. We make no answer to those who ridicule it. But we give heart and hand in patriotic devotion to the women who reach out to know and to do large things for the home and the flag. There is another side of the question which should appeal to all women. None dispute women's preeminence in the home, and a true woman desires most of all to be faithful there, to prepare the food, to make the garments, and to minister in the nursery to little children. It is the dream of youth and the blessed fruition of mature years. But to many a mother's heart has come the disappointment of a loss of power, a limitation of influence when early manhood takes the boy from the home, or when even before that time, in school, or where he touches the great world and begins to be bewildered with its controversies. Trade and economics and politics make their imprint even while his lips are dewy with his mother's kiss. The problems which vex philosophers and worry statesmen knock for admission at the door of his young ambition. Then often comes the mother's first sense of separation from her child. Disappointing is her answer if she is obliged to say, "My son, I do not know. You must ask somebody else." Sad indeed will be her heart if she finds that he soon learns to respect those outside the home more than he does his mother in the home because his inquiries are answered elsewhere. Does the question come, where is the father? Is it not his duty to answer the boy's questionings? To be sure it is, but fathers are burdened with the care of providing for the family. They must procure shelter and food and clothing. Too often these necessities drive out of sight and out of mind the boy's education, even in political matters. Mothers always have to do what others leave undone. Happy is the mother whose ability to help her child continues on from babyhood and manhood into maturity. Blessed is the son who need not leave his mother at the threshold of the world's activities, but may always and everywhere have her blessing and her help. Thrice blessed are the son and the mother between whom there exists an association, not only physical and affectional, but spiritual and intellectual, and broad and wide as is the scope of each being. Let no woman fear such association. Let her covet it as a gem in the crown of her maternity. In infancy and babyhood, the mother holds her son by the muscles of her affection and his necessity. In young manhood and maturity, the ideal relation is a union so fine and close that touch of brain and thrill of nerve best illustrate it. Such mothers, in politics, and such sons bring to the nation, which is only the larger home, a priceless benediction. End of section 34.
Section 35 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Woman's Work in the Church, Editorial. Churches. Woman's work in the church in America dates from the very first meeting house, as churches were called in Puritan times, which was erected upon American soil. What woman's work in the church has been and is, every church, chapel, and meeting house throughout the length and breadth of this land can ably testify. The statistics of religious denominations in the United States in 1890 gave the following totals. Baptist churches, 48,371, membership 4,292,291. Protestant Episcopalians churches 5,118, membership 470,076. Congregationalist churches 4,689, membership 491,985. Methodists churches 51,711, membership 4,980,240. Presbyterians churches 13,619, membership 1,229,012. Lutheran churches 8,427, membership 1,199,514. Friends churches 1,056, membership 106,608. Unitarians churches 407, membership 20,000. Universalists churches 732, membership 42,952. Disciples churches 7,246, membership 641,051. Of this membership in the various denominations, I think it would be within limits to estimate the number of women as comprising 2/3 of the church membership. Sunday schools. Regarding the women engaged in Sunday school work in the United States, I have not been able to secure definite statistics. The general statistics of the Sunday schools in the United States in 1890 were: number of Sunday schools reported 108,939, total number of teachers and scholars 9,800,582. This number does not include the schools of Hebrews, Roman Catholics, and non-evangelical Christian churches. The number of scholars in Roman Catholic Sunday schools in the United States is estimated by clerics at 700,000. Probably 2/3 of all the teachers have been women since the first Sunday school was organized a little more than 100 years ago. In connection with Sunday school literature, the name of Mrs. G.R. Alden, Pansy, must not be omitted, for the Pansy libraries are scattered throughout the country and have numbered their delighted young readers by the thousands. Indeed, in this department, Pansy is peerless as the children's preacher in print. The American Sunday School Union, since its organization, has established 86,000 Sunday schools. There are 375 Sunday schools in New York City. The total membership is 123,000. Home missions. In the following reports gathered from various sources regarding the mission work of American women, no note is taken of the vast work being done in foreign fields, but the statistics are confined to home missions. From an able article in the Cosmopolitan by Edmund Collins entitled Protestant Missions, I have culled the following. The chief Protestant organizations of this nature in New York are 16 in number. The field of the New York City mission is restricted to New York below 14th Street. Its work extends through a population of nearly 538,000 persons, with sub-organizations consisting of a missionary association, a ladies' association, a sewing school, a library, Sunday schools, etc. In the Olivet Sewing School, about 140 pupils are instructed in needlework. The average church attendance in this mission is 484. The Helping Hand, another sub-organization, consists chiefly of ladies from Englewood, New Jersey, who hold sewing classes in the Sunday School Hall. Last year, these classes made 658 garments. The King's Daughters gave great assistance to this mission. Another organization is the Protestant Episcopal City Mission Society, of which Bishop Potter is president. This mission's field of labor comprises the Department of St. Barnabas, 304 and 306 Mulberry Street. This department has a house, a chapel, a dispensary, Sunday school, a day nursery for children, and a creche for infants, an industrial school for girls, and an employment office for women. At 38 Bleecker Street, there is a free reading room for boys and young men. The public institutions with which this mission concerns itself are those on Blackwell's Island, comprising the Charity Hospital, the Almshouse and House of the Good Shepherd, the Penitentiary and Hospital, the Workhouse and Hospital, and the New York City Lunatic Asylum Female on Ward's Island, the Homeopathic Hospital, the Emigrant Refuge and Hospital, and the Asylum for Insane Males on Randall's Island. The Idiot Asylum and the Adult, Children's, and Infants Hospitals on Hart's Island, the branch of the Workhouse of the City Lunatic Asylum for Females, and the Hospital for Chronic and Convalescent Cases. It also takes special cognizance of the city hospitals and asylums and all the prisons. In the St. Barnabas House, it cares for nearly 2,000 persons in the year. It obtained work for 908 out of its number, gave lodgings to 18,607, supplied 74,560 meals, and cared for 7,212 children in the nursery. Some idea of the prison work may be gathered from the fact that 51,000 persons were committed in the city in 1890, and every one of these was visited by some representative of the association. The American Missionary Association has its headquarters at the Bible House. The field with which it concerns itself lies mainly in the South and among the Indians and Chinese. The record of its educational supervision in the South shows 20 normal and graded schools, 53 common schools, 340 instructors, and 13,395 pupils. The church organization in the same region comprises 128 churches, 107 missionaries, 7,978 church members and churches, 16 schools, and 87 missionaries and teachers. 750 Chinamen on the Pacific Coast are church members of the American Missionary Association. The Board of Home Missions of the Presbyterian Church has its headquarters at 53 Fifth Avenue. The missions are divided into two sections, the home and the foreign. In the home section, there are no fewer than 6,727 churches. The department known as the Women's Executive Committee of the Home Mission has chiefly concerned itself with the Indians, Mormons, Mexicans, and Southern Mountain Whites. There are amongst these peoples belonging to this mission 118 schools, 368 officers and teachers, and 7,478 pupils. The division having a care for freedmen has 245 churches, 78 schools, 117 colored preachers, and 133 colored teachers. In addition to these facts from the Cosmopolitan, I am indebted to Mrs. E.R. Perkins of Cleveland, Ohio, for the following. The Women's Synodical Society of Home Missions of the Presbyterian Church is composed of synods in 24 states, comprising a total membership of 107,136 women. In the report of 1892 for the Freedmen's Department, as made by Mrs. C.E. Coulter, Secretary, is the following. During the past year, 1,175 societies have contributed through the Women's Executive Committee, 44,985.95 of which 3,532.27 was from Sunday schools. In addition to this, the treasurer of the Freedmen's Board has received direct from 32 societies $391.90, making a total of $45,377.85. This money has paid the salaries of 32 teachers, has given a whole or partial scholarship to 300 pupils, and has aided in building, repairing, and furnishing school supplies to 19 schools. The remainder has gone into the general fund of the board. The amount of money raised by the Women's Executive Committee since 1878 is $2,356,281.74. And the number of missionaries employed during that time is 2,650. Of the American Baptist Home Missionary Society of New York, the Cosmopolitan article states, the American Baptist Home Missionary Society, 7 Beekman Street, conducted operations in 1890 in 47 states and territories. Also in Ontario, Manitoba, British Columbia, Alaska, and 6 states of the Mexican Republic. Among the foreign population, there were 190 workers, and among the colored people, the Indians and Mexicans, 243. Castle Garden was the special care of this society, and about 800 visits were made to immigrant boarding houses, hospitals, etc. in the city of New York. The Women's Union Missionary Society 41 Bible House sends out single women to engage in missionary work in foreign countries. It has mission centers in Burma, India, China, Japan, Greece, and Cyprus. Regarding the Women's Baptist Home Mission Societies, the following statistics were secured through the kindness of Mrs. S.W. Adams of Cleveland, Ohio. The Women's American Baptist Home Mission Society, centered in Boston, Massachusetts, have supported, since its organization, 180 teachers and 180 pupils. Their work is among freedmen, Indians, Chinese, Mexicans, Mormons, and Alaskans. They have workers in 16 states and territories. Their funds are collected in New England and are paid out through the Abhijith Society in New York. A summary of the Women's Baptist Home Mission Society of Michigan is as follows. Quote, our motto, like that of the American Baptist Home Mission Society, is North America for Christ. Of the 394 churches in the state, 230 circles and 64 bands and young people's societies are home mission contributors. The annual report closing last October showed $5,341.18 dispersed in money and supplies, while the receipts and disbursements during the years 1874 through 1888 aggregate over $55,000. Of the Women's Baptist Home Mission Society located in Chicago, I have gathered the following from their circular. The Women's Baptist Home Mission Society was organized in 1877 in the city of Chicago. Its work is prosecuted among Americans, Negroes, Indians, Chinese, Swedes, Norwegians, Danes, Germans, Bohemians, Jews, Mormons, and Mexicans. The character of the meetings held by the missionaries consists of women's meetings, children's meetings, temperance meetings, and missionary meetings. The schoolwork is divided into industrial schools, Sunday schools, and training schools. The Women's Baptist Home Mission Society provides for their schools missionary teachers who give to the girls special Bible, hygienic, and domestic instruction, training them in personal Christian labor on the field in the vicinity of the schools, hoping thus to send out classes of girls who shall rise to the standard of womanhood, wifehood, and motherhood in the communities where their lives may be spent. This society also provides teachers for the Missionary Training Department of Shaw University, Raleigh, North Carolina, and is responsible for the superintendence and partial support of the students when engaged in missionary work in the field during the time they are taking their course of training. The Baptist Missionary Training School, organized in Chicago in 1881, is designed to fit Christian women for missionary service in any line on the home or foreign field or in church or city missions. Total cash receipts from 1877 to 1891, $343,653.18. Summary of work done by the missionaries, religious visits 501,329, Bible readings and teachers' meetings 23,702, industrial schools and children's meetings 40,547, women's meetings 76,713, young people's meetings 9,982, temperance meetings 6,098, other meetings 62,582, Sunday school sessions 24,737, Sunday schools organized 426, signatures to the Temperance Pledge 24,927. The following facts regarding the Women's Auxiliary of the Protestant Episcopal Church in America were kindly furnished by Mrs. Cyrus S. Bates of Cleveland, Ohio. The organization is very perfect. It has branches in every state and territory in the Union, and our aim is that its ramifications shall reach every parish in the land and every woman in the parish. The auxiliary is divided into 51 dioceses, a diocese being the jurisdiction of a bishop, and 11 missionary jurisdictions. Managing each is the proper board of diocesan officers. These officers number 440. Each diocese is subdivided into parish societies, these again having their proper officers. Each parish society receives its work, that which it desires to do, through the diocesan secretary and makes its pledges and its reports to her. The diocesan board takes its apportionment of the work to be done through the secretary at headquarters and makes its pledges and its reports to her. It is the business of our management at headquarters to find out every year from each bishop what are the needs of his jurisdiction, of each missionary whose family is inadequately supported, of each struggling mission church, of each church hospital and school for Indians, freedmen, or whites. Thus, every need for which the auxiliary is asked to work is certified to by a bishop, the bishop whose business it is to know all about it. The whole organization is a system by which every need in the church may be discovered and relieved to the extent of our ability, and on the other side, it is a system by which every woman in the church who wants to do some missionary work may be shown something which she can do. The number of members of the Women's Auxiliary in the United States has never been tabulated. The organization is 21 years old. During that time, it has contributed to foreign and domestic missions $3,623,505.60. The amount last year was domestic missions $309,454.89. Foreign missions, $42,593.04. Total, $352,047.93. These sums represent purely church missionary work and do not include sums given to undenominational charities, however Christian. Almost every parish in the land, no matter how small or poor, has its Ladies' Aid Society, under whatever name, for parochial work. The amount of money raised yearly by ladies' societies in the Episcopal Church for local charities and for parochial purposes has never been tabulated. Recent reports from the 7 Episcopal churches in the city gave this result: $8,151.85. Should this proportion hold good throughout the country, it would show that the various ladies' society connected with the Episcopal Church in the United States raise over $700,000 for parish purposes and local charities, plus the $352.47.93 for missionary purposes. The following facts regarding the mission work of the women in the congregational churches have been kindly furnished by Mrs. J. G. W. Cowles of Cleveland, Ohio. The home missionary work of the women of the Congregational Church is organized by states, and such organizations are called state unions. These state societies cooperate with the 5 benevolent societies of our denomination doing work in this country. These 5 societies are the American Home Missionary Society, which sustains home missionaries upon the frontier; the American Missionary Association, which maintains colleges, universities, and high-grade schools, as well as churches and missionaries among the colored people of the South, also among the mountain whites of the same region. This society also does missionary work among the Chinese of the Pacific coast and among the Indians of the far west. The New West Education Commission maintains Christian schools and colleges as well as churches, teachers, and preachers among the Mormons of Utah and Idaho and other parts of the West. The Church Building Society assists poor churches in the erection of church homes and also in the building of parsonages. The Sunday School and Publishing Society is also assisted by the women's state unions in its work of maintaining Sabbath schools, missionaries in western states, whose work is to organize schools in remote districts and in the cities as well, furnishing them with necessary helps such as quarterlies, papers, and libraries. The Women's State Union began to cooperate with the Home Missionary Society in 1868. During the 24 years they have contributed to that society the sum of $300,208.42. Massachusetts being the largest contributor of the Atlantic states, Minnesota of the interior states, and California of the Pacific states. The last 3 years the unions have aided in maintaining 150 missionaries at the frontier. To the American Missionary Association, 28 women's state unions contribute and have, during the last year, given to it the sum of $18,077.84. Again, Massachusetts is the largest giver, Ohio being second, and Maine third. The above sum enables the society to maintain 45 missionaries. But it should be said that this report does not cover the contributions of the women of our churches accurately, as many organizations persist in sending their funds directly to the National Society and altogether ignoring the state unions. 24 state unions contribute to the New West Education Commission, beginning with Kansas in 1883. In 1885, 6 other states followed her example. During the last 12 years, the state unions have given that society $103,843.09, which swelled by the personal gifts of other ladies amounting to $76,632.34, makes a sum total to that society given by the women of our churches $180,475.41. This amount has paid the salaries of 25 teachers annually for the last 12 years. From the above, it will be seen that the women of the congregational churches have contributed to home and foreign missions in the last 24 years $3,550,804.37. The Christian Women's Board of Missions of the Disciple Church, since the organization in 1874, have employed 55 missionaries and contributed $3,500. Regarding the Church Extension and Missionary Society of the Methodist Episcopal Church, 805 Broadway, New York, the Cosmopolitan article says, this society has a membership of 617 in its churches and 4,583 in its Sunday schools. It confines itself to work among the poor and ignorant of New York City. It has such finely equipped institutions as the Deaconess Home and Training School, the Battery Park Mission, a Chinese mission, a French mission, an Italian mission, and a girls' sewing school. Regarding other New York missionary centers, the same article states, the American Home Missionary Society, number 34, Bible House, aims to assist congregations that are unable to support the gospel ministry. It has 32 auxiliaries, and the Women's Department has no fewer than 1,801 local auxiliaries. It has in its federation 10,650 churches and 141,000 Sunday school scholars, and fully 250,000 church members. There are among the missions devoted to sailors, the American Seamen's Friends Society, and the Society for Promoting the Gospel Among Seamen. The former has branches in all the great seaports of the world, with a small army of missionary workers. It has regular churches, some of them afloat close to where ships congregate. Besides providing reading rooms, homes, and religious services for sailors in the city, the society is established in all the great American ports. Its sister society already mentioned has its headquarters at Madison and Catherine Streets. The wives and children of sailors are also the objects of great care to these societies. They are relieved when in distress, and speedily are given suitable employment. Everything possible is done to win the men away from the saloons, and many hundreds have become total abstainers and church members. The other missions in this fine list are the Baptist City Mission, the New York Colored Mission, 135 West 30th Street, the American Church Missionary Society, which extends its labors over foreign lands as well as through this country, the German Mission House Association, 26 State Street, with its parental care for immigrants, and the Protestant Episcopal Diocesan Mission Society, 12 Astor Place, with its long-established organization. The following statistics regarding the Women's Home Missionary Society of the Methodist Episcopal Church in the United States have been kindly furnished by Mrs. R.S. Rust, corresponding secretary of the Society. The Society was organized in 1880 with 21 charter members. It now has 2,397 auxiliaries with a membership of 64,490. The cash receipts of the Society have aggregated $596,831.95. It has distributed supplies to ministers and missions to the amount of $405,309.84. Total $1,002,141.79. Our missions are in cities and on the frontier south and west. In cities we have 130 missionaries and deaconesses working among the poor and neglected native and foreign population. In the south, our industrial homes and schools for the poor whites and for the colored people are 35. In the west, our missions are among the Spanish Mexicans, Indians, and Mormons, and in Alaska. Among these three classes, we have 38 missionaries employed, 203 in all. But these numbers do not include an equal number of efficient local helpers in several other fields. Our work is exclusively in this country. The number of missionaries supported since the organization in 1880 would average annually about 70. It is stated that the number of women Christian Scientists in America aggregate between 40,000 and 50,000. Regarding the work of the Salvation Army, the following statistics are reported. The Army occupies 39 countries and colonies, operating in 25 languages. During 1892, 634 persons professed conversion in the Army's meetings in Cleveland, Ohio. 41,499 war cries were sold. 1,201 open-air meetings were held. There are 4,323 corps and outposts and 11,135 officers, 43 rescue homes, 72 slum posts, 15 prison gate homes through the world. Annual circulation of the war cry and other publications, 47,600,000. There are 538 corps and outposts in the United States and 1,529 officers wholly employed in the work. In connection with women's work in missions, a brief sketch of Mrs. Thomas C. Doremus cannot be omitted. As the mother of missions, Mrs. Doremus stands as a representative of women's efforts in missionary labor and kindred philanthropies. Such lives fill our hearts with profound recognition of the power of a Christ-like spirit working through men and women consecrated to his holy service. Such lives are better than tomes of sermons, more productive of good than generations of merely lip-serving men and women. To love Christ by abiding in him is the only method which can claim the sure promise of gathering in the harvest. Such lives as that of this self-sacrificing mother of missionaries are a holy inspiration. I am indebted to Sarah Dubois for the following sketch of Mrs. Doremus. Among the names prominent in New York City is that of Sarah Plott Haynes, wife of Thomas C. Doremus, who for a period of 50 years made a part of the history of benevolent work carried on in the city where she was born, August 3, 1802. Her father, Elias Haynes, and her mother, Mary Ogden, with her grandparents, Robert Ogden and Sarah Platt, devoted their lives and wealth to benevolence, so that consecration to Christian work was an inheritance. In the town and country homes owned by her parents, she grew up to a beautiful womanhood and became a center for the love and admiration of her large circle of relatives and friends. Her beauty was retained to old age, her clear cameo-cut features, her fair, delicate skin with its soft color, and her deep blue eyes gave her a passport to all hearts. With every inducement to enter the fascinating world, she chose a life far nobler in the promotion of the best interests of her fellow men. September 11, 1821, she married and became the mother of 9 children. Dr. R. Ogden Doremus, the celebrated professor in chemistry and toxicology, being her only son. Her early married life was filled with countless benefactions, and in the words of Dryden, want passed for merit at her open door. The rich might freely come as to a friend, but to the poor 'twas home. In 1828 she began her first organized benevolent work in labor for the Greeks, then so outraged by the Turks. With 8 friends, she gathered large supplies, entrusting them to Reverend Jonas King, D.D., as their representative, who subsequently became a devoted missionary in Greece. He was wont to call this band of ladies the 9 Muses. In 1835, she took a vital interest in the Grande Ligne mission in Canada, so ably conducted by Madame Henriette Feller of Geneva, Switzerland, and at last became the president of a society to promote this cause. Although Madame Feller and her associates were Baptists, the broad Catholic spirit of Mrs. Doremus, who was brought up in the Presbyterian Church, knew no sect in her pursuance of her earnest work. In 1840, she commenced serving in the women's ward of the New York City prison called the Tombs, at a time when nothing of the kind was attempted for the reclaiming of prisoners. This work led to the formation of a society for discharged prisoners called the Women's Prison Association. In this she labored for 32 years, a portion of that time as president, and rescuing many an immortal soul from destruction, and following many a wretched creature with sympathy expressed in the tenderest, most self-denying manner. In 1841 she became a manager of the City and Tract Society, having for its object the evangelization of the poor, to whose necessities she personally ministered. In 1849, she added to these labors by her connection with the City Bible Society, whose aim was to supply the destitute poor with Bibles, and through the employment of Bible readers, search out destitute cases and ameliorate them. In 1850, with many friends, she founded the House and School of Industry, an institution having a twofold object. First, to give work to poor women, which should afterwards be sold at a nominal price. Second, to support a school where children too poorly clad to attend public schools could receive instruction. Of this society, Mrs. Doremus became its president in 1867 and was actively engaged in its interests until her death. In 1854, the claims of the poor were pressed upon her in another direction, resulting in the formation of the Nursery and Child's Hospital, the first organization of its kind in the city. Women who earned their daily bread could place their infants under watchful care during their enforced absence, or could seek the comforts of the hospital during the perils of maternity. In 1855, Dr. J. Marion Sims placed before her his plans for the establishment of a hospital to treat the diseases of women, the first institution of its kind in the world. Mrs. Doremus readily responded to this call, and through repeated visits to the state legislature in Albany, secured the charter and appropriation for the institution known as the Women's Hospital. Religious services were established there and sustained entirely through her direct instrumentality. Content to fill a subordinate place during the early history of the institution, she devoted daily much time to its interests. In 1864, she became its president, retaining the position until her death. In 1860, she founded the Women's Union Missionary Society, the first organization of women in America seeking to Christianize and elevate heathen women. For 15 years, her home was the headquarters of this society, demanding a consecration and service which cannot be estimated. In 1866, she aided in organizing the Presbyterian Home for Aged Women, and in 1876 in the formation of the Gould Memorial in the interests of the Italian-American schools. Her labors in 1869 for the famine sufferers in Ireland and her efforts for sick and wounded soldiers during our Civil War were unequaled. Her private benefactions were countless, her home being a Bethel for returning or outgoing missionaries to foreign lands of all denominations, also to the sick and afflicted of every degree, and especially to the young, whose lives she filled with sunshine. All her labors for suffering humanity were so unostentatiously performed that much was not known until her death, January 29, 1877. A sketch of Mrs. Doremus would be incomplete if no mention was made of her home life. No outside duty was undertaken until the claims of her household were minutely discharged. From her youth she was a notable housewife, and the delicacies prepared for her table and for the sick were among the crowning blessings of her education. She was skilled in all the feminine accomplishments of the day, and her paintings and embroideries, for which she drew her own patterns, are preserved as evidences of her versatile talents. To the last day of her life she was seen to be making dainty fabrics, with the dexterity and rapidity of the young. The secret of her success in every department of work was her entire consecration to the Lord's service. Her power to organize undertakings, broad and far-reaching, was only equaled by her execution of the minutest details. Most of these labors were performed while a great sufferer from pulmonary complaints, so that she always said, "I do today, for fear tomorrow may never come." She fully exemplified the motto of her paternal family, with sails and oars, and as her pastor said at her burial services, having served her generation, she fell asleep. Young People's Society of Christian Endeavor. Regarding women's share in the great Christian Endeavor movement, no definite statistics can be secured. The Secretary of the United Society of Christian Endeavor writes me, "There are a great many women who have been prominent workers in their local communities. The one woman who has much more to do with the Christian Endeavor work than any other touching it in a general way is the wife of our president, Mrs. Frances E. Clark, who is now traveling with her husband around the world. The facts are that from her first missionary society in Williston Church, Portland, Maine, came the members of the First Society of the Christian Endeavor. I should think that at least 6% of our entire membership are women. Mrs. Alice May Scudder, who is to be the Christian Endeavor representative in the Women's Congress at the Exposition, writes, "What proportion of the committee work is planned and executed by women cannot be given in figures, but it is safe to say that they have the larger share, as the gentlemen are so much occupied with business cares. Who can estimate their influence on the growing youth of our land? The influence they exert through their helpful words in our meetings, and the fact that Christian Endeavor was the key that opened the door of participation in meetings to many women in our more strict denominations is only too well known. Mrs. James L. Hill, Mrs. Charles A. Dickinson, Mrs. Eli C. Smith of Bridgeport, Connecticut, Miss Elizabeth M. Wishart of Indianapolis, Miss Lillian A. Wilcox, one of the editors of The Golden Rule published by the Society, Miss Carolyn H. Brookfield of Belvedere, New Jersey, Mrs. H. T. McEwen, Miss Kate H. House of St. Louis, and Miss Nettie E. Harrington, lately of Minneapolis, are active workers in this organization. Reference to this remarkable Christian work among the young is mentioned also in the chapter on American girls in this volume. The following statements of the principles and practice of the Society of Christian Endeavor have been culled from their leaflets. Since this organization was established in 1881, letters have been received literally by the 100,000 from all parts of the country asking for information about it. The Young People's Society of Christian Endeavor is simply an organized effort to lead the young people to Christ and into His church, to establish them firmly in the faith, and to set them at work in the Lord's vineyard. The main point upon which the Constitution insists is the weekly prayer meeting, in which each active member pledges himself or herself to attend, unless detained by some absolute necessity, and to participate in some way, if only by the repetition of a verse of Scripture. Once each month, a special meeting of reconsecration to Christ is held, at which special pains are taken to see if every active member is faithful to his pledge and true to Christ. The society may and often does branch off into many other departments of Christian effort, adapting itself to the local needs of each church, but these rules concerning the prayer meeting are imperative. Without them, there cannot be a true society of Christian endeavor. It cannot be insisted on too strongly that the Society of Christian Endeavor is first and last and always a religious society. It has social and literary and other features, but it is neither a social nor literary society. In the platform of principles set forth by the President of the United Society when he accepted the position, and since very generally endorsed by the societies and adopted by the conventions, is the following. The purely religious features of the organization shall always be paramount. The Society of Christian Endeavor centers about the prayer meeting. The strict prayer meeting pledge, honestly interpreted, is essential to the continued success of a Society of Christian Endeavor. A society thus organized among the young people has proved itself to be in many cases a halfway house to the church. This society is also a training school in the church. This society is also a watchtower for the church. The Christian Endeavor bands number 21,080 societies with a total membership of 1,370,200. Over 120,000 young people from the various bands have become church members. These four principles characterize this movement: the consecration meeting, the committee work, the pledge to outspoken loyalty, the unsectarian fellowship. These must be of God's ordering because they are God-blessed. These are what make the society more than an organization, a worldwide movement. Young Women's Christian Associations. The work of these associations among women is fourfold. Physical. Systematic training in the gymnasiums, health talks, and holiday excursions. Social, receptions and socials in home-like rooms, musical and literary entertainments, helpful companionships. Intellectual, libraries and reading rooms and educational classes. Spiritual, Bible training classes, evangelistic meetings, personal work. General statistics. Membership of American associations, 12,000. The International Association was formed in 1886. General Office Number 153, LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. The International Committee of 27 members controls the work. The officers are Chairman Mrs. John V. Farwell, Jr., Secretary Mrs. F. T. West, Treasurer Mrs. L. W. Messer. 13 states have organized state associations. Each state holds an annual convention. The International Convention occurs biennially. Each year, a summer school is held for the training of young women in secretarial and Bible work. The Evangel, the official organ of the associations, is published monthly at Chicago. Second Thursday of October is observed as a day of prayer for young women. A special department is maintained for young women of colleges. The Order of King's Daughters. The Order of King's Daughters is a religious order of service composed of thousands of small circles united in one great organization that number now over 200,000 members. It is a Christian but unsectarian order, and its members may be found in all churches and in almost all nations. It originated in New York City and has spread over nearly every state in the Union and has its representatives in Canada, England, France, Italy, India, Australia, New Zealand, and other countries. Each individual circle may choose its own field of labor, but cannot escape the obligations of service. Its original circle of 10 women, to which have been made some additions, forms now the central council of the order. The first meeting of this original circle was held in New York City on January 18, 1886. It is now 6 years old, and it ranks among the strongest and most useful societies of the world. It issues a monthly magazine called The Silver Cross, which is most helpful to the order and takes a high rank among the religious and philanthropic periodicals of the country. It deals with every topic by which women may be made helpful to humanity. Its work in aid of every charitable object is effective and increasing. The badge is a small Maltese cross of silver, often worn with a knot of purple ribbon. The order is an incorporated society of which this little cross is the seal. Its headquarters are at number 158 West 23rd Street, New York City. The motto of the order is, "In His Name." Mrs. F. Bottom is the president of the order. Ministering Children's League. This organization was founded by the Countess of Meath. It now has branches all over the world and is rapidly growing in membership. Each national branch has a central secretary to whom all the local branches report, but each local branch elects its own officers. These exist in almost every state of the Union. The members of the Ministering Children's League are children, and associated with them are parents, Sunday school teachers, and others who join as associate members. Children of all ages and denominations are eligible for membership. The objects of the League are stated to be to promote kindness, unselfishness, and the habit of usefulness among children, and to create in their minds an earnest desire to help the needy and suffering. The rule of the League is every member must try to do at least one kind deed every day. The motto of the League is no day without a deed to crown it. Beds in charitable institutions are being supported by ministering children. A chapel for the Indians has been built through the exertions of one little band of members in New York. It is difficult to estimate the good this league has done, but it has certainly made homes happier, taught members to become better sons and daughters, kinder brothers and sisters, truer friends, and to be merciful to dumb beasts. And they are also trained to be useful and helpful in every practicable way. The Central Secretary for the United States is Mrs. F.E. Benedict, 54 Lefferts Place, Brooklyn, New York. End of section 35.
Section 36 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The Working Girls Clubs. Edited by Grace H. Dodge, First Director of the New York Association of Working Girls Societies. It is pleasant to feel that among the achievements of American women during the past century can stand the Working Girls Clubs. The following pages voice the sentiments of hundreds of enthusiastic members, and it is only to be regretted that space will not allow a more detailed presentation of facts. The first Working Girls Society, or club, in New York grew out of a series of evening talks when a large group of busy girls met to discuss practical matters and to learn with the leader things which would help them in their probable future lives as wives, mothers, and housekeepers. It was organized in January 1884, and that same winter the Philadelphia New Century Working Women's Guild was inaugurated. Since then, the movement has spread throughout the country. A club is an organization formed among busy women and girls to secure by cooperation means of self-support, opportunities for social intercourse, and the development of higher and nobler aims. It is governed by the members, for the members, and it strives to be self-supporting. Thus, 3 compound words define its distinctive characteristics: cooperation, self-government, self-reliance. One strange charge has been brought against the third of our principles. This rule of self-support will inevitably repel from the clubs those who most need their privileges, and for whom they were mainly instituted. The point of the whole matter lies in the proper answer to this statement, which is made under the impression that working girls' clubs are mainly instituted as a means of helping the poverty-stricken, the destitute, the incapable. This is simply not the fact. They grew out of the need for further opportunities for self-help felt by some and divined by others, and were not created at all. It is apparently impossible for some of our friends and well-wishers to realize the distinction between charity and cooperation, between societies to aid needy working girls and clubs of working girls to help themselves. Our clubs do not pretend to cover all the ground, do not assert that there is no room for anything else, but they have one definite object, that of increasing the opportunities, mental, moral, and physical, of the individual working girl who is able to earn her own living, but unable, without combining with other girls, to obtain all that she desires beyond the necessaries of life. Organizations on democratic principles are well understood in the United States, and working girls' clubs such as ours are, as a rule, composed of young women mainly dependent on their own exertions, and quickened by contact and experience into sympathy with those who combine in bodies looking to personal advantage or advancement. These young women, often too conservative to take an active part in labor movements, are usually conversant with the aims and methods of trade organizations, and are very frequently members of benefit societies. Such thinkers and workers are readily drawn to cooperate with women of leisure in movements where individualism is cherished, and as our clubs are self-governed, each member has an equal right to direct its expenditures and an equal responsibility in procuring the necessary funds. By aiming toward self-support, there is a sense of possession among all the members. If it were otherwise, the club would belong to a few who subscribed toward it. The very words "our club" enkindle a determination to make it indeed our club. The average earnings of the members of the clubs in New York are $5 a week, and almost any one of them can afford, when at work, to pay 5 or 6 cents per week to her club. When a girl is ill or out of work, a clause in the bylaws of every club provides for her being excused for the time being from paying dues, and sometimes a girl who cannot meet this club obligation from exceptional causes is paid for by a friend. In one society, a little cash girl was paid for by an older member for a year, until on promotion she was able to assume her own expenses. And in another, a non-worker paid for several years of dues of a young girl who was too delicate to work. That the girls themselves prefer this method is proved by their own words. Naturally, a girl working for her living is more or less independent. She wishes to belong to an organization of which she feels herself a part and which she helps to maintain, writes one. It is natural for working girls who earn a salary sufficient to support themselves to enter society where they can obtain the benefit of education and friendship through the medium of their own money and exertions. The monthly dues are augmented by the receipts coming in from simple entertainments, to which the friends and families of club members come, gladly paying the small entrance fee or buying the useful articles displayed for sale. Subletting the rooms during the day has also proved helpful, and in various other ways the members try to provide the requisite funds. Frankness and honesty are insisted upon, and when it is deemed necessary to ask for donations from outsiders or for a loan, it is done with the full understanding and by vote of the whole club. As a rule, this aid is only needed for educational classes or for special emergencies. A Boston club officer gave expression to a beautiful thought last spring when she wrote, "I think the striking thing about this new form of life among us is its inexpensiveness in money, and its immense and unending cost in time, in work, in thought, in responsibility, in short, in life. True child of the daughters of labor, it lives not by money, but by work." The government of the clubs is vested in the society as a whole. All have an equal voice. The best governed are those who yearly elect a council of 12, 6 of whom are the officers, and 2/3 of whom must be wage earners. Naturally, few clubs have homes of their own, but the small rooms are well utilized and are made cozy and bright by the brains and busy fingers of the members. The girls have more than their pleasant rooms and their evenings for social intercourse, however. They have their classes in dressmaking, millinery, and cooking, also in French, German, singing, etc., and they devote one evening in the week or month to debates and papers. The girls and women often take up what are called deep subjects, and the intelligence and even knowledge they show in the discussions is most remarkable, considering the limited time they have for study. Some of the topics selected by the members for discussion during the present year have been selecting and furnishing a home, what is required to make a useful life, competition between men and women in business, do we educate younger brothers and sisters, and how? Are women moral reformers? Abraham Lincoln and his life. These subjects are chosen at random from a printed list, but there are many others equally interesting and practical. Work is done for those of the members who are sick or in need, and others outside of the club are visited and cared for by the lend-a-hand bands, relief committees, etc. Libraries are collected and the books are largely circulated. In some clubs, a woman physician is in attendance on certain nights who cares for the physical welfare of the members, and physical culture classes are growing in favor. Inner circles, entitled the 3 Ps, from the motto words purity, perseverance, pleasantness, have been started in some of the clubs, and their influence upon the members and their workmates is very helpful. Members who have married and their friends have also formed a small inner society, which they call the domestic circle, its objects being to broaden the ideas of those belonging to it, to educate them in home and household matters, and to develop cooperative measures for their benefit. This meets in the afternoon. The following defines in their own words what club life has meant to a number of the members. It is a social gathering place to meet one another, a membership of love, a place where we meet to advance ourselves and help to advance others. It is a second home, a place to know yourselves and others too, a place where we meet with kindness, receive benefit, and go away feeling strengthened. There's almost every kind of work represented at the club, and some of our members don't have to go out to earn their daily bread. We all meet on the common ground of womanhood and sisterhood. We mutually bridge over a chasm which many people smiled on incredulously some time ago, and some even said it could not be done without injury to one or the other. Happily for us, we proved that it could be done, and it is working successfully now for some years, and the injury has not appeared. The club working girl does not feel that she is looked down upon, but feels that she has gained the respect, love, sympathy, and loyalty of a staunch friend, while the woman of leisure feels she has gained a true friend in the girl who has to go out in the world alone, day after day, who has learned so well how to help herself, and is with all that a true womanly woman. There is something strong and self-reliant about her, She is to be trusted. The club has always helped in educating us practically, has taught us not only the qualities of ideal womanhood, but how best to strive to live an ideal woman's life in our small way. It has filled a long-felt want in having a place to spend a pleasant and profitable evening at a small cost, has also aided in creating true and lasting friendships, has further taught us to look for all there is highest and best in one another. It has helped to educate us, and also helped me to overcome self-consciousness and to try at least to look at the bright side of life. It seems a little thing to say that the club has taught one to think, has roused one to thought. In our busy lives, we say we have so little time to think, but after we have belonged to a club a while, it is astonishing to find how much time we have to think and how much we can think of in a very short time. Also, that it is the busiest people who think most, and they are the people whom you can rely on when anything is to be done. When clubs began to multiply, the idea of the Association of Societies developed. Thus, 8 years ago, the first, or New York Association, organized with the following objects. 1. To bring into communication, strengthen, and knit together the societies of which it is composed, and to protect their interests. 2. To assist the societies of which it is composed in securing the services of good teachers, physicians, and lecturers, and otherwise in carrying into effect the objects for which they are formed, and to facilitate the interchange of useful information among them. 3. To make known the aims and advantages of working girls' societies, and to promote the adoption of right principles in their formation and management. 4. To encourage the formation of new societies. Twice a year the individual members come together, once for social intercourse and once to listen to reports of each other's doings and interests. The total membership of the clubs forming the New York Association in 1891 was 2,418. The largest society now has 350 members and the smallest 20. 7 societies rent an entire house, and 10 rent only 1 or 2 stories. 1 club owns its house. About 134 educational classes have been held, beside the musical drill, practical talks, etc. One by one cooperative measures have developed until now they are as follows. The Mutual Benefit Fund, the Alliance Employment Bureau, holiday houses for summer vacations, a choral union, a club paper, far and near, and the Auxiliary Society of the Association of Working Girls' Societies. It is the aim of the latter to devote itself to the promotion and establishment of clubs or societies for working girls and of suitable boarding places in the country near New York, and to encourage such other means and objects as may from time to time appear to promote the physical, intellectual, and moral advancement of working girls. The vacation plan needs a special notice. For 4 summers, one of the bright young officers has served as house mother of 2 houses on the Long Island shore. Here come large bodies of club members who pay $3 a week board and who gladly take part in the care of the houses. The running expenses are met by the board, and the extras by subscriptions from personal friends of the association. No public subscriptions are allowed. From New York, the movement has grown until there are strong associations in 3 states and societies on these principles all over the country. Summer houses, upon the basis of the 3 principles, are starting in many places, cared for by charming young women who give up the summer to living among and keeping house for tired workers. In Chicago, 3 lunchroom clubs have started, and 2 at least are now self-supporting as well as self-governed. All this means much thought, self-sacrifice, and earnest purpose. It also means that each one must forget self in the good of all. But the reward will be a realization that we are helping to bring about the time of the kingdom of heaven. For surely this will be hastened by women's learning to know each other better, to have more honor and respect for each other's position, and to work together in cooperative friendship. Self-government will lead to self-reliance, and this in turn will make stronger, nobler people who, learning their own weaknesses, have looked up and received help from above. This is the end of section 36.
Section 37 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt, Farmer. Woman's National Christian Temperance Union. Editorial and Young Women's Christian Temperance Work by Frances J. Barnes. Women's National Christian Temperance Union. Editorial. The Women's National Christian Temperance Union, WCTU, was organized in Cleveland, Ohio in 1874 and now extends throughout all the states and territories with the exception of Alaska. There are 40 departments of work and 10,000 local unions, the membership of which, including children's societies, is about 500,000. Headquarters are in Chicago, Illinois, where a woman's temperance temple is erected, costing $1,200,000. It has also a publishing house. The Women's Christian Temperance Union has secured the study of scientific temperance in the public schools of all the states, except 10, and also laws forbidding the sale of tobacco to minors, has established industrial homes for girls, refuges for fallen women, and caused the age of consent to be raised. Since 1883, 33 nationalities have supplied auxiliaries. The following facts regarding some of the leaders of the world's Women's Christian Temperance Union have been taken from the thumbnail sketches of white ribboners. Miss Frances E. Willard was the founder and for 5 years president of the world's Women's Christian Temperance Union, and now for 12 years president of the National Women's Christian Temperance Union. Miss Willard was a graduate of the Northwestern University, Chicago. After holding the chair of Professor of Natural Science and of Aesthetics in 2 colleges, and having traveled through Europe, Greece, Egypt, and Palestine in 1879, Miss Willard was made president of the National Women's Temperance Union, the largest society ever organized, conducted, and controlled exclusively by women. She made the tour of the southern states in 1881 to 1883, visiting every state and territory in the cause of temperance, and traveling during that time 30,000 miles. Miss Willard gave to the National Women's Temperance Union its motto, "For God and Home and Native Land," and classified its 40 departments of work under the heads of preventive, educational, evangelistic, social, legal, and organization. In 1884, she helped to establish the Home Protection Party. In 1887, she was elected president of the Women's Council of the United States, formed from the Confederated Societies of Women. Miss Willard is the originator of the Great Petition against alcohol and opium trade, 2 million names being now secured, which is to be presented to all governments by a commission of women. As author also, Miss Willard stands in the front ranks. Of her autobiography, 50,000 copies have been sold. She is the author of many works and is one of the editors of the Union Signal, the official organ of the world's and National Women's Christian Temperance Unions, and she is also associated with Joseph Cook as editor of Our Day, Boston. Miss Willard is also one of the board of directors of the Women's National Temperance Hospital and of the Women's Temperance Temple, Chicago, the chief room in which is called Willard Hall. Miss Willard is also at the head of the purity work of the Women's and National Women's Christian Temperance Union. Miss Willard has been made chairman of the Women's Temperance Committee of the Columbian Exposition. Archbishop Ireland, who is at the head of the Men's Committee, with which this is correlated, having requested that she represent the women. Women's Temperance Publishing Association. This institution was founded by Mrs. Matilda B. Carse in 1880. The stock is sold to women only, and they must be white ribboners. It employs several editors and publishes the Union Signal, with a weekly circulation of about 80,000. The Oak and Ivy Leaf, organ of the Young Women's Work, and the Young Crusader, organ of the Children's Work, also a large and varied assortment of books and leaflets. Mrs. F. H. Rastall is business manager of this association, which prints from 120 million to 130 million pages of temperance literature each year, and annually handles from $200,000 to $250,000, employing about 125 persons. National Temperance Hospital. The National Temperance Hospital was founded to demonstrate the principle that alcohol is not necessary as a remedial agent, and it is doing its work well. Hundreds of patients suffering from all classes of diseases, except contagious ones, have been successfully treated there. Severe surgical operations are performed almost daily, and no wine, brandy, or other alcoholic ever administered to keep up the strength or tide the patient over the crisis. The death rate last year was only 4%, a lower rate than in hospitals receiving the same class of patients and treating them with alcoholics. In connection with the hospital is the Clara Barton Training Schools for Nurses, which is doing a grand work in training young women to nurse patients in accordance with the principles of non-alcoholic medication. The hospital is located at 3411 Cottage Grove Avenue, Chicago, a beautiful situation in the midst of a private park overlooking the lake. But its quarters are already too limited, and a new building is a necessity. Mrs. M. E. Klein is president of the National Temperance Hospital Board. Woman's Lecture Bureau. The Woman's Lecture Bureau, which is a branch of the Woman's Christian Temperance Union, is the only lecture bureau in the world conducted by women. Its design is to systemize the work of furnishing lectures, which are constantly being called for by state and local unions throughout the country. Although organized and conducted by women, both men and women have been on its list of speakers from the beginning. However, the greatest care is exercised in regard to the speakers sent out, and it is required that before persons are put on its lists, they shall be recommended by the general officers of the state temperance organization from which they come. Being in the beginning in communication with between 5,000 and 10,000 unions throughout the country, the undertaking at once commanded a large field. Mrs. R. A. Emmons is secretary of the Bureau. The Temperance Temple. This imposing structure, erected at a cost of $1,200,000 through the efforts of Mrs. Matilda B. Carse, is one of the greatest financial undertakings successfully carried out by women. The account of this stupendous enterprise, achieved through the persistent labors and unwearied zeal of Mrs. Carse, is more fully described in another department of the volume. The white ribbon is the badge of all the Women's Christian Temperance Union members, and is now a familiar emblem in every civilized country. Young Women's Christian Temperance Work by Frances J. Barnes. The National Women's Christian Temperance Union is the lineal descendant of the Great Temperance Crusade of 1873 to 1874, and is a union of Christian women for the purpose of educating the young, forming a better public sentiment, reforming the drinking classes, transforming by the power of divine grace those who are enslaved by alcohol, and securing the entire abolition of the liquor traffic. The Young Women's Christian Temperance Union has become an important branch of this parent society. At one of the first conventions held by the organization, the following resolution was adopted. Resolved, that a committee be appointed to draft an appeal to the young women of our land, that they may give their social and personal interest to favor the temperance reform. Although young ladies' temperance leagues were started in different places at earlier dates, in 1876 at Amboy, Illinois, the first society under the name of Young Women's Christian Temperance Union was organized. In 1878, through the efforts of 12 earnest young women who met with the Central Women's Christian Temperance Union of Chicago, 3 Young Women's Christian Temperance Unions were formed, and their first work was appealing to all young women, through the columns of the daily papers, not to offer wine on New Year's Day. They continued their good works in the Sabbath school among children, at their own meetings, and at temperance socials where, by signing the pledge and paying a fee, young men were invited to become honorary members. During the succeeding years, the work was slowly becoming a stronghold, and more unions were formed, enlisting many of the noblest Christian women of our land. In 1880, Young Women's Work was made a department of the National Women's Christian Temperance Union, and a superintendent was appointed. The Floral Report was a designation given to the record of 1882 because each state was given an emblematic flower, and the oak and ivy leaf with the lily of the valley formed the national emblem. At Louisville, Kentucky, this report was given a basket of the flowers named and proved a suggestion to the National Superintendent of Flower Mission Work to combine the beautiful message of flowers with temperance sentiments. Kitchen gardens, hygiene clubs, and cheerful home societies, tea rooms, rest cottages, hospitals, and a wider range of press work were instituted by the young women. In 1886, the first national organizer of Young Women's Work was appointed, and a bed for young women in the National Temperance Hospital was endowed. The oak and ivy leaf, the national organ of the Young Women's Christian Temperance Union, made its first appearance in 1887. The National Department prepared and presented in 1888 a national banner to Michigan for greatest increased percent of membership during the year. This was sent to the Paris Exposition and on its return awarded to Connecticut in 1889 and to Pennsylvania and Ohio jointly in 1890. It forms one of the decorations of the Y parlor at the present Columbian Exposition. At the state and national conventions, the Young Women's Evening has become one of the most attractive and useful features. In order to increase the strength of the work and extend its influence, numerous and varied pamphlets, leaflets, and books have been issued, and a special songbook for Young Women's Christian Temperance Unions was published in 1889. In 1891, the National Superintendent published a complete manual on young women's work. During the annual meeting of the British Women's Temperance Association held in London, May 21st and 22nd, 1890, the Young Women's Work of America was presented by the National Superintendent, who was appointed a fraternal delegate to the convention. The superintendency of Young Women's Work in Great Britain was accepted by Lady Henry Somerset, president of the association, and May 1891 showed an organization of 16 Y branches there. Unions report from New Zealand, Hawaiian Islands, Queensland, South Australia, Turkey, South Africa, France, Italy, Canada, and the Maritime Provinces, showing an increased interest and progress in temperance work. The National Superintendent in 1891 was made Superintendent for the Young Women's Christian Temperance Work of the World, and Miss Marion Isabel Gibson of Paris was made Y Superintendent for France. With the increase of interest and workers for the grand temperance cause, the association has reason to be justly encouraged, but the field of work is yet so large and full of opportunities that more laborers are needed in Christ's vineyard. The home, the social and educational world are the field of this great work, especially of prevention rather than cure, classified under 3 general headings. 1. Acquiring and disseminating temperance knowledge. 2. Working for children and youth. 3. Social influence. The purpose of our great undertaking is admirably expressed by the president of Knox College in his welcoming address to the Young Women's Christian Association of Illinois. They are to serve in positions of unspeakable dignity and moment, to touch the keys of social, moral, religious, and national destiny, to minister at altars the most sacred, to stand within temple gates, to guard the Ark of the Covenant, and faithfully protect the childhood of the world. It is the aim of the Department of Young Women's work to use all their power and influence to strengthen the whole, and make worthy inheritors of the duties that shall be theirs when the older members shall have passed from works to rewards. Their mission is to keep up the interest and training of those who are between the loyal temperance legions of children and the Women's Christian Temperance Union, that they may be ready for hearty, consecrated service. Up to 1892, the Young Women's Christian Temperance Union shows a membership of 30,000. There has been an increased rooting and grounding in the work due to a general and united study of the Bible, and to meetings of prayer and consecration held by the unions. Schools of methods and conferences on young women's work have been held in various states, resulting in a growth of knowledge of ways and means employed by the Women's Christian Temperance Union, at the same time kindling the hearts of young workers with a fresh enthusiasm. In some states, parliamentary practice is a department taken up by some of the wives, while physical culture is becoming a leading and favorite feature among temperance girls. Other departments claiming first choice of the young women and steadily carried on from year to year are the Loyal Temperance Legion, Flower Mission, distribution of temperance literature, and social temperance gatherings. The wives are enthusiastic workers in behalf of prison and jail, railroad men, lumbermen and miners, soldiers and sailors, franchise, Sabbath observance, unfermented wine at the sacrament, remonstrances, and music, while the oak and ivy leaf has a large circulation among the members. Reports from various centers over the world show untiring energy and labor on the part of most of the young women who are ever zealous in furthering the interests of the great cause which they have undertaken. With so large an army of Christians marching against all that is wrong and toward everything right, we can thank God for these willing volunteers in the Young Women's Christian Temperance Union. End of section 37.